We're back. Week 11 college football predictions like we do every single week on the channel. Every single FBS college football game here in week number 11 we will be predicting. We've got 51 of them this week, technically 52 total, but one is Ole Miss versus the Citadel. I don't know much about the Citadel this season, so I just will tell you Ole Miss will blow them out. They're ranked 7th in the country. I expect Lane Kiffin and Trinidad Chambliss to roll that team. Other than that, though, 51 games throughout the week. Tuesday, we have Maction, so early in the week we'll get through that. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, again, college football all week long. Let's get it going, folks, but first, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below. It's all I ask you to do for these, I don't know how long this video is going to be, I assume around 4 hours, for these 4-hour breakdowns every single week for college football. All I ask you to do is hit that subscribe button down below. It helps the channel massively. If you hit that subscribe button and leave a like, those are the only two things I ask you to do with these videos if you do enjoy and you want to see more going forward on the channel. Also, go make sure to check out our daily college basketball best bet starting today, earlier today. Our college basketball best bets drop for the first time for the 2025-2026 season every morning at 5 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, college basketball best bets, and 2 hours after at 7 a.m. Pacific and 10 a.m. Eastern Time, our NBA best bets. So every single day on the channel, we've got basketball content coming for you guys, really until March and into the summer for both college basketball and the NBA. Also, NFL predictions come out tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. You're not going to want to miss that for week number 10. All right, let's get it going, man. Huge week of college football. We got some big games. The biggest one, obviously, we'll get to later. Game day is in Lubbock, Texas, for Texas Tech versus Brigham Young. I can't wait for that football game. Big time stuff in the Big 12. But you know, if you have YouTube TV, you can't watch that game because Disney. But anyways, I will get to that later. First of 51 games, we kick things off on CBS Sports Network for the MAC. Akron versus UMass, and we've finally gotten to that point of the year where we have Maction. Now, it's weird because Maction, I know the CUSA has been doing their Wednesday games for quite a bit, but, midweek football was built upon the MAC. Like, this was the MAC's thing for the longest time, and all of a sudden, we only get 4 weeks of Maction now? Because, hate to be the bearer of bad news, we only get 4 more weeks of the college football regular season. Obviously, conference championships after, and obviously we go all the way through January for the national championship game and whatnot in the playoffs. But yeah, we only have 4 more of these 4-hour videos. Damn. Season goes by quick, doesn't it? Regardless of that, though, there's only 4 weeks of action this year, which is kind of odd. Anyways, UMass versus Akron kicks things off on week 11. We have 2 MAC games going at the same time, but this will be the first one, Akron and UMass. Now, UMass is the worst team in college football this season. They just are. UMass, is 0-8 so far, and there are, maybe I think there's a lot of FCS schools that could legitimately go out and beat UMass. Like the worst team that I can think of from the FCS ranks is Portland State. Actually, no, I can't say that anymore because last week they went to San Luis Obispo and beat Cal Poly. So I don't know if they're the worst team anymore. Well, regardless, there's a lot of teams in the Big Sky where Poly and Portland State play that UMass would legitimately lose to. They might lose to all those teams. Like that's how bad UMass has been this year. 0-8 football team that obviously doesn't help themselves out with their non-con schedule, playing a team like Iowa, playing a team like Mizzou on the road. Now, they had their opportunity to win a game, and they lost to FCS school Bryant at home. Yep, UMass is awful. Their MAC games, they've been getting blown out every single one, except for the Buffalo game, where they were very competitive against the Buffalo Bulls, who still last week, though, went to Bowling Green and won, I guess going to show what Bowling Green really is. But anyways, right, Buffalo, by the way, still kind of in it for the MAC championship game. Again, we're going to talk a lot about the MAC right now. But anyways, UMass, there's a great divide amongst the actual credible teams in the MAC and then the bad teams, the mid/bad teams. And then there's just UMass. Like, I don't think Bowling Green's very good. I don't think Eastern Michigan's very good, nor do I think NIU's that good. Honestly, I could probably put Akron in that tier too. No, Akron went to Buffalo, though. Like, how weird is that? UMass is in a league of their own of horrible. They don't win. They're not competitive. I feel for AJ Hairston. He's trying. They're not playing well. Taking on the Akron Zips this week. An Akron Zips team that is still led by Ben Finley, obviously a brother of former NC State quarterback Ryan Finley and former Cal player Ben Finley. Again, he transferred. Akron's coming off their biggest win of the year, going on the road to Buffalo and beating the Buffalo Bulls, beating Buffalo for the first time, or at least Buffalo's first loss this season in the Mid-American Conference. And again, we were so down on Buffalo, but they still came back and beat Bowling Green last week. Was kind of expected. But anyways, Akron's coming off the best win of their season. Ben Finley looked all right. Gant, their leading running back, got going in that game, ran for 92 yards. And truthfully, Jordan Gant's been huge for the Akron Zips all year long. I mean, multiple 100-plus yard games, back-to-back 90-plus yard games on the road in Muncie, Indiana against Ball State, and then in Buffalo against the Buffalo Bulls. You now get them here against the UMass Minutemen, whatever you want to call them again, tomato. UMass couldn't stop a fly. If I rolled out my local high school team and had them play at UMass this week, it might win. Honestly, it might be a competitive game. If we took, one of those Japanese college teams that they play America and usually they lose. I think that's how that works. I'm not too tapped in the Japanese collegiate football scene, but if we took a Japanese collegiate football team and a good Japanese collegiate team, they'd probably play a competitive game against UMass. UMass would probably win, but I'm just trying to represent how bad UMass is. Really, they're not good defensively. They almost beat Buffalo and they pulled off the chokes of all chokes. And last week they go to, or 2 weeks ago, they go to Central Michigan and they get obliterated. Yeah, I cannot take UMass seriously. I'm gonna take Akron minus 10.5. That line could legitimately probably say 17.5, and I'd still go, yeah, I guess I'll take Akron. Guess. Give me the Zips minus 10.5. Would I bet it? Maybe. They're at home and it's the start of Maction. But we have more Maction as here comes the best team in the Mid-American Conference so far in 2025. That would be the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. 4-0 in the MAC, 5-3 as a whole, as they're taking on the Ohio Bobcats. I'm shocked Miami of Ohio is an underdog here. There are a couple lines this week. This is one of them where I'm kind of confused. I get it. It's Maction. Games in Athens, Ohio, and not in Oxford, Ohio. Actually, I guess let's check the weather. Just maybe that's a factor. But I mean, I don't really care if it's supposed to rain. I was gonna say if there's snow, but it's still 75 degrees in Ohio right now. It's November, really. Anyways, I feel like it wasn't 75 degrees when I was in the Midwest this time of the year. Anyways, though, Ohio gets a home game against Miami of Ohio, and they're favored to win, which is a little surprising in my opinion. And I know, again, Parker Navarro's a talent. He can throw for big-time yards. But Ohio, we just watched 2 weeks ago play Eastern Michigan and Noah Kim on the road, and they won, but, EMU's not good. And what Ohio can write home about is really their big three, I can say. Parker Navarro, their quarterback, Chase Hendricks, their best receiver, and Sair Bengura, their running back. Those are the three best guys. All three of them, I would say, are elite players at the position in the Mid-American, especially Chase Hendricks, who already has 805 yards in 8 games. He's a guy, again, who has got big play written all over him. But I look at who they're playing, the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. This is a good football team. A really good football team. And we've spoken at length about the success Daquan Finn has had in the Mid-American Conference through multiple programs. Obviously, a former Toledo Rocket who played a bunch of seasons at Toledo. This is a guy who actually has been playing college football since 2019. Now, see, I'm not going to complain about Daquan Finn, though, like I do with our good pal Logan Fife at New Mexico State, because Daquan Finn actually wins football games. Not like Logan Fife, who throws 4 interceptions in a game. Regardless of that, though, Daquan Finn got his start at Toledo, played really good football there, went to a MAC championship game, lost, but then went to Baylor, started one game. They said, oh, sorry, Robertson's better, so goodbye, pal. Daquan Finn now plays at Miami of Ohio, and he's been very good for this team. He's been a great leader for the squad, and they are undefeated so far in MAC play. 4-0 with victories over Northern Illinois, Akron, Eastern Michigan, and Western Michigan. And sure, prior to the WMU game, you look at that schedule and say, I'm not really that impressed. WMU is a good victory. Right? Western Michigan's a good win. Beating Brock Lowry and that team's great. WMU last week, a come-from-behind victory against the Chippewas of Central Michigan, a game that WMU should really have blown them out, but they just kept the Chippewas in the game throughout its entirety. But regardless of that, though, Miami of Ohio, 4-0 this year in the MAC. They lost their first 3 games to Wisconsin, Rutgers, UNLV. It's not bad, Big Ten, I get it, bad Big Ten schools, but what do you expect out of Miami of Ohio? And then UNLV, where they lost by 3 points at home. And Daquan Finn was hurt. I'm taking Miami of Ohio here. This is a no-brainer in my opinion. I get it. Ohio's got a great and talented offense. They have big play potential nonstop. Miami of Ohio is going to wear you down. They're going to grind you out. Daquan Finn, again, is an effective passer, but he's a good runner too. And how about the year Jordan Brunson's having, as of late, I should say. Brunson has really emerged as the number one back for Miami of Ohio through MAC play. In their 4 MAC games, he's averaging about 90 yards per game. And those are really all the games he's played so far this season. The senior back has really emerged for Miami of Ohio. He's been here throughout his entire collegiate career, and that's absolutely big time. I got to go with the Miami of Ohio Redhawks here. I think they're going to win the football game. Yeah, I know people like Navarro. They like Chase Hendricks. The better football team, in my opinion, plays in Oxford, and they've got a good defense, too, that should be able to shut down this Ohio offensive unit. Like, I know, again, we're not high on Wisconsin. Nobody's high on Wisconsin. But for Miami of Ohio to go to Madison and hold that team to 17 points, a Big Ten school, don't care how bad of a Big Ten school you are. If you hold them to 17 points on the road, that's a big deal. And that's what the Red Hawks have done this season. Give me Miami of Ohio on the road plus 3.5 against the Ohio Bobcats. On to our next game. Again, we are sticking in the MAC. We've got all MACtion for our first 4 games. Welcome to Wednesday Night Football, as we've got Ball State at home in Muncie, Indiana versus Kent State. Credit to Kent State, man. They found a way to only be a plus 110 dog on the road, which is actually crazy, considering if you know what Kent State's gone through, you know what Kent State's program has been with Kenny Burns last season and the winless MACtion or MAC play in back-to-back seasons for Kenny Burns. Kent State now is a 3-5 football team that is actually still alive for bowl season with a actually very manageable schedule going forward. Ball State, Akron, Central Michigan, Northern Illinois, those are bad teams. They got the benefit of a really bad MAC schedule this season. And they're taking on Ball State in a game that they are not that big of underdogs in. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm still taking the Ball State Cardinals. I'm taking the dual threat quarterback and Kyle Kelly to come through, not because I'm overly impressed by Kyle Kelly. It's just because Kent State, yeah, they've been better. Have they won on the road yet, though? No. All of Kent's best games have been in Kent, Ohio. Bowling Green victory, 1-3, in Kent. UMass victory at home. Again, anybody would beat UMass. And sure, in all fairness to the Golden Flashes, if they went to UMass, they would have won that game, but we have nothing to go through. We have nothing to go by that yet. Kent State's only won at home. Bowling Green, UMass, and they played Buffalo really well and really tight. They lost by 4 points or 3 points, and they beat the Merrimack Warriors to kick off the season at home in Kent, Ohio as well. In all fairness to them, they've only played one road game against a MAC team, and that was Toledo, and they lost that game. But my point with all this being is we have not seen Kent State on the road yet this season and actually win a game. And Ball State, I'm not impressed by. They are not very good. Kyle Kelly, Kua Ashley, their lead back, has 500 yards this season and has been having big games back-to-back recently. But I don't think Kent State can win this game on the road, man. Ball State, some games they score, and they score against bad defenses. By the way, Kent State did, permanently hire their coach, Mark Carney, who they brought in. Kenny Burns got fired pretty late in the cycle last year, so they had to just bring in an interim head coach in Mark Carney, who wins 3 games, and they say, you know what, you're hired, because our team's won 0 games in the last 2 seasons. You winning 3 is absolutely big time, so why don't you stay here? So he's no longer the interim head coach. He is the full-time head coach. Team should be pumped. I don't really care. I'm taking Ball State. Games in Muncie. Would I bet on it? Maybe, honestly. I think Ball State is the better team. Kyle Kelly, I believe, is going to give this team a lot of fits. I know what Kent State does. You got a really good young quarterback in Drew DeShields, who is a straight freshman. He is a true freshman. He's been playing solid football this season. They've got a rotation of backs that they use. We're looking at Gavin Garcia and Jordan Newbin, though, are their primary 2. But it's not like, again, Kent State's winning football games, but it's nothing that we can be all that impressed by. Like, good on them for winning. It's still Kent State. And yeah, they're winning games, but they've beaten UMass and Bowling Green and Merrimack. They still have not gone on the road. They've not won a night game so far this season. That's exactly what you're getting here. I just think Ball State's too much for them to handle, which is crazy because I don't know, if Ball State's too much for anybody to handle, but I do need to bring you back 2 games ago when Ball State beat Akron. Game in Muncie, just like where this game's going to be. Ball State scores 42 points on the Akron Zips, and Kyle Kelly only throws for 121 yards, only completes 10 passes in that game, but Kua Ashley dominates on the ground with 143 yards. Ben Finley doesn't have a bad game either for Akron, but Ball State's able to turn them over multiple times. And Ball State, again, if anything, they have the ability to score and they could put up points on you. So that's where I'm going here. I'm going to go with the Ball State Cardinals at home here against the Kent State Golden Flashes. Again, good on Kent State for winning games. Good for Mark Carney getting the extension, but we got to go Ball State here. They are the better football team, and Kyle Kelly, I think, is going to make a difference. And additionally, I can't trust the Golden Flashes on the road. Sure, this is like a 30-minute plane ride, if that, from Kent over to Muncie, Ohio, or Muncie, Indiana. They're probably taking a bus. Maybe it's like 4 hours. I don't know. Probably taking a bus. Regardless, I don't think the road environment's going to do them much better. I don't think it's going to do them well. They're on the road, night game. It's going to be cold. I'm going Ball State. Not like Akron doesn't see cold environments either. Akron, Kent State. You know what I mean. I'm taking Ball State, though. Next up, we go on to our other MAC game. Let's bring on more Ohio schools. We've had an Ohio school in every single game because, that is just the MAC when you really think about it. Akron, Miami of Ohio, Kent State. I forgot about the Ohio Bobcats. Bring on the Toledo Rockets. Obviously, North Ohio. The Toledo Rockets take on the Northern Illinois Huskies. The Rockets are 13.5-point favorites, and that makes sense, guys. This would probably be, is this going to be the least competitive MAC game this week? At least for the MACtion part of the video, maybe. UMass Akron might get out of hand pretty quickly. This one may too, though. Toledo at home against NIU. The problem that Northern Illinois has had so far this season and will continue to have, so they can't score points. Now, they did beat Ball State in their last game, which, isn't great. But they won the game 21-7. I can still say Northern Illinois struggles to move the football, at least passing-wise. They were just able to run it right at Ball State and see a lot of success, and I failed to mention this earlier, but that's why we should feel okay about Ball State against Kent. Kent doesn't run the ball well. If anything, again, it's just the Shields over in the air. That's where they've been better this season. They're not going to beat anybody on the ground. Ball State's secondary is not bad. Their interior core and their front line is not very good. But anyways, Northern Illinois dominates on the ground. Guys, Siobhan Wright ran the ball 37 times in a football game. It's a real stat. Siobhan Wright ran the ball 37 times for 166 yards and had a long run of 18. It was just chunk, piece by piece by piece. 37 carries. That's absurd stuff. Game before, their other running back ran the ball 15 times. Tilly Johnson Jr., 15 carries, 100 yards. Their starting quarterback, you may ask, that's Josh Holst. 6 passes completed in 11 attempts for 65 yards. They're very one-dimensional. If you can just stop this run game, and here's the thing. NIU, they got a lead against Ball State early, and then they scored a touchdown the third and the fourth quarter. Ball State scored one in the second, but they just started doing the same exact thing every single drive. Legitimately, run the ball on first down, run the ball on second down, and if we don't get it for manageable, we're going to run again. If not, I guess it's going to be one of the 11 passes Holst throws. As long as NIU stays ahead of the sticks, they're going to be fine, but they're taking on a Toledo team that has a pretty good run defense. Now, Toledo's been off a week. They went to Pullman, Washington to take on the Washington State Huskies the other week, and Wazoo let us down in a big-time way last week against Oregon State. How do you lose to the Beavs in the Big 2025? Now, but you know what? Hey, Wazoo, we usually say, you have to move on. Nope, Wazoo's going to play them in 3 more weeks, so that's something. Pac-12 rivalries, right? Anyways, the Pac-12 rivalry. Toledo, though, has been off since the Wazoo loss. They obviously got a week off because now they're playing on Wednesday, but a win 3 weeks ago against the Kent State Golden Flashes. A loss to Bowling Green, which I just don't like. But my thing with this game is NIU, defensively built, obviously, but they're taking on possibly the best quarterback in the MAC. Yeah, there's Daquan Finn, there's Parker Navarro. Tucker Gleason probably is the best quarterback, though, just as a whole. His defense sometimes lets him down, but Tucker Gleason is very solid. 1,700 yards this season, 13 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He can do a lot for this team, and he does a lot for this team. And he's going to pass the baton next season to John Allen Richter, who I'm surprised came back this season as a junior, but they have a pretty solid, program building, obviously, at Toledo. They're a 4-4 team, and they really shouldn't be here at 4-4, right? Lost a competitive game at Bowling Green on the road, lost a 1-point game at Western Michigan, and you know the defense that Broncos team plays. Lost an 8-point game, a 1-score game on the road against Zach Calzada and the Kentucky Wildcats, and then went to Wazoo and lost. But again, that's when Wazoo had all the momentum in the world. They were playing tough games at Virginia and against Ole Miss, and yet last week, Wazoo goes and plays a more competitive game, plays and loses by more points to Oregon State and Corvallis than they did to Virginia on the road, and then they did to Ole Miss on the road. Make it make sense. Anyways, I'm taking Toledo here. I think they blow out Northern Illinois. My thing with NIU is, okay, you don't run the ball, what do? And that's a problem they're going to find themselves in very quickly. I mean, having your lead back take 37 carries a game is not sustainable. It's not what you want to do. And that's what they've had to do because they can't do anything else offensively. Again, like I don't buy anything NIU can do in this game. They're not good offensively. Their defense is what keeps them in games and brings them to the dance. But Tucker Gleason, if there's an offense that you don't want to face though in this conference, it is Toledo. Like, yeah, Miami of Ohio is really good. They're defensively built, and Daquan Finn can fill the pieces from there. Toledo is based off their offense. They beat WKU this year and scored 45 points in the Hilltoppers. I'm going Toledo at home to win and cover the 13.5 points against the Northern Illinois Huskies. Next, we move on to the Thursday games, and we're gonna kick things off in the Fun Belt, Sun Belt. From Boone, North Carolina, we have got the Appalachian State Mountaineers, or I guess they're officially going by App State. Is that a thing? Like on ESPN, they're officially App State. Anyways, the Mountaineers of Appalachian State are at home against the Georgia Southern Eagles. I'm going to take Georgia Southern here on the points, but go Appalachian State to win the game outright. App State is a 5.5 point favorite. I think that's too many points. And obviously, this is not a best bet. I'm not encouraging you to bet on a game like this. If you want to see our best bets for college football week 11, on Friday at noon, we post our 10 best bets, and that's more specifically just a betting video rather than just being straight predictions. Now, again, I do still pick against the spread and whatnot here, but I'm not overly concerned about it. Again, I still pick it and I think about it, but my betting portion of the college football week, again, comes on Friday. Anyways, Appalachian State, I think they beat Georgia Southern. They're at home. I wouldn't feel confident about them covering 5.5 points, and ultimately that's why I think Georgia Southern can do here. Appalachian State has alternated quarterbacks. J.J. Cole took over for A.J. Swan, played fairly well in victories against Oregon State and against Coastal Carolina. Against Georgia State and Oregon State. Injured in the Coastal Carolina game, if I'm not mistaken. A.J. Swan has to play the Old Dominion game. They lose by 3 points, and now they're at home against the Eagles of Georgia Southern, a team that some nights looks like a really great force offensively. They can run the ball down your throat. J.C. French has big games. And then other nights, they just don't show up offensively, right? Like the JMU game. Like the Arkansas State game, at least at points, it felt like that. Now, J.C. French, again, is a very capable quarterback. He can run, too. Had a game against Georgia State earlier this year where he threw for 200-plus yards and ran for 85 yards as well. They've got a receiver as well at Georgia Southern, Camden Brown, who's had big games all year long. I just don't like them on the road to win outright. I think they cover because when I look at these two teams, I look at Georgia Southern, I look at Appalachian State, I just don't think Appalachian State's that much better than Georgia Southern. And yes, they're at home, so obviously they should be expected to win, at least, when you get two fairly matched teams. But asking them to cover 5.5, I just believe is too much. Georgia Southern is a all-around, they're a decent team. They played a close game against Arkansas State, lost. Again, the offense, kind of just went away at points in that game. Beat Georgia State, lost a competitive game against Southern Miss. That's a good game. Again, you know how highly I speak of the Southern Miss Eagles quite a bit, man, the Golden Eagles. And they played that game and lost by 3 points. J.C. French at home threw for 313 yards. Yeah, they got blown out in the JMU game, but that's honestly what James Madison can do to you sometimes. We know how that offense functions, and obviously the Cignetti dynasty that was left there, at least that's what we want to call it. Appalachian State, I don't love the quarterback change again. I thought J.J. Cole was playing phenomenally in that role, right? Cole is playing good football. He's taking care of the football. Now, again, you are forced to bring A.J. Swan back in. Don't love it. I feel like, again, when A.J. Swan, I know A.J. Swan had big games. It's just his team wasn't winning those games. But when Swan was playing, it felt like, all right, like we have to set up our run game now for our pass game to be great, right? It was Rashad Dubon, I think that's how you pronounce his last name, who was obviously, ripping off having monster games. He still has 800 yards of the season, but when Swan was quarterback, again, the run game was really the feature part of the offense. And when here comes J.J. Cole, now we're throwing for 300 yards a game. We're scoring 40 points. They had a game with A.J. Swan where he plays against FCS Lyndon Woodward. Yeah, Swan throws for 300 yards, and Dubon has 200 rushing yards, yet it's only a 7-point victory because the offense continues to stall out and turn the ball over in plus territory. That just can't happen, and now you go back to Swan here. I don't love it. I'm going Georgia Southern plus 5.5. App State probably wins because they're at home, but probably a game, honestly, I just stay away from betting-wise. But yeah, I'm going to take Georgia Southern plus 5.5 here on the road at Appalachian State. Let's go now to Thursday night here in USF, or in Tampa, Florida, at Raymond James Stadium, as we've got the UTSA Roadrunners on the road against the South Florida Bulls. I think the line's too much here. Did we watch UTSA's last game? Again, if you're not following on TikTok, I highly suggest you do. Greedo plays clips on TikTok. We break down mid-major games, or group of 5 games. I'm in the college basketball mindset now, but we break down group of 5 games and talk about them throughout the course of the week that really don't get major headline attention to. And UTSA, we looked at and we watched that full game against Tulane. My goodness. That's what UTSA can be, man. I mean, they put it on the Tulane Green Wave, a team that was expected to walk into the Alamo Dome and beat them. By the way, UTSA has not lost in the Alamo Dome so far this year. I get it, they're at Raymond James this time around, but man, the damage Owen McCown can do, my goodness. 370 yards for Owen McCown against Tulane, 30 for 33 passing, and Robert Henry has a decent game as well. Obviously, Henry had much bigger games to start the season when we were talking legitimate, like he should get Heisman looks, and I get it, he plays for the Texas San Antonio Roadrunners, but he was having like 180-yard games every single week. This week, 16 carries, 87 yards against Tulane, but again, a good victory for UTSA. Owen McCown is getting everything he wants in that pass game. It was a dominant victory for the Roadrunners. And now they're going to be tested again. This is a team that I really want to see in bowl season in UTSA, and they probably will get there. I mean, their schedule post this game against South Florida is Charlotte, East Carolina, and Army. 3 games that they should probably win. We'll see about Army, but we'll see about East Carolina too, though. That team's scoring points right now. They'll beat Charlotte, I can say that. Anyways, though, UTSA is a very explosive offense. They will have games where they just get shut down, and that's my problem. On the road, they don't play that well, but I think they can kind of show up this week. They're taking on USF, a USF team that needs to respond after a second loss this season, and a huge loss, man. You take on a Memphis team, you're ranked going into that game, taking on a Memphis team that lost the week before to UAB. You think you win this game, we are in firm control of our own destiny to get to the postseason this year and make the playoffs for the first time, obviously, in school history. South Florida goes on the road and loses a 3-point game. Byron Brown throws for 270 yards, runs for 120, but the team still loses. They don't get defensive stops, and USF obviously, again, loses by a field goal. Here you go now on a Thursday night. I think they win because we know what USF is capable of. At the same time, I don't like their defense. I get North Texas has a good offense. They put up a lot of points against them. I don't know. That North Texas game really sticks out to me. And I get it. We know how good Drew Mestamaker can be after his game at Charlotte, where he threw for 600 yards and whatnot. But Memphis and Brandon Lewis, Memphis in their game against USF, and Brandon Lewis had a dominant day. Brandon Lewis threw for 307 yards. I don't know. And USF was winning for most of that game too, and Memphis just came back in the fourth quarter and beat them. I mean, that's the type of game that really deflates you. USF was up 14 points going into the fourth quarter, and they choked it. That is a season-defining loss to the point where, okay, well, we beat Boise, we beat Florida, we went to the Swamp and beat Florida, we lost to Miami, sure, the Hurricanes right now. And then we were right there, you're a quarter away from probably going to the playoffs after Sam Franklin rips a 73-yard touchdown run, and you lose. How does that affect a team going forward? And especially against the UTSA team that wants it. They are fighting for their bowl lives right now, and a UTSA offense that is as explosive as any other in college football. I'm going with UTSA plus 13.5. I think South Florida wins, but I'm telling you, I think the Roadrunners are really competitive in this game on the road in Tampa. Give me UTSA plus 13.5 on the road at Raymond James Stadium against the USF Bulls. On to Friday as we kick things off in the Big 12. Houston is a 1.5-point underdog on the road in Orlando, Florida against the UCF Knights. I know we have to be down on the Houston Cougars after their last game against West Virginia. Somehow, some way, WVU goes out there and scores 45 points. I couldn't believe my eyes watching that football game. Scotty Fox leads WVU to victory. It was incredible stuff. And, Houston kind of got back in that game in the late third quarter. Obviously, it was tied early at halftime, but nope, they let Scotty Fox and WVU pull away. I mean, really, it was that big touchdown run that Fox had that kind of put the game away, and then, the Mountaineers tack one on. But a 2-6 WVU team goes on the road to Houston and beats the Cougars. What? I mean, I was singing Wagman's praises. I was saying how underrated of a quarterback he was. I was saying, Wagman has that path back to the SEC next season, and he does 100% if he wants it. But how disappointing. Wagman throws 2 picks. Houston loses 35-45. Yeah, they're already bowl eligible, but Houston was thinking, and yes, this was an outside shot, but they were thinking playoffs. And you lose to WVU, not even in Morgantown, no, in Houston. And now they find themselves as underdogs at Central Florida, which is insane, because Central Florida sucks. Now, okay, if you want to play, college football math, this is why, again, the sport doesn't make sense sometimes, but, it is what it is. This is what makes college football college football. 2 weeks ago, Central Florida played West Virginia, and they beat them 45-13. Sure, the game was in Orlando, but what? And then Houston gets 48 points put on them by West Virginia. I don't understand it, but UCF last week plays the Baylor Bears, and they get embarrassed. Taven Jackson and the guys go to Waco, and UCF loses 30-3. So where are we at now is the question. Because Friday night game, Houston at Central Florida. UCF's 4-4, Houston 7-2. I am inclined to believe Houston's still the better football team. Hell, the week before they played WVU, they went on the road to Tempe, and they beat Arizona State. Arizona State, by the way, who pulled off a huge victory without Sam Levitt last week in Ames. Yeah, it's a real interesting one, man. It really is. Because I had no belief in West Virginia. I completely wrote them off, and I gave the whole, it's like I'll have games, I will not lie to you, where I see it on the schedule and I just go, yeah, I talk about every single one, but it's West Virginia football. Ooh. And yet they shocked everybody and outright won. Not just cover, no, they beat Houston. Unbelievable stuff. I think Houston can beat Central Florida, though. I mean, I really think so. Coming off a loss, yeah, again, that can be a negative. At the same time, that can be a positive, too. I mean, you've kind of hit rock bottom. I know you're 7-2, and they're going bowling regardless, but you had Big 12 title aspirations left, right? Prior to last week, BYU had 0 losses. They still do. Texas Tech had a loss. Cincy had 0 losses, and there was Houston with their 1 loss alongside ASU. No, not ASU, sorry. ASU already had 2 losses. But you know what I mean, right? Like, Houston was right in there. They were in that tier of teams that could easily get in the Big 12 title game and could go to the postseason. And you get that spoiled against West Virginia. I get it. Motivation might be down this week. I still think they go to Central Florida and win. This Taven Jackson-led offense, I like Taven Jackson, former IU guy. Again, Brendan Sorbsy was much better at IU, but that's neither here or there. He struggled a lot last week. They couldn't really run the ball that well with Taven Jackson, with Miles Montgomery. Jackson struggled in the pocket, threw 2 interceptions, threw the ball to 50% completion rate. And Baylor's offense had anything they wanted with Sawyer Robertson and Caden Knight in the run game as well. I have no confidence in the Central Florida Knights. I know Houston just got 45 put on them. I'm serious, though. Like, the Central Florida offense is not good. I think we should be fine here with the Houston Cougars. I think they can still win this game. I know, again, last week was as disappointing as it does get, but I think they are able to win this game here on the road. I think it's a great value to buy low on the Cougs. So give me Connor Wagman in Houston to win on the road, minus 105 against the Central Florida Knights. On to Big Ten football. Nothing screams Big Ten football more than a Pac-12, Big Ten after dark game between the USC Trojans and the Northwestern Wildcats. USC comes into this game the 20th ranked team in the country. Would I say still an outside chance in the playoffs? Yeah, if they beat Oregon. I think if they beat Oregon, they'd get in. As long as Oregon keeps winning. USC is a 6-2 team this season, but 4-1 in the Big Ten. Losses, obviously, to Notre Dame. That's non-con, obviously, and then a loss at Illinois. So still a 4-1 team in the Big Ten. Again, I don't imagine a world where Indiana loses. That's just up to, will Ohio State lose to Michigan, and will that open up a spot in the Big Ten title game? But that would then just get taken by the Wolverines. Whatever. No one knows the tiebreakers work in the Big Ten. So, I don't know. Regardless of that, I know the Hoosiers are going to the Big Ten title game. I don't care who they play. They'll beat them regardless. More in Indiana in a little bit. And, you go to Happy Valley this week. I'm so scared. Anyways, I'll get to that later. USC Northwestern. So Northwestern coming off of a great cover 2 weeks ago. I was so satisfied with their effort on the road in Nebraska against Dylan Royola and the guys. Unfortunately for Royola, out for the season now. We'll get to the Cornhuskers at the very end of the video, as they're actually playing the other LA team in the UCLA Bruins this week. But Northwestern keeps it competitive against Nebraska. That was a game where I watched and I was just like, okay, do both these teams want to lose? Because the offensive game plans were just horrible for both squads. And Preston Stone, he does really fit the bill for a Northwestern quarterback. Doesn't do a lot, is not going to throw the ball downfield. is not a game changer. Like if you envisioned in your mind, like what is a Northwestern quarterback in 2024, 2025, 2026 like going to look like? It's Preston Stone. No disrespect, but there's a reason, right? Kevin Jennings pretty clearly became the guy at Southern Methodist and not him. And Kevin Jennings was the guy to lead them to the playoffs. Anyways, for USC, hey, by the way, shout out to SMU. We had them to cover, they went outright. I told you, like, I didn't like that spot for Miami. More on both those teams later. SC's coming off a win at Nebraska, so both these teams' last games are against the Cornhuskers, right? Both of which were played in Lincoln. Northwestern lost by 7 points. USC goes on the road and wins by 4. Not a great game for Jaden Mavia at all. Actually, I'll say it was a bad game for Jaden Mavia. 9 for 23 passing. It was that run game that got going with Mavia. That's why I said it was like kind of an okay game, because Mavia very involved in the run game with him and King Miller. Passing-wise, this team cannot get going. Obviously, Raiola goes down in this game and is now out for the season. USC wins the game by 4 points. Scoring a big touchdown in the fourth quarter. We didn't know at the time how big that was going to be, but the King Miller touchdown ended up being the go-ahead touchdown with still 10 minutes to go in that football game. USC should outscore Northwestern, guys. This is a 6 o'clock game at USC. Usually this would be at 7 o'clock, but I guess the Big Ten Network switching things up a little bit here. Oh, it's on Fox, that's why. It's still a real late game for Northwestern. This game's starting at 8 o'clock their time, which I guess isn't that late, but cross-country trip, they have to make this trip once a year. Again, we say it all the time, like if you're a Big Ten team, you have to go to either USC, UCLA, Oregon, or Washington. You're required to take one of these 4 trips every single year. Just like in college basketball, you're required to go to either both Oregon and Washington in a back-to-back road trip, or UCLA and USC in a back-to-back road trip. It's just how they equal out their schedules. This is Northwestern's only game on the West Coast. I don't like it. USC, I know didn't play great last week, but this is your time to break through. The Northwestern defense is not bad, holding Purdue to 0 points, holding Penn State to 21 points, UCLA to 14 points. But USC's offense is another monster than those teams, and that was also UCLA before the turnaround. So I'm going to go USC Trojans to win and cover here at home against Northwestern. I'm going with SC minus 14.5 points here at home against the Northwestern Wildcats at the Coliseum. On now to our final game of the weeknights, and then we move on to the long list of Saturday football games. But first, let's go back to the American Conference. As the now favorites, I have to say, to make the postseason from the group of 5, the Memphis Tigers take on the Tulane Green Wave. And why do I say now they're the favorites to win the group of 5? Well, they always kind of have been, but now especially with the Navy midshipmen losing, and we knew, again, they were probably going to get got this week anyway because Notre Dame, more on that later, but with Navy losing at UNT last week and a big result last week out of the Mountain West and a very surprising result at that, in no world, by the way, did I expect Boise State to get completely blown out by Fresno State. Weird game, right? But with that result, and with the result coming out of that game, obviously with Navy and UNT, looks pretty clear who the favorites out of the group of 5 is right now. It's by far the Memphis Tigers. Now, there is a pathway for San Diego State, but their Wazoo loss isn't really going to do them well, and their schedule going forward, I think is tougher than Memphis's. I don't know. Memphis has some teams they still have to play. They still have Navy, they have ECU, but all of a sudden now, Memphis versus Tulane doesn't seem like that big of a problem for the Memphis Tigers. They're only 6.5 point favorites. To that, I will say they should cover. Because now I can confidently tell you Memphis is the most complete team in the American Conference, right? We had always wondered about that defense out of South Florida. And obviously when it mattered most in a big-time moment when Memphis was trying to get in the game and obviously South Florida was trying to hang on to a victory, South Florida couldn't contain Memphis and Byron Brown and the Bulls offense couldn't get going in time, right? But if Memphis just didn't lose to UAB, if they didn't lose that game, they'd be so set. But this is a team that's 4-1 in the conference, 8-1 in general. Again, the one loss in Birmingham to a UAB team that was coming off firing Trent Dilford and benching Jalen Kitna. Memphis, though, back-to-back victories. They went on the road and dominated Rice. I thought they were going to win. I didn't think they were going to do it in that fashion, so great on them, man, for winning that football game. And Brandon Lewis has played great football this season. It's unbelievable that a team like the UNR Wolfpack said, you know what? We don't want him anymore. We don't need him. We're going to Chuba Purdy this season. But anyways, Memphis keeps on winning games. Their defense is really good. Offensively, they're playing lights out as well. And they're taking on the Tulane Green Wave, who are coming off of their worst loss of the year, losing on the road at UTSA and getting blown out. They couldn't get a stop. which I will say too, if you can't get a stop against UTSA, I know that's an explosive offense, and I just raved about how great they are. If you can't get a stop against them, I don't love your chances of getting a stop against Memphis, because I know what they can do offensively too. Tulane, 3 straight victories prior to the UTSA loss to Tulsa, ECU, and Army, but now, again, you go to the Alamo Dome and lose. I don't think you can go to the Liberty Bowl and see much success either. So I'm taking Memphis here. I'm taking the Memphis Tigers. I think Brendan Lewis is a big day. Again, dual threat guy, 1,900 passing yards, 600 rushing yards this season. He has been excellent in his one and only season here with the Memphis Tigers, and he has put his team in a great position to potentially make the postseason later this year. And when we look at the other teams in the running, I mean, it's 4 really in general. I mean, it's just 4 teams. I guess 5, you count USF still. But really, to me, it's because I think, okay, I'll just break this down right now. CUSA is not going to get a team, obviously, right? We like Jack State a lot. We like the Gamecocks quite a bit, but they're not going to the playoffs. Same with Southern Miss. Love them too, but those teams are not getting in. They've lost too many games. It's right now the only ranked Group of 5 team, which is the Memphis Tigers. It's JMU, who's playing really good football right now, out of the Sun Belt, so we'll see about them. Did I just say Southern Miss from the Sun Belt? I apologize. I think I just said Jack State. No, sorry. I just said Southern Miss from the CUSA. They're the Sun Belt. They've lost too many games, though, to get in. I think it has to be James Madison out of the Sun Belt. Regardless, though, it's Memphis, JMU, the AAC teams. North Texas could get in. South Florida could still get in. Navy, technically, if they beat Notre Dame, could get in, but none of us believe that. And it's San Diego State. I actually believe SDSU is probably the biggest threat to get in beyond the American Conference. SDSU can potentially go 11-1 with their only loss being on the road at Pullman, and then a victory in the Mountain West title game against probably still Boise, but after Boise's performance against Fresno, is anybody sold on the Boise State Broncos? And if it happens to be Fresno in the Mountain West Championship game, well, we just saw San Diego State blow out Fresno. And again, more on the Bulldogs later. Actually, the Bulldogs don't play this week. I guess maybe benching E.J. Warner worked. No, I still don't think they played that great offensively. Their defense is really locked in on the Smurf turf. Anyways, I'm taking the Memphis Tigers to beat Tulane. Again, we'll continue to monitor this Group of 5 situation because I find it fascinating that a Group of 5 team has to get in the playoffs, and it's different than last season when there was a clear-cut #1 G5 team. Regardless if that was UNLV or Boise State, the winner, whoever won the Mountain West title game, was probably going to get a bye in the playoffs. Now it's like, all right, the Group of 5 team is going to be the last team in and probably have a date in either Athens or Tuscaloosa or Eugene. Oh, it's just different now. So I find it fascinating that we might get a playoff game in Georgia between Memphis and the Bulldogs, where I actually think Memphis could probably hang around a little bit. Now Georgia would probably win. But regardless of that, I'm taking Memphis Tigers spread this week. They should be able to cover against Tulane at home. Okay, on to the Saturday games, and kicking things off with the Hoosiers. Tickets are as low as $30. I remember when this game was still TBA, we didn't know what time it was going to be. Maybe it'll be a whiteout because this was, preseason is supposed to be a huge game. $30 for IU Penn State? Are we dead ass? I mean, I can't get to University Park this weekend, but man, that's insane stuff. How have the mighty have fallen, man? Penn State is a 14-point underdog on their own home field against the Indiana Hoosiers. I never thought I'd see the day. I can talk all I want about Indiana. It's actually crazy to me. This is what it is now. Indiana, and it hits me every week still, but I'm watching them play Maryland, and I'm just like, Mendoza throws a pick on the first play or first drive. It's almost a pick six. I'm like, oh, whatever. They'll be fine. Which is something it's Indiana. I'm not supposed to approach Indiana games and say, oh, they're on the road at Maryland. Not like Maryland's always been a juggernaut, but they're at Maryland. Okay, they throw a pick on the first drive. Well, they'll still probably win by 60 points, and they pretty much did that. It's just a weird feeling going in every week and saying, oh, okay, Indiana, oh, who do they have this week? Indiana's in a position where there are very limited big games anymore for this team, which is just absurd to me. And that's kind of how it is for the rest of the season. Guys, you want to know who they play after Penn State? Wisconsin and Purdue, the 2 worst teams in the Big Ten. Michigan State. No, Michigan State's not that bad. They've just gotten so unlucky. And hey, cover Kings though. Michigan State, every game they cover. I told you, we picked them again last week. They may not win, they will cover. So you know what? For that, I say keep Jonathan Smith. Don't fire him. He finds ways to cover every single week. Okay? Do not fire that man. He He makes sure to cover the spread. Anyways, though, Indiana's really a 14-point favorite at Happy Valley. It's absurd. It's absurd. And the thing is, I think they're going to win by 25 points. I think they're going to win by 28 points. Penn State's 0-5 in the Big Ten. Oregon, UCLA, Northwestern, Iowa, Ohio State. Were they very competitive in the first half against the Buckeyes last week? Yes. Was I kind of laughing? Yes. Game was at the shoe, and Penn State on Saturday, goes into halftime down by 3 points. Katron Allen had a big half. Grunkmeyer is just so mid, man. Obviously, backup quarterback, not supposed to be in the spot. Here, I'll just break down the game now. Again, I laughed about Penn State, Ohio State in the first half. Obviously, Ohio State cleaned it up in the second. Here's the thing about Penn State, guys, and this game specifically against Indiana. They will not be able to move the football. And that was made very clear in Indiana's last game against Maryland and Malik Washington. Maryland gets a big play, or big pick to start the game. You're thinking pick six. No, okay, he gets put down at the 6-yard line-ish, or 10-yard line. And Maryland, who obviously has had many red zone struggles all year long, gets the ball immediately within the 10-yard line or the 15-yard line, and Indiana instantly gets a hold. Immediately stops them and holds them to 3 points, and that's just what's set for the rest of the game. You're not moving the ball on us. Indiana ends up winning 55-10, because that's just what they do every single week. So why would this game against Penn State be any different? Maryland's better than Penn State, by far better than them, and Indiana went there and won by 45 points. Penn State on a backup quarterback. Yeah, their run game is good, but I'm telling you, Indiana, here, I'll say this now, I think Indiana's got the best defense in the country. I think so. I love the offense. I love Fernando. I don't even know if Fernando's still the Heisman favorite because he did throw a pick early in that game, and I'm sure everyone's seen that. I know, again, Mendoza had a good game later, and Alberto had a big run as well. Julian Sands the favorite to win the Heisman now. Are we dead ass? Oh, my goodness. They're going to give it to Julian Sands over Fernando Mendoza. That's bad, man. Oh, this is going to come down to the Big Ten title game, isn't it? Damn, that's good. Oh, it's going to be like Michael Penix versus Bo Nix all over again. And hopefully Jaden Daniels steal the Heisman. Or who would that be this time around? That'd be Ty Simpson steals the Heisman if neither guy plays well. Anyways, though, I love Mendoza. I love the offense. That defense is the best in college football. I will take that defense against any other defense in the country right now. I will. The most points the Indiana defense has given up all year long is 20, and that's Oregon on the road at Autzen Stadium. 10 points against Maryland, 6 points against UCLA, 13 Michigan State, 15 Iowa, 10 Illinois. You don't score on this defense. They've got multiple first-round picks in the defense. Obviously, D'Angelo Pons is number one, but there are so many great players defensively for the Indiana Hoosiers. You don't move the ball on this team. You can't run. You can't throw the ball. Obviously, we know Penn State's not going to throw the ball. You can't run the ball on this team either. Indiana will blow out Penn State, trust me, okay? Offensively, they are going to be on Penn State the entire game, and it's not like you're going into this rowdy environment in Pennsylvania. No, you're not anymore. Penn State's lost 5 games in a row. Nobody cares anymore. Season's over. Guys, that fan base, they disintegrated after the Northwestern loss. They watched their team, who was supposed to blow out Northwestern, and I get it, Drew Aller got hurt that game, but they watched their team lose at home to the Northwestern Wildcats. And now, after losing to the number one team in the country, it's hard to get up in the morning thinking, oh, yay, we got to play the number 2 team in the country, who arguably is better than the number 1 team. No, I know they're better than the number 1 team. Give me Fernando Mendoza and the Hoosiers. Again, Mendoza's getting a lot of shine, and he should win the Heisman. It's still a run-first offense with Roman Hemby and company. K-Law and Black. I love this team. And they are winning the national championship game, and they are blowing out the Nittany Lions. And then, we get a 3-week bye week going into the Big Ten title game. I can't wait. Wisconsin, or 2-week bye week, regardless. Wisconsin, Purdue, bring on the Buckeyes. But hey, Ohio State's got to uphold their side of the bargain. Just saying. Let's go on now to our next game, and we go to Starkville, Mississippi. As we've got the Mississippi State Bulldogs hosting the Georgia Bulldogs. I'm going to take Mississippi State plus 7.5. I'm going to. Georgia's winning football games. They're playing competitive football games. Last week in Athens, not Athens, sorry. It was in Jacksonville, neutral site. They only beat Florida by 4 points. Florida's really in that football game, and sure, could Gunnar Stockton have won that game by 11 points if he just got into the end zone and didn't slide on the last play? Yes, but Georgia, they were smart about it, didn't want to get anybody injured, didn't want to, any miracle to happen. So Georgia wins the game by 4 points, and they take knees from the 1-yard line to win the game. Maybe the Miami Hurricanes could have learned about that when they were playing Stanford. Now, I know different circumstance. Miami was winning by 60 points or 30 points by then, but regardless of that, Georgia with a good victory at Everbank Stadium against the Florida Gators. Florida's still a 3-5 team, though. And I know they're playing a lot better than a 3-5 team actually does. I completely understand, but you get Georgia here on the road at Starkville to take on Mississippi State, and a Mississippi State team that has momentum now. They beat Arkansas, and Mississippi State went 4-0 non-con. I get it, they didn't really play a tough non-con game other than the Sun Devils of Arizona State. But they're a 5-4 team. They are 1-4 in the SEC with losses to, hear them out, Tennessee, A&M, Florida, Texas. They then went to Fayetteville and beat Arkansas by 3 points, 38-35. Good victory for that team, man. I mean, we know what it's just a typical Arkansas game. Score a lot of points, but can't get a stop. So Blake Shapen goes out and I guess out-duels Talon Green. Not like Talon Green played a bad football game at all. It was actually more of a Mike Washington day, though, for the Razorbacks in terms of running the football. But someone had to win the SEC last weekend, and obviously that was Shapen, Bothwell, Kamario Taylor, and the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Anthony Evans had a big day as well with 2 touchdowns. Regardless of that, though, I think the Bulldogs are actually putting together a little bit of momentum. I like them to cover here at home. I'm not wowed by Georgia. I don't know. It's still that Bama game to me. Like, yeah, they put up points against Ole Miss, and they scored 43 on them, and they won. On the road, I don't love them in this spot. Now, don't get me wrong. Is Georgia going to win out, and are they going to make the playoffs easily, right? I think we can expect the ACC title game to still be Alabama versus A&M, as we're looking ahead to a lot of stuff now. I know they still, Bama still's an Oklahoma date, but I mean, I know Oklahoma went to Tennessee and won, but I don't think they were able to go to Alabama and win. So we're probably looking at an SEC title game of A&M and Alabama, which means Georgia obviously will get excluded from that date because, well, hell, they lost to the Crimson Tide. But I think we're probably only going to get 4 SEC playoff teams this year after Vandy's loss. Big shocker. And I know, again, the committee's going to try to put in the Longhorns, but they're not deserving of being in right now. So you're looking at the field in the SEC being, well, A&M, Bama, Georgia, Ole Miss. Okay, I mean, Georgia's going to keep winning. Look at their schedule. They got Texas next week, and that's the game that should send Texas out of the playoffs, in my opinion. I mean, I know it's going to be a game between, 5 and 11, but how are you going to put a 3-loss Longhorns team in? And a potentially 4-loss Longhorns team, I think they're going to lose to A&M as well. And that's the best thing for the sport. You only have 4 teams in the SEC getting in rather than 5 and almost half of the field. Anyways, Georgia should keep winning. They're going to beat Mississippi State. They're going to beat Texas. They'll definitely beat Charlotte, and they will beat Georgia Tech. We just saw what Georgia Tech did last week. We were waiting for that Georgia Tech fraud check. I didn't think it was going to be last week. I thought they were going to keep surviving, but somehow the fraud check happened in Raleigh, North Carolina. So, I'll be damned. I'm taking Georgia to beat Mississippi State, but I do believe the Bulldogs cover here just because I'm not that wowed by the Bulldogs at all. I think they're better than Texas. I think they're better than Georgia Tech. When they get in the playoffs, they lose to an Alabama again. They lose to a Texas A&M. I think in a neutral site, they lose to Ole Miss. They lose to the Big Ten's best, in my opinion, as well, in Ohio State and Indiana. I think Mississippi State covers. They're at home, biggest game of the season for the Bulldogs. We've seen them in home games so far this season play competitive games. Again, the Arizona State game is a big example of that as well. I think they can cover. Who wins? Obviously Georgia, but being given 7.5 points, I'm going to have to go with Mississippi State in the Bulldogs versus Bulldogs game, again from Starkville, Mississippi. On to our next one, the biggest game of the week, by far. I get excited for Indiana, Penn State. I, again, put that in the header at the beginning of the video. This is it. Brigham Young on the road in Lubbock, Texas, against the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Game day actually goes to a Big 12 school. Here we go. Brigham Young, 8th in the country, 8-0, led by a true freshman quarterback in Bear Bachmeier, who, don't forget, was supposed to go to Stanford this season, but led by true freshman Bear Bachmeier, taking on the number 9 ranked 8-1 Texas Tech Red Raiders. It's a huge game for the Big 12 and likely the first of 2 matchups between BYU and Texas Tech, as we can kind of look ahead here and say, yeah, they're probably going to meet each other again in the Big 12 title game, especially because BYU should beat Cincinnati, but they do go on the road for that game. So maybe that's still the Bearcats, even though the Bearcats lost to Utah last week. Only if Utah didn't lose to BYU. Oh my goodness. Utah's so good, and they're not getting in the playoffs. They're ranked what? 18th, 17th? They're just not. They have no pathway of getting in. They don't play good enough teams to get in. They play Baylor, K-State, and Kansas. They will finish like 13th and out of the playoffs. It's unbelievable. Anyways, probably the first of 2 matchups between BYU and Texas Tech. Again, that'll be dependent a little bit on Brigham Young going to Cincinnati and seeing what happens. I, for one, find these odds ridiculous. Now, I don't think things are entirely right, I'll be honest with you, as of very early Monday morning. I'm talking like 1 o'clock Monday morning when I'm recording this video. Brigham Young's a plus 280 dog to win. Now, the spread I'm seeing everywhere, not just on FanDuel, not just on certain books, no, I'm seeing everyone at plus 10.5 for Brigham Young. I'm seeing very though on the money line, but I haven't seen, okay, I'll say this, I haven't seen many money lines, but the ones I am seeing right now, again, I think this will change, but I'm seeing Brigham Young at plus 260, which doesn't make sense because, you know, a 10.5 point spread should usually have you at like plus 300, I would think. Anyway, this is more of a line if it's like 7.5, right? Like we can compare. LSU Bama's got the same spread this week. It's 10.5. LSU's a plus 310 dog in Tuscaloosa, and Bama's a minus 400 favorite. Yet in this game, BYU's a plus 260 dog. I assume that'll get changed eventually. Anyways, though, they beat Texas Tech. I'm done questioning it. I said this a couple weeks ago. I said, you know what? I'm not gonna, I'm gonna stop saying, oh, how are they doing this? I don't understand. Bear Bachmeier. No, I'm fully appreciating what Brigham Young's doing. I'm done hating. At the beginning of the year, I was like, I don't like this team without Retzlaff, and they lost their leader who was going to lead them to the playoffs this season. No, they've been fine. Nothing against Retzlaff. Somehow the true freshman Bear Bachmeier has been great. And I'm done questioning his ability to throw in the football. Those questions were answered at Iowa State in Ames. This team's won a big game before. They've had a complete week off to focus in on this Texas Tech team. Tech just played last week at K-State in a game where they win it by 23 points. You look at the final score, great. They had trouble early, man. They had trouble early with that K-State team. They put him away, obviously, and they bury him. That game goes into half 12-7. And it's not for a 55-yard field goal. That game's going into half 9-7. I mean, that was a tough game they played on the road. And I know, right, this game around Texas Tech is going to get Brigham Young in Lubbock rather than in Provo, because that's a big factor, too. I mean, if this game was in Provo in the cold, Tech's not used to that. That's a real home field advantage that the Cougs have. They don't have it here. However, I still think they win. I think they do. Weather's not going to be a factor, but Bear Bachmeier does one thing and one thing only, and that's win football games. It's hard to bring him down. It's hard to get stops against this BYU offense because you have a quarterback that always has the ability of taking off and making plays with his legs. LJ Martin, at the same time, is a very elite running back in college football, one of the better running backs in college football. You've got a good receiving core with players such as Chase Roberts, Parker Kingston. They've got a very good tight end in Carson Ryan. There are players on this team, and I get it. Tech's coming off of a very big victory against K-State. Again, come from behind victory. Not come from behind victory, well, technically, yes, but a big road win. Brenton Morton back for the first time in weeks. Obviously, the Hammond injury. Morton hadn't played since the Kansas game. Comes back and gets one. BYU defense is good. They locked in what they needed to against Iowa State. O-line's great. They give Bachmeier all this time. And in every game so far this season where I've questioned BYU and said, I can't take them, we finally turned a tide, man. We've turned a coin. Flipped a coin. Nope, turned a page. There we go. English. I'm taking Brigham Young to beat Texas Tech. I think the run game's going to give them problems. And until I see BYU lose, you know what? I don't believe this team's capable of losing. All these games, they're in trouble. They're down big to Colorado, to Arizona. They find ways to get it done on the road. They're going to get it done in Lubbock. They're going to spoil College game day. They're going to ruin it. Bachmeier and the BYU Cougars do it on the road. I like the O-line a lot. They give him time. Bachmeier makes plays on his own. Taking Brigham Young here. Yep. Give me the Cougs on the road to win outright. Best bet, we'll have that later. But yeah, right now, BYU outright plus 10.5. Nah. Plus 260. I'll probably be like plus 320. Brigham Young Cougars on the road at Texas Tech. I think they're a lot better than people are giving them respect to being. They're undefeated. And if they win, here's the thing. If Brigham Young wins, there's no guarantee we get this again in the Big 12 title game. Because then that might be Cincy. But then who gets in? Because then everyone's 4-2. If BYU just keeps winning. I don't know. But that might be Cincinnati now. Which, it would have done them a lot better if they could have just beaten Utah. But whatever. The game was not really that close in Salt Lake. I'm taking Brigham Young here. On the road, plus 260 for now. Next up, we move on to the Atlantic Coast Conference as we've got the Boston College Eagles at home against the Southern Methodist Mustangs. How about SMU? Right? Great victory. Come from behind victory against Miami. We had plus 10.5, and I was feeling very good about it. I wasn't really thinking at the same time, oh, wait, like SMU can actually win this game, and they did. It's a game at one point is, Miami's up early. You're thinking, oh, maybe this gets out of hand. Southern Methodist, though, gets a big interception of Carson Beck, eventually goes on to win the football game. Kevin Jennings, 365 yards passing. They win it 26-20. Miami, just for the most part, ahead in that football game. SMU had to, go on a big drive at the end of the game to kick a field goal and tie it, just to force a stop in overtime, and then obviously go out and score a touchdown. Not reviving SMU's playoff chances, because unfortunately those couldn't be revived regardless. Even though, okay, if there's a bunch of teams who have one loss in the ACC, it might be them. Now I think about it. Virginia's 5-0, then Tech's 5-1, Pitt's 5-1, Louisville's 4-1, SMU's 4-1, and Duke's 4-1. So technically, they're in a big tie for second place. But I believe right now that would still go to Georgia Tech. But Georgia Tech's going to lose some games, I think. I think that team's going to unravel now. I'm serious. I don't know how I feel about them playing Pitt. It might be Pitt. Holy crap, actually, it might be Pittsburgh. Or it's going to be Louisville. UVA's really going to the playoffs, aren't they? Sorry, I'm just that's a crazy realization. I've always talked about UVA, oh, the Cavs are good this year, Matt. They're getting in the playoffs. Because they beat Cal, it's they're not losing to Wake. Oh, sorry, we'll get to that later. Spoiler, I don't think they're losing to Wake. Duke, maybe. V-Tech, but even if they lose to Duke, they're still in the ACC title game. We might get a 2 or 3 loss winner of the ACC. Holy crap. ACC might be a 1-bid league. That's what happened. Okay, so the playoff picture, not to get too in-depth with this right now, but the playoff picture got heavily affected last week. Miami's loss now does not guarantee the ACC gets multiple bids. Because that was the way I always thought of it. And obviously we thought Vandy was going to lose through and through, but eventually slip up. But with Miami losing, it's all right, now there's an open playoff spot now. And now a team like Oklahoma might get in now at the SEC. And yeah, maybe it might be a 5-bid conference, but they still got Alabama. So who's going to be that next team that slides in? That actually, now that I think about it, that might be Utah's spot. I think that Utah might get in. We might get a 3-bid Big 12. That'd be kind of nuts. I'm actually thinking about that now. That might happen too. We'll see. A lot to play for. Regardless, SMU, Boston College. I'm taking SMU to beat up on Boston College. Great victory for Southern Methodist. If they didn't overlook Wake, we'd be talking playoffs for them right now. And very confidently be talking playoffs too. Because they have a game against Louisville coming up. They would get UVA probably in the championship game, where I don't know, I believe in UVA. Would I take them to beat SMU right now? Don't think so. SMU defense is playing well. They're forcing turnovers. For the first time, they haven't been forcing turnovers, but they did against Carson Beck. And the offense, that's what happens when Kevin Jennings gets going. I've been saying about Kevin Jennings. As for BC, it doesn't get much worse than this. No, it could have been worse against Notre Dame. They were competitive. That's why I thought they always should have started Grayson James. I know he didn't play that well, but he played all right. Actually did not play that well. I don't know. Lewis Bond got the ball a lot, which is a good thing. They couldn't run it all with Turbo Richard, but they were competitive against Notre Dame. Lost by 15 points, sure, but that game goes in at halftime 12-7 after a big Grayson James touchdown. They were at 12-10 one point, was Boston College. They were down 12-10 after they put together a 21-play, 74-yard drive that took up 11 minutes, and they decided to kick a field goal because they got stuck on a 4th and 7, so they had to kick it. They didn't score again. But that's an encouraging sign out of BC that you played Notre Dame so tough. SMU is going to blow you out. That's the thing. And Notre Dame's good. Don't get me wrong. Playoff team through and through. SMU's just on a different vibe right now. You're coming off a Miami victory. You see a Boston College team. Again, the Notre Dame loss for Boston College, that's not a conference game. Notre Dame's playing a non-con game. They're just trying to find ways to win and get in the playoffs because they know what their future holds at this point. This is a conference game for SMU. They are, they've been a pretty good conference team all year long, other than the Wake loss. Going to BC shouldn't really be too much of a problem. I think SMU dominates here, guys. I'm going Southern Methodist on the road, minus 11.5. Boston College to me is still not good, and I am not budging otherwise on that. Speaking of not good, it sucks, man. It really sucks what has happened to Colorado football. I thought last week was a little bit of a fluke, I'll be honest with you. 2 weeks ago. I thought, you know what? They got blown out by Utah. DeBert Ficklin, backup quarterback, obviously, for the Utes. And I was like, that really sucks. But you know what? It is what it is, right? That's what Utah can do to you. They've got a great defense. If you can't score against that team, obviously their offense is going to score too, even with the backup quarterback, and a very good backup quarterback at that. And then last week happens. Colorado plays Arizona, and Arizona beats them 52-17 in Boulder. Yeah, that can't happen. Dion, big headline, Dion blocks player interviews after blowout loss. They're now going to start Juju Lewis. That's official. Juju Lewis is going to start against West Virginia on the road in Morgantown. I believe he's at a point, though, where he'll play. I thought, again, they're going to wait a little bit because now he can't redshirt this year. Which, obviously, I don't think Julian Lewis is thinking about eligibility because I believe he believes, and he probably will be right on this assessment, that his future stands in the National Football League. But Julian Lewis gets start number 1 as a true freshman on the road in Morgantown, West Virginia. And on paper going into this game, you're thinking, like last week, okay, not horrible. It's a WVU team you might be able to beat. I don't think anymore. West Virginia just beat Houston on the road. How? I don't know. I think Lewis is going to be, I think he might be better than Staub and Salter. Obviously, both of those guys played a little bit. It was mostly Salter before Juju came in. And Juju did all right, threw for a touchdown and whatnot. But ultimately, the Buffs lose that game 52-17. You go on the road against West Virginia, a team that right now, surprisingly, is going to force you to score. Scoring 45 points against Houston. Scotty Fox can get it done. They sit down Khalil Wilkins, who's a freshman. I mean, Fox is a freshman too, if I'm not mistaken, right? They're both freshmen, but Scotty Fox playing better than Wilkins. He's their guy, and they've now beaten Houston, played a competitive game the week before against Texas Christian, and here comes Colorado. Yeah. I just don't know what to say about the Buffs, man. They look horrible. First off, the defense is really bad. It is. The defense is atrocious, and it doesn't help when your offense can't really score either. But here's the thing, right? Arizona on the road scored 52 points. Yeah, it's tough. You're going on the road, and I get it. West Virginia's offense is not the greatest on paper. Well, they just put up 45 points against Houston. And now you got to go cross-country to WVU, play this team who just scored 45. They're probably going to put up 30-plus this week. And can the offense really keep up? I don't think so. There are so many problems at Colorado right now, the biggest of which I believe is the defense. Same time, their offense is a mess too. And yes, will Juju help? I believe so. But at the same time, too, you're still starting a true freshman who you obviously had no intentions on starting the season because you wanted to get through with Salter. It's the reason you brought in Salter from Liberty. And now here you are playing Juju. You're not going to be able to redshirt him. And I guess you're trying to win 3 straight games and get into a bowl game. I think that might be an added bonus. Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to take West Virginia minus 6.5. Guys, I rarely pick against Prime. I really like Prime. I like Colorado. Big Shador fan. It pains me to do this, but yeah, I think West Virginia blows them out. I thought their season was kind of over when Marshall went down. Don't get me wrong, is WVU going bowling? No, they got to go to Lubbock later in the year, or they get a home game, but still they're playing Texas Tech. But I think they beat Colorado here. I think they blow out Colorado. Sucks to say, but that's probably what's going to happen. Let's go now to a championship, or a playoff contender, excuse me. We move to Huntington, West Virginia, staying in the state of West Virginia here. For Marshall and James Madison, gets a spot on ESPN2, early morning spot at 9 a.m. 2 explosive offenses. And I believe 12.5 points is too many, so I'm taking the Marshall Thundering Herd. I know Marshall's coming off of a bad loss on the teal field against the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, as the Chants, beat them pretty bad in Conway, South Carolina, 44-27 off the backs of a huge third quarter for the Chants, scoring 20 points. They went into that third quarter down. They were down actually 10 points at one point in time in that third quarter, but ultimately 20 straight points puts them ahead, and they ultimately win the game 44-27. Regardless, though, Marshall can still score. Defensively, are they good? Nope. I'll tell you that right now. They're not a good defensive football team. Offensively, though, they can put up points. And I will keep saying this, the quarterback switch to Carlos Del Rio Wilson was tremendous. He is your best rusher, and he's your best passer, obviously, because he's your quarterback. Del Rio Wilson, since being named the starter, since being shifted the starter from Zion Turner, has gone 4-2, suffering his second loss, obviously, to the Chants. And did Del Rio Wilson play well? Not really. He played his worst game as a starter by far. And that's okay. They get a home game now, readjust. Maybe you're overlooking Coastal just a little bit. Thursday night spot. Now you get again the best team in the conference. And here's the thing that James Madison unfortunately has to go through now. Wouldn't this be scenes, by the way, if JMU played Indiana in the playoffs? That'd not be crazy? Anyway, they won't. JMU's not going to win a game in the playoffs, unfortunately. But James Madison, who actually has a pathway of getting in, they just need people to lose. It's unfortunately for James Madison, their pathway is not win and get in like it can be for San Diego State, I believe, and it is for the American teams. James Madison needs help because their resume is not better than, in my opinion, San Diego State's with one loss. It's not better than Memphis's with one loss. Obviously, Navy's not going to have one loss, but if they did, obviously, no one would have a better resume than Navy with one loss. But they're not going to win this week. Regardless of all this, though, JMU's 5-0 in the Sun Belt. They're 5-0 in the Sun Belt, 7-1 this season as a whole. Only loss is to the Louisville Cardinals, losing that game by 14 points over in Kentucky. Big win streak right now. They just beat Texas State 52-20. They beat Old Dominion the week before 63-27, a game that went in halftime, 28-27 or 21-27. Regardless, JMU scores points, and they had some rough outings against Georgia State and the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana, but they're just putting points on teams right now. And Alonzo Barnett's been an excellent quarterback this year. He's been a phenomenal quarterback. Carl Storio Wilson's playing really good football too, and that's going to be a very entertaining battle we're going to see with two, high-scoring offenses and two fun quarterbacks. Ultimately, though, James Madison's going to win, but I think 12.5 points is too many because the game's at Marshall. It's at Huntington, West Virginia. Marshall's been playing decent football at home this year. Yeah, they went to Coastal and lost, but it is what it is. You go to Myrtle Beach, you play tough games, right? I think Marshall can cover. I think James Madison wins, but this is going to be the type of game, and we've seen this before with the JMU defense, and this is where they're ultimately going to struggle, and if they get in the playoffs, they are going to have a lot of trouble. It's going to be getting stops. I know Alonzo Barnett can score. I know that offense can score. They've got a lot of weapons. Wayne Knight, Landon Ellis, they've got players. Defensively, though, they don't really tackle that well. They don't play coverage all that well. I mean, I watched Old Dominion and Colton Joseph shred them in a first half, and I get it. The Joseph-led ODU offense, evaporated essentially in the second half, but it's not a good defensive unit. And I'm telling you now, a team like Marshall this week is going to exploit that. You're going to see how mid the James Madison defense is right now. With a team like Marshall at home, they're going to give them trouble. I would have loved this to be a night game for Marshall, but at the same time, I want Marshall to cover. I want JMU to win, though, because I want the Sun Belt to get some actual respect and get a look for the playoffs. To get in, we'll see, but I want some Fun Belt respect. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to take JMU to win, but Marshall to cover 12.5. I like that offense with Del Rio Wilson and company. They should be fine there. Next up, we go on and stay actually in the Fun Belt, Sun Belt. So I did say earlier, I don't think Southern Miss can get in the playoffs. You have 2 losses, and right there, I mean, we are looking at, potential USF team getting in with 2 losses, but they beat Florida and Boise State, right? I don't think Southern Miss can get in. Even though they will have a very good chance to pick up 2 huge victories at the end of the year against the Troy Trojans and against the James Madison Dukes. Now, the committee and the, casual fans not going to, really treat those victories like they're that big. And Troy, unfortunately, last week lost at home against Arkansas State. Really? That just absolutely destroys my Tucker Kilcrease hype train that I've been pumping up for the last month and a half. But it's okay. It's fine. Troy's not the team, I guess, that we thought they were going to be. I guess maybe Arkansas State's the team in the Sun Belt West that's going to give Southern Miss some problems. Anyways, though, Southern Miss is a really good football team. And if they did not lose to La Tech early in the season, you could make that case that they should be in that same tier of teams where we're looking at, all right, they could get in. The thing with Southern Miss is, though, they've had 2 losses, and they don't have a big win. Their big win this season is yet to come. No, it's Jacksonville State. That's a really good victory for them. But they lost at La Tech, and it's just you can't have that. Braylon Braxton's playing really good football. Braxton threw 4 touchdowns in their win over UL Monroe. Now, is UL Monroe absolutely awful? That is the exact truth. They're really bad, but a great victory for Southern Miss going out there and, taking care of business. And that's what good teams do. You go out and beat the teams that you are easily supposed to handle. Now, all of a sudden, you get an Arkansas State team that's coming off a win against Troy. Surprising, right? Like I mentioned earlier, didn't think that was going to happen, especially after how Arkansas State played against South Alabama. Sure, they won, but they went to Alabama and barely won. They won the game by 1 point in a game where Raynard didn't look very good. How even Arkansas State players came at me and said, I was kind of crapping on Raynard. I wasn't really crapping on Raynard at all, but, I was told by lineman from Arkansas State, hey, don't talk about my quarterback like that. I was like, all right, it's fine. True story. Go check out Greedo Plays Clips on TikTok and just check the comment section. It's fine. It's all fun and games. But anyways, I wasn't impressed by Arkansas State's win against South Alabama. I was happy they did it, but I wasn't impressed by it. They beat Georgia Southern the week after. They beat Troy, which now, again, now I can take you seriously. I was so high on the Troy Trojans. I was. I mean, I've been talking about it. I've been hyping it up. It still can be exactly what I'm going to say it is, but that was the Sun Belt West Championship game, Week 14. I think it's at Southern Miss, I believe, right? Yeah, at Southern Miss. Troy Southern Miss winner goes on to take on JMU. And it still probably will be that if Southern Miss beats Arkansas State here, but it's not a walk in the park. Not at all. It's a road game for Southern Miss. And they're a very experienced bunch. Obviously, they have a lot of these guys have a lot of history together, and they have a lot of experience, obviously, playing in the Sun Belt before, playing and winning in the Sun Belt before, as members of the Marshall Thundering Herd, because, again, that's just how college football works now. But it is a tough game. The way Arkansas State's playing, their defense is shutting teams down. Again, Tucker Kilcrease is a very capable quarterback. That Troy offense is good, and Arkansas State went out there and held them to 10 points. That's absolutely big time. Jalen Raynor is playing better football right now. Threw for 250 yards in their victory at Troy. Again, that's such a huge win, going on the road and getting it done. And now you get the other best team in your division in the Sun Belt, and you get that game at home. Ultimately, I think the Southern Miss Golden Eagles win. I love what Braylon Braxton does. He's a quarterback that takes care of the football. I always say it, he could have been playing in the Power 4 level right now. Easily. He could be, finding a spot, or he could have, been a starter all year long. He decided to follow his coach, follow his teammates, and keep that bond together and, win football games with his guys at the Group of 5 level, and I respect it. And that's ultimately what I believe is going to give Southern Miss the victory here. It's the experience in big-time games like this on the road, winning on the road before, and they should go out to Jonesboro and beat the Arkansas State Red Wolves, setting up for, again, that JMU matchup later in the conference championship game, which should be big. Southern Miss would probably have to go to JMU for that game, but it's fine. I think Southern Miss gets it done. We'll see. Again, I think it's a tough game for them, but one that they should win. They should be able to break through in this Arkansas State defense, which has been much better over the last couple weeks. Next up, we go on to, I believe, the final game in the 9 o'clock hour. I believe it is. It could be wrong. It is. Army at home at West Point against the Temple Owls. Disappointed in Temple last week. I was disappointed in a couple Owls, Temple and Rice last week. Temple goes on the road, they get a home game against ECU at the Link, and they get absolutely decimated. Maybe I wasn't treating East Carolina with enough respect. I've always known how good Caden Hauser is, how I watched Caden Hauser play in person before, back when he was at Michigan State. I know how capable he is as a quarterback, and I get it. Temple's offense at times really concerns you, and concerns me too, because Evan Simon, Giovanni McCoy, ECU went out there and just completely put belt to ass. It was not a competitive football game. 45-14 victory for the Pirates as they walk into Philadelphia and absolutely handle the Temple Owls. Great. Now they are, now Temple's on the road at Army. Again, what did Temple do in that football game? Literally nothing. They couldn't get going offensively. They couldn't really throw the ball downfield. All their completions were check down, short of the sticks. Couldn't really run the ball that well. Tried to run it quite a bit, but did not have the most success doing it. And now you're going to take on Army, a team that I did not think was going to win last week. They had that weird early morning spot in Colorado Springs against Air Force. Cold environment, chilly environment, windy environment. Army wins a typical military-style game, drag-em-out game. Liam Zarka threw a couple interceptions, and Army won the game 20-17. Competitive game, sure. Army scored multiple times in that fourth quarter to eventually win the game with a winning 27-yard field goal. But ultimately, what I got from that game is Army's going to be much better than Temple. They just are. I think I underestimated the Black Knights a little bit, but I have to realize at the same time, there is still great talent on this team. Obviously, you don't have Bryson Daly anymore, and that sucks. Daly was maybe the best quarterback to ever play at the school. Cale Helms is getting it, though, and he is progressing very well as a quarterback, and not a young quarterback, he's a junior, but a guy who's going to, be your guy for the next 2 seasons. You are still getting a senior season Noah Short, who is a threat in the pass game, probably their biggest threat in the pass game, and he's been good throughout his entire career here at West Point. Army's going to wear your defense out. They're going to take their big shots when they need to. Again, they'll hit you over the top eventually, but they're going to, again, just piece together chunk by chunk, yardage-wise on the ground, and they're going to tire out your defense, and they're going to force your offense to score every single time they're on the field, and force your offense at the same time, too, to put together long possessions. Because if you can't put together long possessions against the Army, and this wasn't a factor, obviously, in Army Air Force because, well, they're two military schools. But if you're a team like, say, the Temple Owls, and your defense is on the field for 8 minutes trying to stop, this running attack out of Army that is just, wearing you and shredding you to pieces, you got to give your defense time. You got to stay on the field. But it's not like Army's defense is that bad at the same time. Like, they can shut you down. They held Tulane to 24 points. UAB, 13 points. Yeah, North Texas scored 45 on them, but, that's what the Mean Green do. They score. Drew Mestemaker, right? I gotta go with Army here, man. I gotta go Army to absolutely put it on at Temple. I think Army scores, about 30-ish, 27-ish, 28-ish points. Temple here is a 6.5 point dog. I don't think Temple scores more than 14. It's a stagnant offense that doesn't really get going, and maybe, honestly, Army scores more, because Caden Hauser put up 45 points on that team. It was tied 14-14, and then, ECU didn't look back. They won the game 45-14. So I'm going to go Army at home, minus 6.5 against the Temple Owls. Again, was not impressed by Temple's performance last week, and I probably won't be impressed either this week. Give me Army. Next up, we go to a 10 o'clock spot, a rare 10 o'clock spot for the Big Ten Network, but here we are. The Purdue Boilermakers taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes from West Lafayette, Indiana. All right, so what this game is going to be, and what this next series of Purdue football games are going to be, is who can beat Purdue by more points. Now, UW, I don't really think you're included in this, but maybe you are too. Washington, not a playoff team and not a top 2 team like the Indiana Hoosiers and the Ohio State Buckeyes, but sure, I guess UW can play along as well. What these next games are in terms of Purdue's opponents are who can beat Purdue by the most points. Now, Purdue played Michigan and almost beat Michigan, which makes me question a lot of things about Bryce Underwood because, is he struggling? Now, don't get me wrong, he's going to find a way to play a career game and maybe beat the Ohio State Buckeyes later in the season, but that was something, wasn't it? Purdue being very competitive with Michigan, I did not see coming at all. I think that's really more of Michigan just being mid than Purdue being good, but maybe I'm wrong, and here we go. Ohio State, good luck. How many points can Ohio State beat Purdue by? Purdue, who's been playing competitive games, but they've been losing all their games. It gets to a point when you play competitive game after competitive game after competitive game, eventually you just break, and now, by the way, they were losing these competitive games against good teams, but not great teams. Look at their schedule. Ohio State, Washington, but you're going to Seattle. Going to Seattle's not easy. Again, we say it all the time. Who's your one trip out west? That's Purdue's. So, Ohio State, Washington, Indiana. Ooh, 3 straight weeks. That's atrocious. Is Purdue going to get up for the Indiana game? I guess they always do, but I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. UW, Ohio State. I think all these teams blow Purdue out. Because, they've been playing close games. Eventually, you're going to get blown out. And eventually, all that, these tough, gritty games, eventually your team just gets into one and where you just don't have a chance. And the amount of talent that Ohio State's got, the amount of talent that Indiana's got, it's just way too much for the Boilermakers. It's too much for that offense with Ryan Brown, who's trying his hardest, I understand. Ryan Brown is not really playing that badly, honestly, but it's just the team's not very good. And it's also what is Purdue going to do defensively, man? What are they going to do? Julian Sayin, I hate to report, again, we said it earlier, but we'll say it again, he is now the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I think that is Fernando Mendoza's award, in my opinion. But again, good on Julian Sayin. It's easy when you have these threats. You have Jeremiah Smith, you have Carnell Tate. Now, again, would I still take Elijah Surratt and Omar Cooper over those guys? Yeah, but the national media wouldn't. So I don't care about that narrative. Oh, Mendoza's got good guys. He does. The national media doesn't pay attention to those guys. So I don't want to hear it. Mendoza's got talent. He does, but obviously Jeremiah Smith gets acknowledged a lot more. Hell, he was on the cover of the video game this year. So Julian Sayin's got talent, okay? He's got way more talent than Mendoza has, at least in the national eye. Just wait. Just wait till Indiana beats this team in the Big Ten title game. But my problem with Purdue is, you played so many tight games, and now, okay, you're getting thrown to the wolves here. Forget the UW game. Forget it. They will lose that game and they'll get blown out. That's probably going to happen too. Just Ohio State and Indiana alone. it doesn't get harder than that. It's like the same thing we're talking about with Penn State. Like they haven't won a game in the Big Ten. Same with Purdue. Purdue has not won a game in the Big Ten yet. They're 0-5. And you stare down this schedule. And they're 0-6, sorry. And you've been just this close every single week to just getting one, right? Michigan, 5 points. Rutgers, 3 points. Minnesota, 7 points. You're right there. And you just fall short every single time. They're not just going to fall short this week, folks. They're getting blown out. Ohio State's really good, don't get me wrong. Like, again, I'm a big Hoosier homer, obviously. But, no, I will admit, Ohio State's a really good team. Indiana's just better, though. So, just going to say that. Buckeyes win, though. I'm not even impressed at all about this game. Easy victory for Ohio State. Again, I'm not even thinking about Ohio State probably losing until they play Michigan. And even then, like, can Bryce Underwood really beat Ohio State? I don't think so, but we'll see. Next up, we will be skipping, obviously, the Citadel and Ole Miss for reasons. There's not even a spread on that game. And what do you want me to say about the Citadel football? Remember that one year where they went into halftime at 7-7 against Bama? That was cool, but not going to happen this week. Anyways, next up, we move on to a matchup here in Lynchburg, Virginia, between the Liberty Flames and the Missouri State Bears. Okay, I guess I'm done picking against Liberty, which might sound crazy because Liberty, for the longest time this season, and again, if you've been watching, you know, we see Liberty on the schedule, we go, oh, fade. It's not like that anymore, guys. I'm here to report we can't just automatically fade the Liberty Flames. Yeah, I know, because it was the easiest fade spot, it felt like, early in the season. Oh, it comes Jack State, L. Bowling Green, L. JMU, L. Old Dominion, L. Well, Liberty's actually locked into CUSA play. I know they lost their opening in the CUSA to Jack State this season, but they've actually locked in CUSA competition this season. They beat UTEP by a score of 19-8. How impressive. They beat New Mexico by 3 points in Logan Fife in 2025. How impressive. And the one that I actually have to give them a lot of credit for, they beat the crap out of Delaware, man. Delaware had no answers. And I've watched Delaware this season, and I get it, the game was in Lynchburg, but I've watched Delaware at home go and outscore Joe Fagano and UConn. And yet, Delaware had no answers for Liberty. They were down huge. At the end of the game, they started exchanging touchdowns, but I mean, at that point, Delaware's down 30 points. And the Blue Hens ultimately lose the football game 30-59. Nick Minciucci, there just wasn't much he could do. Enough he could do. They threw the ball a million times. You know, Delaware cannot establish a run game. And Liberty's defense, honestly, I know they gave up points late in the game. They look good. And there was no answers for Ethan Vasco. There was no answers for Evan Dickens. Dickens runs the ball 22 times for 217 yards and 4 touchdowns. Obviously, a 72-yard touchdown in there as well. It's hard to beat that team. And Dickens has really officially taken over now as the number 1 back over Von Blue. Interesting move, but hey, I guess it's paid off. It paid off. Watched again the Liberty-Delaware game. Missouri State's on a 3-game winning streak. And going into the week, or if we didn't have last week's game, I'd maybe say, oh, maybe I'll take Missouri State here. No, again, I'm done underestimating Liberty, especially at home. The problem for me with this team that held them back was Ethan Vasco. Not the problem anymore. Vasco's playing really good football. And they've officially established a run game, and they found a very good running back to, again, get behind to. For Missouri State, yeah, they've won 3 games in a row. Who have they really beaten, though? They went through their circuit of midweek games on Tuesday, Wednesday, all of them were Wednesday. Middle Tennessee win on the road. New Mexico State win in overtime on the road in Las Cruces. An FIU victory. Again, wins are wins. Good job. I think Deuce Bailey might be pretty legit, who I know is not their starting quarterback right now. It's still Jacob Clark. They've got players, don't get me wrong. It's a whole nother monster playing this Liberty team right now. A Liberty team that plays good defense, good enough defense, and a team that has shown they can literally score 60 points on you. Which, yeah, Delaware's defense is not the greatest, but I still think they beat up on Missouri State here. Again, I cannot express to you how shocked I was that Delaware didn't even put up a fight against the Liberty Flames. It's nothing, I didn't see it coming at all. So, I'm going Liberty here. The run game looked great. Vasco looked really good, which shocked me. Liberty wins, and they easily cover here against the Missouri State Bears. 7.5 points. Again, yeah, Missouri State's been playing tough games. They've been playing close games. That's fair. It's 100% true. I can't believe I'm saying this. Liberty's another monster right now, so give me the Flames at home. Next up, we move on to the MAC. Yeah, we're not done with MACtion. No, there's still some scattered throughout Saturday. From Ypsilanti, Michigan, we've got the Eastern Michigan Eagles taking on the Bowling Green Falcons. EMU is a 2.5-point favorite, and guys, we're taking the home team. Why? I'm going to take the team that can score points. It's the simplest way I can put it. Bowling Green last week had a huge opportunity to take on a Buffalo team that was on the ropes, a Buffalo team that was being very critiqued and criticized after losing at home to Akron. They were being called fraudulent, which they did deserve that tag 100%. And Bowling Green instead plays Buffalo at home and doesn't score an offensive point. Yep, they lose 28-3. They don't score a touchdown. They don't get in the end zone. Great job. Buffalo all of a sudden is now very back in it in the MAC title picture. Yes, even with 4 losses, but there's a very good chance the MAC champion has 4 or 5 or could potentially have 6 losses this season. No, probably not 6, but 4 or 5 losses is pretty much a guarantee at this point, unless it's the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio. Buffalo and Victor Snow had a big game. Regardless, it's not about Buffalo. Buffalo had a big game, though, and a big win over Bowling Green. What I'm getting to here about Bowling Green, why I'm disappointed in Bowling Green, I didn't think they were going to win, no, but if they're ever going to have a chance to win a big game and beat a team like Buffalo, it was exactly last week. You've been an underachieving team, and you've been a pretty piss-poor team since you lost your 2 NFL products, and obviously Harold Fannin and Connor Bazelak. You have struggled finding an identity with your quarterback position with Pine's injuries, and then, okay, we're going to Lucian Anderson. We're playing Baron May. Pine comes back last week, and my goodness, was he awful against Buffalo. Drew Pine goes 7 for 16, the most uneventful game you could have out of a quarterback. They don't run the ball. Bowling Green, I kid you not, runs the ball with 9 different guys in that game against Buffalo. Nobody can get going, and they lose 28-3. Taking on EMU. Guys, EMU's not good. They've still won 2 games this year. Great. Bowling Green's won 3. Eastern Michigan, led by starting quarterback Noah Kim, former Michigan State product, was there with Caden Hauser at the same exact time. Kim has not been bad this season in his senior year. It's been everything around him. Noah Kim's going to put up massive numbers every single week because they've kind of, one, abandoned their run, but B, have seen no success through their run game, so it's just been pass-heavy approaches every single week. Back-to-back big games for Noah Kim in back-to-back losses against Miami of Ohio and Ohio, but we mentioned them very earlier in the video with our Maction part of the video on Tuesday. That's fine losing to those teams. Those are good football teams that are fighting for the MAC championship this year, essentially. Noah Kim beat Northern Illinois. Their offense didn't show up in that game, but they won 16-10. Again, that's the defensive game you're going to play against NIU. They lose to Buffalo by 1 point because they go for it for 2 point. They go for the 2-point conversion in overtime. Like Eastern Michigan, their record is bad, and they lost to Long Island University earlier in the season, which is brutal. But really, what have you done recently? What have you done lately? They've played competitive football, and they could have had a win against Buffalo, lost a 7-point game to Ohio. Your quarterback Noah Kim is putting up big yards. There's really not much else you can ask for. Bowling Green, there's no excitement. There's not even anything to build upon right now. So to me, I know this is a 2-7 team, and I'm speaking with confidence here about a 2-7 team, but give me the Eastern Michigan Eagles on their gray field from Ysplanty, Michigan, to quite easily take care of Bowling Green, to the point where I'm actually considering this being a best bet. Because I just don't know how Bowling Green scores. Watching them play, I know EMU can score, and they should easily take care of Bowling Green at home. Give me the Eagles. Next up, we go on to the 11 o'clock hour. Same line, same spread, same everything. Hold the phone. The Rice Owls. I can find Rice and Owls. The Royals? Rowls? I'll stop. The Rice Owls are at home against the UAB Blazers. Rice is a 2.5-point favorite at home against the Alabama Birmingham Blazers, and I guess I'll take Rice. Hesitantly. Very hesitantly. UAB last week loses at UConn. Obviously, again, the quarterback change has been made a couple weeks ago. Jalen Kitna to Ryder Burton. Burton falls way back down to earth in that game against UConn, throws multiple interceptions, and the WVU transfer wasn't great. Obviously, he was excellent in their win over Memphis in his first career start. Partly, again, that's a, almost knocked over my camera. That is a not gamesmanship move when they had him start against Memphis, but shock factor element in that game too. You're expecting Jalen Kitna, you're preparing for Jalen Kitna, and here comes a sophomore quarterback who's a transfer from West Virginia, and we know nothing about him, and obviously UAB came out there and shocked a potential playoff team in the Memphis Tigers. So that was a huge win, right? But last week, not a very good game on the road. Didn't really show up at all. Scored 19 points, but lose to independent UConn. Now they're taking on Rice, who was very disappointing last week too. If you want to play college football math, UAB beat Memphis, and Rice last week got dominated by the Memphis Tigers. But I don't really care much about that because, hey, at the same time, you can make the same case about UConn. UAB lost to UConn week before. Rice beat UConn. So weird thing, right? These two teams have played the same two teams over the last 2 weeks, but just in opposite orders. Rice played UConn then Memphis. UAB obviously played Memphis then UConn. This one is at Rice. It's the third consecutive home game for the Rice Owls. Third of four. What is the schedule? Why do they get 4 straight home games? I guess it's UConn's non-con, and they're just scheduled for 3 straight home games in the American. Kind of crazy. They had a lot of road games to start the season, sure. Keon Jenkins starting quarterback. Some nights Jenkins looks really good, sometimes he doesn't. And that's like actually a horrible description, and I apologize. Like, oh yeah, like no crap. No, some nights Jenkins is the best player on the field. He's making moves, he's juking guys out, he's a great dual threat guy. Some nights there's nowhere for him to go. He's not really willing to take off running wise, and passing wise too. There's just nothing open for him. And not that, that's been very clear with, games where he's been held to under 50 yards passing. He's been held to under 50 yards rushing. If Rice is going to be successful, they need Jenkins to put up 150-yard games passing and over 50-yard games rushing. Because they have other, factors and other players that can get involved in the offense as well. I'm talking about a Quinton Not Rampage Jackson. I'm talking about Dalen Alexander. There's running backs in the team. Chase Jenkins, obviously a very effective runner of the football as well. He's a great ball carrier. And they're taking on UAB, another team that can score at their best, and a team that on paper you think maybe can outscore Rice, and if they get into a shootout, they're probably in a better spot. Maybe, but I like Rice's defense a little bit more than I like UAB's. No, actually a lot more than UAB's. UAB, they can score, but I watched them play a team from the SWAC in Alabama State earlier this season, where Alabama State put up 42 points over in Birmingham. They give up points every single week. And for a Rice offense that, when they're at their best, they can score and they can really put it on you, like their double overtime victory against UConn. Against a bad defense, they should shine, in my opinion. Like, this is the spot for Rice. Against a really bad defense, yeah, UAB is going to respond, but at the same time, I think, Rice's defense will eventually get that first stop and that first big stop and that first turnover first before the Blazers will. So with all that being said, I'm going to go with the Rice Owls to win this game at home and cover the spread as well in Houston -2.5. Don't get me wrong. Do I like the -2.5 way better for Eastern Michigan? I do, but I will take the Rice Owls at the same time. Give me Rice at home, -2.5 and -140 on the money line against the UAB Blazers. On to now our only game at 11:30. Another weird start time for the Big Ten. We don't usually get these 10 o'clock starts, 11:30 starts. Like, IU never plays at 10 o'clock in Bloomington. Is this the time change thing? Actually, it might be. Didn't think about that. Is it actually? Well, because, but it gets dark. No, it just gets dark earlier in the night and it gets lighter earlier in the day. Anyways, I was thinking like for warm-ups and whatnot, that's not going to play a factor. Anyway, they play at noon. I'm thinking like 9 o'clock my time. Anyways, that was bad. Rutgers and Maryland. Early start time for the Big Ten. Maryland an underdog on the road from Piscataway, New Jersey, against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. And I'll say now I'm going Maryland. Going Maryland as underdogs. Has Maryland lost 4 games in a row? You betcha. Look at the losses. 4-point loss to Washington when they're in a game in which they're up 20-3. They ultimately lose it 24-20. Way to go. A loss to Nebraska at home, 34-31. A loss at Pasadena to UCLA, 20-17. And then a loss to Indiana, but again, who doesn't lose to the Hoosiers? Maryland has only won 1 game so far in the Big Ten this year, where Malik Washington looked like one of the best players in college football, and we completely bought in. And I'm still bought in on the freshman. I think he's going to be really good. I think he's going to be very good for a very long time. But that game, man, that they played against Wisconsin, electric stuff. They went to Camp Randall and dominated. Anyways, they have lost 4 straight games since. But they get a spot here against Rutgers, which I believe is very winnable. A Rutgers team that's won 1 game out of their last 6, being the Purdue Boilermakers. Losses to Iowa, Minnesota, Washington, Oregon, and Illinois. Sure, they were competitive against Minnesota and Iowa, but as we've seen throughout the course of their season, they've gotten less and less competitive as the year has gone on. Rutgers, obviously a team led by the former Minnesota Golden Gopher, Ethan Kalamankis. Kalamankis has not played bad, and you've got obviously a very good running back room already established at Rutgers. And what I mean by this is there is a lineage and there's a legacy of good running backs already being established with the Scarlet Knights. And obviously the most recent one being a guy who just dominated last week for the Chicago Bears in Cincinnati, Ohio. Of course, I'm talking about the 7th round pick, Kyle Monangai. Monangai was a great college running back, regardless of who his quarterback was, with Kalamankis, with Gavin Wimsatt. I remember watching Monangai terrorize the Hoosiers in Bloomington once upon a time. But Monangai's a very capable running back. I'll say that. And I think he's really good. And I think Rutgers, again, has that lineage now of running back set. And okay, we had Monangai last year. We have Antoine Raymond this year. Is Raymond the level of Monangai? No, I don't think so. I don't think he's as physical as Monangai is. He's a bigger guy, but I just felt like Monangai runs a little bit harder. Anyways, though, you have that set up, right? This is a team in Rutgers that hasn't won a game in a while, or actually strung together wins in a while. He did go to Purdue and win, because Purdue sucks at football. But I think Maryland's going to finally tap into this, potential a little bit tonight. Or on Saturday. I don't think Maryland's as bad as their record indicates. They've obviously just played some really good football teams. Playing Indiana. UCLA on the road. Again, that can be a very tough game. It's a game that I fully expected the Terrapins to win, but UCLA with their offensive coordinator who they only put shine on when they win, and when they lose, it's the head coach's fault. It's okay. I think Maryland's a lot better than this record indicates. I really think so. Back-to-back losses to Washington and Nebraska suck. UCLA loss sucks. Indiana loss, not great either. You're playing really good teams. And like the broadcast mentioned, and it's just a fact, about Maryland going into the Indiana game, and it was the same case in the Indiana game right away, like I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the Hoosiers. Maryland really struggles in the red zone. Massively. They can be fine up and down the field. They'll go 70 yards, get into the red area, and they completely shut down. Same exact thing happening as the Hoosiers, and obviously that was evident in the very first drive of the game. They get a pick six off Fernando Mendoza. You're thinking, oh my goodness, this game has been flipped on its head right away. Again, I wasn't concerned because I know what to expect out of my team. But they could not punch it in from the red zone at all that game. They struggled repeatedly. Oh, they only got the red zone 3 times. But right away, you could tell, and this has just been a common theme is what I'm getting to. Against UCLA, had to settle for field goals. Washington game, had to repeatedly settle for field goals. Nebraska game, same exact thing. Here we go. I think they can beat Rutgers, though. Because here's the thing, okay, I don't think Rutgers' defense is on the level of those squads. We've seen a team give up big points. Last week, they go to Illinois, they go to Urbana-Champaign, and Illinois puts up 35 points on them. Washington scores 38 on them. They go to Minnesota. The Golden Gophers put up 31 points. Teams have been able to score in the Scarlet Knights this season, and sure, Kalamankis has been able to respond. Cleef Raymond has been able to respond at the same, not Cleef Raymond. Antoine Raymond has been able to respond too. I like Malik Washington and Maryland. I think they're still an underrated bunch. Yes, again, they don't look good right now with their losses. Trust me, they're a lot better than that record shows, and everyone loses to Indiana, so I'm not concerned about that either. I'm going to go with the Maryland Terrapins here on the road at Rutgers. I think it's a great value to snag some plus money. Maryland plus 100 over in Piscataway, New Jersey against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. On to our next one as we go to Delaware. Newark, Delaware to be certain, as we've got the Delaware Blue Hens taking on the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. Going Delaware. Yeah, I'm going Delaware. I know, again, we picked them last week and they did not come through for us. I understand that wasn't great. I think they can tonight. Or on Saturday. I keep saying tonight. On Saturday, I think they can. La Tech stylistically, actually, I don't think matches up that well with Delaware. Because, okay, here's the thing. If Delaware can just crack this defense and just figure things out against a, albeit, great defensive unit in La Tech, a team that actually, don't get me wrong, teams have been able to crack before. If you can crack this lineup, or you crack this defense and start scoring on them and putting pressure on that offense, I like Delaware's chances quite a bit. Because I've seen La Tech in games where their defense gets pushed around and their offense is forced to respond. And, well, the 2 games where we saw that, other than the Southern Miss game, but the games in the CUSA where we saw that, Kennesaw State, Western Kentucky, La Tech doesn't win, right? Kennesaw State immediately punches them in the mouth after going down 1-0 a couple weeks ago. Kennesaw, who obviously may be the best team in the CUSA. Jack State's right there too, but La Tech goes up right away in that game. Kennesaw punches them right back in the mouth, scores 35 consecutive points. In the Western Kentucky game, WKU gets out to a big lead. That entire second half's really built around how does La Tech get back into it. They kick a field goal to send the game into overtime, essentially. Get in overtime. La Tech scores first. What does WKU do? Rodney Tisdale and the guys score a touchdown, go for 2, win the football game on the road over in Ruston, Louisiana. Again, if you can just put up a lot of points in this team, you're going to be in a position to win. And I get it. Delaware last week could not get a stop to save their lives. I'm not wowed by the La Tech offense. It's getting better. It's not like last season where you watch La Tech games and, oh, we're ready for a 9-8, 9-7, 9-6 snooze fest. Because that's how watching Louisiana Tech football felt last season, in all fairness, right? The offense is better this year, going from Evan Bullock to Blake Baker, who I understand Baker was on the roster last season. Bullock, again, still on the roster too this year. Unfortunately for him, got benched. He's still young, though. He can definitely transfer out to the FCS level. There's places for him to play. Blake Baker's been really good as a starting quarterback for this team, do not get me wrong. Defense is still locked down as well. Run game is off and on, I'll say. Some nights it looks great, some nights it doesn't. But Delaware, I know what to expect. And I know, again, they got off to a slow start offensively against the Liberty Flames, and they couldn't get a stop at all. It's not like I'm too scared about the La Tech offense. Like, again, it's better, but it's not like how Liberty played. And if Delaware can put up points, how's La Tech going to keep up? Games in Delaware. Guys, same location where Delaware got into a shootout against UConn and won. Put up 44 points and won in overtime. And that's the game that always sticks out in my mind. Yeah, WKU went into Delaware and won, but we saw WKU beat La Tech. I've seen Kennesaw State beat La Tech as well, and I get it. Kennesaw is really good. WKU at their best is good too. La Tech's coming off a victory on Halloween against Sam Houston, a game that I guarantee you was not really that talked about. Hell, I didn't watch that game. I was watching college football on Halloween alongside the World Series, but I wasn't watching Sam Houston La Tech. We were watching Syracuse try to beat North Carolina, a game that set college football back 100 years. Anyways, though, I look at Delaware's offense and I'm impressed. I am. I know, again, they fell behind on Saturday against Liberty. I still think Minchiuchi's a player. It's Kyrie Duplessis, their best receiver, is solid too. The run game is shaky at times, like when Minchiuchi has to be your leading rusher. That's difficult. But I like Delaware in the spot against La Tech, especially the 4.5 points. Again, getting 4.5 here seems like a really good bet. Money line wise, would I hold off? Probably, right? After what we got last week. Plus 4.5 though for a home team against a La Tech squad that's not that high scoring. In games in which we have seen high point totals out of them, they've lost. I think that's great value, especially again, we get into a 1-score game late. You know, odds are 4.5. Odds are in a 1-score game, you're losing by 3 or 4 points, right? So puts us in a really good position here with Delaware. I'm going to take that Blue Hens plus 4.5 points at home against the La Tech Bulldogs. Next up, we stay in the CUSA. We just got a CUSA marathon going on because we get another one right after, too. Anyways, Florida International versus the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. Oh, my goodness. This is just such low-level football, man. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, I'm not excited for this game. I'm not, though. Like, it's just... Middle Tennessee, they were competitive against Jack State. And here's why I'll give them credit. They probably should have won that game. Right? I speak very highly on Jacksonville State. Middle Tennessee scores a touchdown with like 8 minutes to go. Jack State does drive them down the field. Again, Middle Tennessee just can't get off the field in that last drive. Jack State just, big play after big play, 8 yards, 9 yards, 8 yards, touchdown, essentially. They get down to the 3-yard line and win it. Now, Jack State doesn't cover, but, Middle Tennessee, a team at home, nobody in the building, on a Wednesday night, came back, or was winning that entire football game, essentially, falls behind for a little bit in the fourth quarter, comes back immediately, responds with a big 75-yard drive, albeit only 6 plays because they had a big play downfield and they had a roughing the passer involved. Anyways, Jack State comes back and wins it, and then obviously the Blue Raiders can't respond. They're 1-7, but it's probably the best game I've watched Middle Tennessee play all year long. Albeit I have not watched many Blue Raiders games from start to finish. I've watched, obviously, again, I try my absolute hardest to watch parts of every game and highlights for every football game, just because, again, that's the easiest way to do things. But it's the best game I've seen the Blue Raiders play all season long. I mean, I watched them play Austin PA early in the season and lose at home. So it's a start. And now you get ultimate low-level football as they are taking on the Florida International Panthers. Oh, these FIU Panthers who, the FIU Panthers with Keyshawn Owens, who is really capable, don't get me wrong, doesn't always have the best sense of where he's going running the football-wise, and what I mean by that is I have seen Keyshawn Owens, literally just hit the wrong hole. He'll have, just open grass one end of the field, and he'll go, bah, bah, I'm going to cut back the other way because reasons. Don't get me wrong. Like, I was very upset about Keyshawn Owens' performance against Kennesaw State a couple weeks ago. But, Kennesaw is just really good, I guess. No, they are. FIU coming off that loss to Missouri State. Again, they are led by quarterback Keon Jenkins. Jenkins, it's all right. That's all I'll say. He's not great, okay? Not a lot impresses me about FIU. Now, they're on the road where historically they've been a lot better. Such confusing game, the game that I unfortunately bought into quite a bit, was when they beat Western Kentucky. Like, I think very highly of the Hilltoppers year in and year out since really, for really decades now. They've had elite quarterback play, they've had high-scoring offenses, and they've always been cream of the crop, regardless of if they are in the Sun Belt like they used to be, the CUSA, or future being the Mid-American Conference. Well, regardless of this, I watched FIU go into WKU and win and blow out the Hilltoppers in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It was such a surprising result and such a weird result. So I was like, all right, FIU's actually legit now. No. They lose to Kennesaw State, they lose to Missouri State, and now here we are against the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. However, this is the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders team that has lost 5 consecutive games. They beat Nevada because UNR is absolutely awful, and that's still when they were starting Chuba Purdy, but UNR might be, again, we talk about horrible FBS football teams. That's exactly the Nevada Wolfpack. Middle Tennessee then lose to Marshall, lose to Kennesaw, lose to Missouri State, lose to Delaware, lose to Jack State. But all of these games, other than the Marshall game, are 1 scores. And even the Marshall game, too, guys. The Marshall Thundering Herd put up 42 points in that football team. And Middle Tennessee, in all fairness, with Viado and those guys, scored 28. They play Kennesaw, lose by 8. Missouri State lose by 2. Delaware lose by 3. Jack State lose by 3. They're playing competitive football is what I'm getting to here. FIU... they almost beat Missouri State. I'm not wowed by FIU. Games at Middle Tennessee too, and we are seeing progression at Middle Tennessee as FIU is just a roller coaster every single week. I'm taking the Blue Raiders. Next up, this game I don't understand odds-wise, and I'll say this now. I know I messed up on the graphics. Okay, I completely messed up. So -125 for Jack State. I'll give away the pick right now. Obviously they're always on the screen, but I'll just get into it right away, talking about what I think's happening. Jack State -125 should be in green. I completely messed that up. I don't know why. Again, the middle of the screen is correct. So -1.5 for the Jacksonville State Gamecocks and -125 as well in the money line for Jacksonville State, okay? Again, I completely screwed it up. I'm not taking UTEP in any sense of the imagination. So here's the thing. This might be, on paper, this feels like the biggest lock imaginable this week. And I think it is. Why are the odds even this? Why? Guys, if I were to set the odds myself, and I get it, games in, at the Sun Bowl, it's in Texas, El Paso, I get it. But if I'm setting the lines personally myself, I'm putting Jacksonville State as a, 6.5 point favorite over in El Paso. Legitimately, that's what I feel like this game should be at. Nope. They are 1.5 point favorites. So in games like this, I always think, okay, in odds like this, I think, what's up? Something's got to be going on here. Is there something I'm not knowing about? Does Vegas have a play on this? Is there insider betting, obviously? Look at the UFC. Look up the name Isaac Dulgarian and see what's going on right now in the UFC in terms of, we have guys throwing fights, it feels like now. Oh, my goodness. Hell, in the NBA with Rozier and Chauncey Billups. Again, I'm not saying, and I'm not going at the UTEP Miners and the Jacksonville State Gamecocks for rigging this game. I can almost guarantee you they're not going to do that. But I'm very confused why this is a line. I'm so shocked. Guys, Jacksonville State's the best team in the CUSA. Maybe it's Kennesaw. And sure, if you think it's Kennesaw, power to you. They play next week. We're going to find out who the best team in that conference is. We're going to find it out pretty quickly. Cool. Don't care. Those two teams are really good. They're probably going to meet again in the CUSA championship game. I don't know why Jack State's only a 1.5 point favorite here. Again, I will look throughout the week, and I'll get back to you on this for the best bets video, because I can almost guarantee you, unless there's something up, because I don't see a Caden Creel injury at all. I don't see, I don't see Cam Cook injured. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why the line's like this. Because Jacksonville State is undefeated this year in the CUSA. Their only losses are UCF by 7 points on the road, and Southern Miss on the road. They've won 3 straight against Sam Houston, Delaware, and Middle Tennessee. Sure, these games are all close, but they're winning. And beyond this, though, it's not like, oh, they're just playing another team in their conference. No, I think UTEP might be the worst team in the CUSA. Oh, they beat Sam Houston. Okay, other than Sam Houston. Like, legitimately, Middle Tennessee might beat this team right now, UTEP. They might. New Mexico State's really bad, too, though. But the Miners are so horrible. Yeah, they kind of are competitive against Kennesaw. They don't win. It's a team that, they went all in on Malachi Nelson at the beginning of the season. Former 5-star, former USC commit, Boise, he's here now. He gets benched for Skylar Locklear. They don't move the ball. Their defense is okay. Like, they held Liberty to 19 points, but their offense at the same time only scored 8 points. I have no hope in the UTEP Miners at all. I just don't understand the line. Jack State has a good team, good offense. They are decent defensively. Why is the money line at minus 125? If Jack State doesn't win now, I am calling suspicion around this game. Just saying. Like, that's immediately what I'm looking to. Anyways, I'm taking the Gamecocks, okay? If they don't win, though, I really think it's odd. I don't know why the line's like this. This is, like, the most confusing line I have. So confusing that I messed up the graphic myself and didn't put Jack State in green. Give me the Gamecocks on the road at UTEP. I don't care the games in El Paso. This team has sucked all year long, regardless of where they've played. Jack State minus 125. Next up, we go to... Oh, not that. It's coming up next. Oh, whoops. The Charlotte 49ers. Woo! Like, I mean... Again, this is just piss poor football. I'm sorry I'm not excited for Charlotte or East Carolina. Okay? I'm excited to see how many points East Carolina can win by. Legitimately. Because they should win by really close to 40-something points. That sounds crazy on paper, but legitimately when you jump into this game and see how bad the Charlotte defense is, and the one thing that holds Charlotte a little bit together is that their offense is getting better, and has progressively gotten a little bit better. Started the season with Connor Harrell at quarterback. It's Grayson Loftus now, and Loftus has been better. Like, Loftus was the one kind of keeping them alive. Or, no, actually more than alive in the North Texas game. Like, that game early against North Texas, Charlotte is winning. They're beating North Texas. It is a big, a Bleacher Report put out a tweet saying, bad start to the weekend for you if you, bet on La Tech this week. Or it's not La Tech. Oh, my goodness. North Texas this week to cover 24.5 points. And obviously, or 23.5, I was like 28.5 points. And North Texas came back and won by 34. And that was obviously the game where Mestamaker threw for 600 plus. My point of all this being, though, Charlotte's offense is okay. Their defense may be the worst in college football. Other than the Army game and the North Carolina game, which goes to show you what tier the Tar Heels are in. Oh, they beat Syracuse, though. Ooh. They've gotten absolutely demolished defensively. They don't get stops in any game that they play. They don't get stops. Again, Mestamaker threw for 600 yards on them. And North Texas beat them 54-20. Temple, who we just spoke of, they are horrible offensively. They don't get stops. Charlotte lost to Temple 49-14 at home. Now you take them out of Charlotte. They're going to East Carolina to take on the Pirates, and an East Carolina Pirates team who, just played Temple and beat them 45-14. Beat Tulsa the week before 41-27. And now they're at home against by far the worst team in the American. I don't care. Tulsa is also 0-5. Tulsa is much better than Charlotte, and if they had played Charlotte this season, or if they did play Charlotte this season, they would easily take the 49ers. Now, unfortunately, that game is not happening. It's just not on the schedule. Trust me, Tulsa would run right through them. Tulsa has a win over a Big 12 team this season in Oklahoma State. Again, is Oklahoma State really a Big 12 school? Nah, not really. They suck, but we don't need to get into that. Anyways, the ECU Pirates versus the Charlotte 49ers here. I think ECU puts absolute belt to ass. Guys, Caden Hauser went from playing Michigan and Ohio State to Charlotte. That's not a knock on Caden Hauser. Like, do what's best for your career, and why hang around at Michigan State to not start and instead go to the group of 5 and become a starting quarterback and make your money and, actually put in tape for the National Football League. By the way, Caden Hauser, might get a shot somewhere next year. Maybe the UFL, but still, that's fine. He's gone from Big Ten defenses to this. Come on now. Charlotte's not going to put up a fight, man. This game won't be close. Caden Hauser will throw for over 300 plus yards, and ECU absolutely dominate the game. Again, guys, Charlotte's having this much trouble at home. Imagine what's going to happen when you take them out of Charlotte and put them on the road. Like, yeah, this won't be competitive. Give me the East Carolina Pirates to win and cover 28.5 points. Next up, we go to the game where I accidentally flashed the graphic earlier, and yes, here they are, the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Another American matchup as we have Tulsa taking on Florida Atlantic. Can Tulsa finally, get rid of this O in the American Conference? The answer to that question is no. They're not beating FAU. FAU, have they been the prime example of disappointment in the season in 2025? Yes, they have. All right, Caden Vetkamp, I don't know if he still has NFL aspirations, but at one point I believe he did have NFL aspirations. No, he's only a junior. He definitely does. He's going to go play. I think he's going to get a promotion into the Power 4 next season. But this has not been a good year for FAU. All right, this was supposed to be another step up in the development and the progression of the career of Caden Vetkamp, and I guess you can say that, but he won a lot more last season at Western Kentucky, going to a CUSA championship game than he has this year in the American. And I get it, the American's a higher level conference than the Conference USA, but anyways, FAU's just been, fun losers this year. That sounds, critical and that sounds bad, but it's the truth. Like, they have fun games where they just ultimately lose. Score 32 points on Navy. What happens? You lose. You get blown out by South Florida. Okay. You put up 28 points against FIU on the road. You lose. FAU, and you lose that game. Put up 53 points against UAB and won. I'll give them that. They went to Rice and won a football game. They should beat Tulsa, though. Tulsa's absolutely awful. I mean, they beat Oklahoma State, picked up a huge victory. Like, that's not, you can't ask for a bigger victory than beating the Oklahoma State Cowboys, especially for a team in Oklahoma. You're Tulsa, right? A lot of your guys want to go to Oklahoma State or want to go to Oklahoma, obviously, but want to go to OK State as well. They don't get recruited by the Cowboys. They don't get recruited to come to Stillwater, and that's all their motivation to come to Tulsa and dominate and win a game for Tulsa against Oklahoma State. They haven't won since. I will give them this. They've been playing competitive football, more competitive football as of late. Lost TCU by only 14 points. And again, the amount of points and yards Caden Hauser's putting on teams in the American Conference, that's, I think, a good sign. Played Temple last week, or 2 weeks ago at home. Lost by 1 point. Went for 2, did not get it. I don't know why teams do that at home. I don't know why. This doesn't make sense to me. If you're on the road, I understand it, like what we saw last week at Clemson in Death Valley. Crazy game I'll get into later. But if you're at home, just go to a second overtime. You have to go through that overtime anyway. I don't know. Baylor Hayes has been good as a starting quarterback. They've alternated between him and Kirk Francis. Francis was the starter to open the season, but it is Baylor Hayes' team, and Hayes has done a really good job recently, and they've just been good enough to lose. Same like these other losers at FAU. Again, I don't dislike either of these schools. I'm just telling you, that's how it's been this season for both these teams. Games in Boca Raton, though, and yes, right, Tulsa's played more competitive football, but games in Boca Raton, that should result in a Florida Atlantic victory. They should be able to put up more points. Caden Vetkamp should be able to throw for more yards. My problem with FAU, and this is just a pretty obvious problem if you watch them play, they don't run the ball. Not because, they don't want to, they just can't do it. They average 20 yards a game out of their leading rusher in the last 5 weeks. It's always a problem when your opposing defense comes out and knows, okay, they're throwing the ball, right? It is what it is. I mean, for Caden Vetkamp, though, I guess he can't complain. He wanted to be in a system where he could throw the ball all the time, even more so than he did at Western Kentucky, and he absolutely got it with the Florida Atlantic Owls. So good for him, but it's just not a competitive football team. They should be able to beat Tulsa this week, though. I think they can. So I'm going to go FAU at home -4.5 against the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Again, the Golden Hurricane, they've been playing more competitively, but you're still an 0-5 team in the American Conference. I got to go with FAU. Give me the Owls. Next up, we go on to the 12:30 slate. All right, here we go. More big-time football on to the SEC as we have got the Missouri Tigers at home against the Texas A&M Aggies. This is big-time college football. However, is Missouri really that good, guys? And obviously, they're going to not be the same team this week like they were in the past, with Bo Prabula out. Prabula out for the season, it appears, definitely, if I'm not mistaken. And in comes backup quarterback. It is Matt Zollers. The freshman quarterback out of Royceford, Pennsylvania, had to come in relief for Prabula in the Vandy game, and he didn't play all that badly, not at all. Now, again, I always say this with young quarterbacks, and we said this earlier with the UAB game. Bringing in a new quarterback is great until teams figure out how to stop them, and until teams get tape on them and realize, okay, we have to prepare, or we get to prepare for this young guy who's very inexperienced. Not to say Zollers can't overcome that, but that is something that needs to be spoken about with these type of situations. Now, again, Vandy wasn't expecting Zollers. Obviously, they were expecting Prabula, and if Prabula never got injured, it was always going to be him. Now, Zollers takes on the number 3 team in the country. And sure, they're at home. It's in Columbia. But you're taking on the number 3 team in the country, Texas A&M, and a very good Texas A&M squad. One of the best in college football. I'd argue the best team in the SEC. Are they kind of unproven in the SEC this year? A little bit. Don't know why the line was so close with them and Louisiana State a couple weeks ago. We obviously took Texas A&M, and that game was kind of tight in the first half, but came a foregone conclusion by the second half of that football game. It was a great bet for us on the Aggies. So they're a little unproven, right? They beat Notre Dame at the beginning of the season, beat Auburn, beat Mississippi State, beat Florida, beat Arkansas. And yes, these games have been competitive. Auburn was by 6 points. Arkansas victory was by 3. It wasn't close against LSU, though. Dominating Louisiana State 49-25. Again, are they unproven in the SEC a little bit? Is this game going to prove much to me? No, because I don't think Missouri's that good, especially Missouri on a backup quarterback. Obviously, Ahmad Hardy is the focal point of the Missouri Tigers offense. He runs for 100-plus yards almost any given night. He's got 937 yards this season through 8 games. And it's not like Prabula was an X factor. It's not like he was single-handedly winning games for the Tigers, but losing your senior quarterback and your leader on your football team is an absolutely big deal. And going from that, to no disrespect to Zollers, but a freshman who hasn't started a football game until this week, where he hosts the number 3 team in the country and a team that looks like a foregone conclusion to go to the playoffs. See, now that's a problem. You get what I mean? Now it is. Because now there's tape, and now A&M's had a full week to prepare for this, 2 weeks to prepare for him. Yikes. And Marcel Reed has been very good. Reed's been excellent this season. He throws maybe too many picks for your liking, I get it, but not really. It's only 6 interceptions. He makes some questionable decisions sometimes, sure. But Reed's a great dual threat guy. Game against LSU, 200 yards through the air, 100-plus yards on the ground. He is excellent. One of the best quarterbacks in college football. A&M's defense struggles sometimes. Again, gave up 42 points to Arkansas. We'll have their defensive games too. I mean, Mississippi State, 9 points. Auburn, 10 points. Obviously, we'll have games like Notre Dame where they give up 40. Again, it's a mixed bag sometimes out of the Aggies. However, what is certain and what we see, repetitively is that Marcel Reed shows up. And Marcel Reed puts out and puts on big games for this team. I don't think Missouri can hold that. That's what it comes down to, Missouri's last game, the game that Prabula got hurt, they play a competitive game against Vanderbilt. Okay. Well, I told you last week Vanderbilt was fraudulent. Good on Pavia for, creating this whole narrative and agenda that, I'm the Heisman, I do it all. Sure. Look what happened to them. Vandy's not that great. That's the thing. Missouri lost to that team. Texas A&M's the much better squad. They will go on the road and they will dominate, in my opinion, the Missouri Tigers. Give me Marcel Reed and the Texas A&M Aggies to go on the road and decimate Missouri. They're not on the same level. -5.5 for the A&M Aggies in Columbia against the Missouri Tigers. Next up, we got a matchup in Iowa City between the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Oregon Ducks. I mean, as we've seen throughout the course of the season so far, and really just as history's always proven, but especially right now, going to Iowa is just difficult. And going to Iowa City is one of the hardest things you can do. You look at this game, Oregon's a 6.5-point favorite on the road, and I'm here to say right now they shouldn't be, okay? We've seen good teams this season, the best team in the country, the Indiana Hoosiers, walk into Iowa and almost lose, right? Now, Fernando Mendoza and Elijah Surratt, escaped the jaws of defeat in that game, and the Hoosiers remained undefeated. But Iowa's a 6-2 team with only losses to the Hoosiers and Iowa State this season, and at home in Iowa City, the Hoosiers are the only one to survive so far. Iowa's beaten Penn State, they've beaten Minnesota, they beat UAss, but you get what I mean. So here comes Oregon going on to the Midwest for this game, and Oregon last week looked horrible, I'll say, against Rutgers. Not against Rutgers, they looked good in the Rutgers game. It was the Wisconsin game. Yeah, they beat the Badgers, but you're looking for more than a 14-point win against a team who's playing a quarterback who's coming up from the FCS level, who was the 4th-string quarterback at camp. Hunter Simmons, I'm talking about, from Wisconsin, went 7 for 21 passing. On the flip side, you're expecting Dante Moore to, improve on his, his already low Heisman stock, and yet he goes 9 for 15 passing. You don't move the ball at all. Obviously, the run game gets going for the Ducks, but such an uneventful game that Oregon wins, obviously, and it was never in doubt, by the way, that they were going to win that football game. It was just a very boring football game. Oregon had a 99-yard drive at one point in the game in the second quarter that lasted basically the entire second. They win the game 21-7, but again, a very uneventful game against potentially the worst team in the Big Ten. Again, Wisconsin, Purdue, they both play Indiana in the next couple weeks. You get my point with that. So if Oregon brings that version of the Ducks into this week against the Hoosiers, or not against the Hoosiers, against the Hawkeyes, they will lose. They will lose. And I think there's a very good chance indeed that can happen because we know the defensive game that Iowa plays last game, a very big victory for them over a 5-3 Minnesota team who became bowl eligible last week with a victory over Michigan State. Now, did Michigan State get robbed or not? You can make the case they did, but Iowa 2 weeks ago picks off Drake Lindsey 3 times. They win the game 41-3. Mark Gronowski does his thing. The run game dominates, and the defense, obviously, very dominant out of the Hawkeyes as well. And again, that's the biggest factor they're going to bring into games. They shut you down defensively. And Dante Moore, who has struggled this year against the Indiana Hoosiers, who hell struggled against the Wisconsin Badgers, will most likely struggle against Iowa as well. And the only thing that holds Iowa back always is just what they bring offensively. Mark Gronowski, again, former South Dakota State quarterback. Is he anybody that's going to blow you away? Unfortunately, no. But he's a guy, again, who just facilitates an offense all right, can run the football as well. And, of course, Kamari Moulton, the lead back. They've got Patterson as well. There are players for Iowa alongside that offense. That defense. I just hate that this is not a night game. If this was a night game at Iowa, I think Oregon loses outright. But since it's a day game, 3:30, again, it's really 2:30 over in Iowa. It's not going to get dark early until the very end of this game. The environment's going to be great. It's not going to be as great as it could be, obviously, I believe, at a night spot here. I believe this game's going to be on CBS or NBC, not sure. Again, primetime spot, but it's at 12:30. I think Oregon's going to be able to edge out a victory. I know they were very underwhelming last week against the Wisconsin Badgers. I just don't think that type of Ducks team shows up in back-to-back weeks. I think the Hawkeyes, again, I think they keep it close, and I think they easily cover 6.5. I think there's potential as well for the Hawkeyes to straight up win, but I do believe the Ducks are going to get this one done. Again, I don't think Dante Moore played a good game last week. I don't think anybody can say Dante Moore played a good game, and the Ducks have not lost since the Indiana game. They are still 6th in the country, obviously in prime position to make the playoffs, but I think it really needs to be said, Oregon, sure, if they win out, they beat USC and win Washington, which they should. They're going to be a playoff team, but really their resume is not that good when you think about it now. Penn State win at the time was great, but look at what the Nittany Lions have done since they're 0-5 in the Big Ten. You lose to Indiana, you let the Hoosiers come to your place and win. Sure, you're probably going to beat Iowa, but if you lose this game, now you're in trouble. Minnesota next week, you'll win. USC, Washington, I don't know. It's just Oregon, not what I think people thought they were going to be this season. They're good. Are they great? I don't know. And maybe I'm just being too harsh, but I think they're going to play a competitive game with Iowa this week. I think the Hawkeyes cover, but I think the Ducks probably come out with the victory. I'm just so on their Wisconsin game last week. Next up, we go to the Hard Rock as the Miami Hurricanes take on the Syracuse Orange. Holy crap. I mean, Miami, man. I can't say I didn't tell you so on the spread, right? That was a best bet that Southern Methodist was going to cover against the Miami Hurricanes. We saw the one from a mile away. I think Miami beats the absolute living crap out of the Syracuse Orange, though. This is not because I think the best of Miami. Guys, you could give me any ACC team right now other than the bottom teams like BC or a UNC rematch or FSU. You could give me any team right now. You could throw, I don't know, not VTech. I wouldn't do that. You could throw probably Clemson. Legitimately, if Clemson played Syracuse right now, this version of Syracuse, Clemson beats them by 40 points. Okay? And I know, Syracuse beat Clemson earlier in the year. A different circumstance, Angeli was playing. This team without Steve Angeli is the biggest mess on the face of the earth. Okay? I don't know what Fran Brown has in mind. And in all fairness to Fran Brown, this is a difficult spot for him. You lose your quarterback who won the starting job in the offseason between him and Ricky Collins. Angeli, obviously the transfer from Notre Dame. Angeli's who was really good this season, right? And obviously no Kyle McCord, but a guy who leads this South Carolina style offense. They're always on the attack, obviously. Go offense, right? Run game isn't really that involved here. And Angeli goes out with the season-ending injury. At a time in your season in which you were 3-1, you had beaten Clemson, and now you have to go to Collins, who doesn't win a game, is more of a runner than a thrower, let's just be honest, threw more interceptions than touchdowns in his few games that he played. You bench him, you sit him for Joseph Filardi, who starts his game last week against North Carolina 0 for 9 passing and doesn't get going with the completion until until Syracuse runs a flea flicker just to try to get the linebackers to bite. Regardless, he plays horribly. He finishes the game throwing like 7 for 30. You bring in another freshman quarterback in Luke Carney to run the ball. He can't throw it at all, and when he attempts to throw, he gets sacked immediately and fumbles. This is a game at home, by the way, for Syracuse against potentially the worst team in the Atlantic Coast Conference in the North Carolina Tar Heels. It doesn't get worse than that loss. So Bill Belichick gets his first win in the ACC. Good on Bill, not going to lie. Like I'm happy for him, I guess. For Syracuse, they're lucky if they win a game for the rest of the season. Well, they're not. They have 3 more games. Miami, they're not winning. Of course, Notre Dame has a game against Syracuse at South Bend. And then Boston College versus Syracuse might be hilarious to watch. But these next 2 weeks for Syracuse, I mean, really, you're going to these games. If I'm the Syracuse Orange, I'm going to these games thinking, okay, how can we ensure that our guys don't get injured? And that's a crappy way to look at things, but, you're going to get smoked here if you're Syracuse. And I don't care how badly Miami looked against Southern Methodist, okay? They did not play their best game. Carson Beck gets intercepted multiple times. Now, one of them was really not Beck's fault at all. But they got outplayed by Kevin Jennings and Southern Methodist, right? The SMU defense has kind of always been mid. They really stepped up in a big way, right? And Southern Methodist wins in overtime. Huge win for the Mustangs. I don't know how Miami's still ranked. I guess the Notre Dame victory should make them still a ranked team. But I don't care how bad you looked. I don't care about the fact that you did not go out and beat Southern Methodist. This game's at the Hard Rock. I just saw Miami, beat Stanford in a second half blowout. This will not take until the second half for them to blow out the Syracuse Orange. Syracuse's defense fell apart in the second half. Belichick found that out by, you just check it down to your running back, and Syracuse doesn't have an answer. They can't bring him down. And offensively, Syracuse is atrocious, right? I don't care if it's Filardi. I don't care if it's going to be Luke Carney. It really should be Ricky Collins. I know Collins was a turnover machine. I don't care. At least Ricky Collins would move the football. And yeah, these other guys in Filardi and Carney aren't turning the ball over, but you have to take some chances to win. So I think they should start Ricky Collins. Will they? I don't know. If Ricky Collins doesn't get to start this week, you can guarantee he's on a one-way ticket out of here, which I don't think Syracuse is really too concerned about. But the Miami Hurricanes, they're not a playoff team anymore. There's really nothing they can do to get in the playoffs. They have no path. There's 5 teams in the ACC with 1 loss in the conference. Virginia's undefeated. I mean, Miami's can't get in that large. They're 18. I highly doubt they get in with 2 losses. Yeah, they're done. The Miami Hurricanes are done this season. They will be back in the Pop-Tart Bowl just like how Cameron Ward was last season. They will blow out Syracuse, though. I don't think Syracuse is going to score once, and I think Miami probably scores at least 35 points against this team. It should look like the Stanford game, but that should just all get going a lot earlier. And I'm telling you, Syracuse will not sniff the end zone once. Maybe they kick a field goal. That's about it. Give me the Miami Hurricanes at home to win and cover. And this is not about Miami. I'm so disappointed in them. This is more about how Syracuse sucks. And yes, I picked against Miami, but I was like season-long outlook. Like I thought Miami was going to win the entire thing, other than Indiana. Syracuse, though, it might be one of the worst Power 4 teams right now in the country. I'm taking the Hurricanes to win and cover 28.5 points at home. Next up, we go to a banger in terms of college basketball matchup. Still a decent college football game, but this game was being played in college basketball tonight. Man, UConn versus Duke on the CBS Sports Network from East Hartford, Connecticut. Duke is an 8.5-point favorite on the road, and they came out with a huge victory last week against Clemson. Now, we had Duke spread on our best bets, but wow, what a win for Duke. A very bad, in my opinion, pass interference call. Now, I don't care. It saved us. But a bad pass interference call on 4th and 10 that saves and bails out Darian Mensah and the Duke Blue Devils, keeps the ball in the Blue Devils' hands, gives them a 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. They punch it in. They then get the 2-point conversion. And Clemson and Dabo Sweeney can't move the ball with like 30 seconds left. Duke walks into Death Valley for the first time in 13 years, maybe more, and beats the Clemson Tigers. Absurd stuff, and Duke is really not out of the playoff picture just yet. They'll need a lot of help. They'll need these other ACC teams to lose, but they can do themselves a big favor in 2 weeks by beating the Virginia Cavaliers. Unfortunately for Duke, though, this is where they come way back down to earth, okay? I was happy they went to Clemson and won. I have not thought all year long that Clemson's actually that great, truth be told. We've picked against Clemson quite a bit. We took Syracuse, we took Georgia Tech. We've taken all these teams to go beat Clemson. I took LSU. I've picked against Clemson religiously this season. It was a fun game, don't get me wrong, right? Duke gets out to a 21-7 lead, and then all of a sudden they can't get a stop from there on out. Offense is struggling. Special teams is really saving their ass. They come back, they find a way to push the game, they push the game late, tie game 38-38. Cade Klubnik finds TJ Moore for a 75-yard touchdown, but then obviously that very controversial drive, 94-yard drive for Duke, ultimately wins them the football game with the 2-point conversion. Their defense, though, is really struggling. Really. I mean, and I get it. Clemson's offense has been much better recently, but that defense, yikes. I think 8.5 points is just too many against a UConn team, which, oh, by the way, you're going on the road and playing in a UConn team that just puts up points every single week. Again, we talked about their game last week against the UAB Blazers, scoring 38, scored another 38 points against Boston College. They did lose to Rice on the road, but they put up 34 points. Again, if you're going to beat UConn, you've got to put a lot of points in them, and I think Duke will, but I just don't know if they can get away by that many. Again, you know what Joe Fagano and the UConn Huskies are going to offer. This is a resilient offense. You've got a really good running back as well in Cam Edwards, who already has 815 yards in 9 games. And Duke's defense, I mean, was literally allowing big play after big play for the Clemson Tigers, to the point where I was shocked Duke found a way to win that. Again, they got a big stop with like 5 minutes left. They got pinned in their own 5-yard line. They found a way to march all the way down the field and win. Again, it was a disastrous loss for Clemson, and we'll get to the Tigers later in the video and Dabo's comments about that ending. But I think Duke falls way back down to earth here. And for as great as a victory as it was, again, I'll mention, like I already mentioned, I don't think Clemson's that good. Great win for Duke, but we've said it before that Clemson has been a massive, not even an underachiever. They just weren't as good as people thought they were going into the season. I'm going to take UConn plus 8.5 here. I fully expect the Duke Blue Devils to win, but UConn being at home and the points Fagano and that team can put up, yeah, I'm going to go with UConn on the spread here from East Hartford. Next up, let's move on to a Big 12 matchup. Again, that was a random non-con game throughout this entire schedule today. Arizona at home in Tucson against the Kansas Jayhawks. Arizona here is a 5.5-point favorite. Makes sense after the dominant performance they put on last week against the Colorado Buffaloes, completely shutting down Coach Prime and that team 52-17, and sure is blowing out Colorado the hardest thing to do right now. Unfortunately, no. And I love Prime, but it sucks. Kansas going to Arizona here. The Jayhawks have struggled this season, right? Hot start, beat Fresno State, beat Wagner, and then went on to lose at Missouri, but then won their Big 12 opener against West Virginia, then proceeded to get into a shootout loss to the Cincinnati Bearcats, and then they've just split games ever since, beating UCF on the road, losing back-to-back to Texas Tech, and then to Kansas State, which I get it. The Wildcats are playing much better football as of late, and then a win over the Oklahoma State Cowboys like expected. Oklahoma State will never win a football game for the rest of the year. Kansas now goes on the road to Arizona. I think this is a difficult spot for the Jayhawks, a team that is struggling, right? They are winning, but, they just beat Oklahoma State. Like, anybody could beat Oklahoma State. This is a game that they're down early in. Again, it's a first drive touchdown for Oklahoma State. As, don't get me wrong, the Cowboys are getting better. They are getting a lot of their starters back. We're not going to talk about them this week, but Zane Flores is playing better football, I guess. I don't know. They're starting him again, and they're getting some of their injured defensive guys back as well at OK State. Are they all that playable at all in the Big 12? No. They win a game? No. I think they're going to be a little more competitive, though, is what I'm getting to. The Kansas Jayhawks, though, Jalen Daniels at the helm has been good. It's just the defense hasn't been that great. The offense lacks in spots sometimes this year once they get over midfield. And Daniels' last 2 games actually have been very mediocre. Only 129 yards passing against the Kansas State Wildcats and 110 yards passing against the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Arizona's going to put up points on you. Regardless of win or lose, they will score. Other than the Iowa State game, which, yes, I did take Arizona in. And at the time, I still did not feel bad about that game. And now if those 2 teams were to play, I wouldn't feel bad about taking Arizona either. But you look at Arizona's last 4 games, 41 points against the Oklahoma State Cowboys, 27 in a 33-27 loss to Brigham Young, which, overtime game. Officiating was really bad in that game, but I'm not going to talk about it again. We're on the Barrett Bachmeier BYU train now. Choo-choo all aboard, right? Yeah, we're cheering for BYU from here on out. Arizona then loses to Houston in a close game, which again makes Houston's loss last week to WVU even more weird. And then Arizona goes on to beat Colorado. Obviously, again, no Fafita at the helm. Fafita's playing a really good year, man. He's having a really good year. Took a step back last season, which was really odd because, Ted McMillan's big NFL draft year, and Fafita was pretty bad. I mean, again, big interception numbers last year. Fafita's really toned that down a lot. 2,000 plus yards passing the season, 21 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's been a big reason to why this team's been winning. The run game's been pretty good as well, but Fafita's been having a pretty monster year. I think Arizona beats the Kansas Jayhawks. It simply comes down to a point. I don't think Kansas can keep scoring with Arizona. I know they put up points against OKC that scored 38, but we saw this offense get shut down against Kansas State, shut down against Texas Tech, and that's what happens when Jalen Daniels doesn't have good days passing, and they can't get anybody open. Right? There's 2 running backs they use. It's going to be LaShawn Williams. It's going to be Daniel Highshaw. Highshaw is going to, I think, get a little more run, in my opinion. Like, just watching them, he seems like he's the number 1 back, even though Williams has more yards. Jalen Daniels is going to run as well, but it's just been too much of a stagnant offense. You have a good receiver in Emmanuel Henderson wide out, but they don't usually use him. Well, they don't use him as much as they should, in my opinion. I'm going Arizona here. The Wildcats are at home. Fafita's having a pretty good year so far, and the offense has been good. Again, we have not seen a stagnant Arizona offense since the Iowa State game, and that was all the way back in September. They've lost games for other reasons, but not the offense's fault. So I'm going to go with the Arizona Wildcats here at home to win and cover against the Kansas Jayhawks. 5.5 is the spread, and I think Arizona should be able to win and cover that. On to our next game, we stick in the Big 12 for the aforementioned Iowa State Cyclones as they go on the road to take on the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. My goodness, the levels in which Iowa State has fallen since the beginning of the season. This team was in the top 10, and were they a fraudulent top 10 team? Kinda. Did we call that the Cincinnati Bearcats were going to be able to beat this team? Yeah. But Iowa State now starts the year 5-0. They've fallen now to 5-4, and they're questioning if they can even go bowling this season. Well, you know what? They go to Stillwater at the end of the year. I think they're going to be fine. They get Kansas at home next week or in 2 weeks as well. Regardless, though, here they are against the TCU Horned Frogs. Iowa State 4 straight losses. Cincinnati on the road. Colorado on the road, which again, I get it. Colorado has just collapsed. They beat Iowa State at home when Iowa State was still ranked. It got Colorado to 3-4, had me thinking, okay, there's a lot of momentum building up for the Utah game, only for them to lose 53-7. But again, we've already talked about the Buffs today. It's not looking good. But Iowa State loses to Colorado. They then lose to BYU in a game that was very close odds-wise and a gutsy performance and win from Bear Bachmeier and Brigham Young. And then last week, Iowa State lets Jeff Sims, backup quarterback to Sam Leavitt, obviously Leavitt out for the season for Arizona State, run for 228 yards on them. A quarterback ran for 228 yards on 30 carries against Iowa State. Not even Bear Bachmeier, who people joke about, who's just a running back, couldn't even do that to the Cyclones. So Iowa State single-handedly gave Arizona State's players a full week off. That's what Dillingham gave them after a massive victory in Ames. And, good for Arizona State. They're bowl eligible. Obviously, that's a big reason towards their entire week off. But now Iowa State's got to bounce back by going on the road to TCU. It's crazy how much they've fallen. Again, Rocco Becht is not playing great football. Carson Hansen has his moments, don't get me wrong. But TCU's on a 2-game winning streak, beating Baylor, beating West Virginia, and all of a sudden now at the time we're like, TCU beat WVU on the road in Morgantown by 6 points. It's a game that you're expected to win by a lot more, especially the levels of high-octane offense that TCU has. All of a sudden now, that's just a really good win. And maybe, again, we'll see how West Virginia continues to play, but I'm telling you, them going out and beating Houston is such a big deal, especially on the road. And TCU, again, owns a victory in their last game over West Virginia. You know what you're going to get out of this TCU team. Josh Hoover at the helm at quarterback. Run game, you got Barnes in battle, but it's mostly Josh Hoover. It's Eric McAllister. Josh Hoover's had a monster year so far. 2,400 passing yards, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Probably unlikely to get more of the same here against the Iowa State Cyclones, a team that defensively has just kind of fallen apart. Now, I know, again, they got picked apart last game against Arizona State for other reasons in the past game. Again, it was just the legs out of Sims that really dominated ASU. But we saw Bachmeier, whenever he needed it on a big third down, find wide open receivers and find, again, room to run. It just feels like Iowa State's third down D, in my opinion, when I watch them, is just horrible. They cannot get off the field. I get the game against Colorado was somewhat low scoring, but ultimately they don't come out on top of that game. And Iowa State's now a 2-4 team in the Big 12 this season, with their wins being Kansas State and Dublin, Ireland. But does that really count? I mean, teams forget how to play football over there in Europe. And then Arizona at home. I'm taking TCU here. I know what that offense can do. Defensively, are they all that great? Not really. I mean, held West Virginia to 17, but they've gotten into their fair share of shootouts this season, giving up 36 to Baylor, playing a pretty high-scoring game against K-State. They gave up 41 points to the Kansas State Wildcats, which I do need to get that, notion out of my head, like, oh, you played K-State tough because the Wildcats are playing better football. But regardless, I'm going to go with the Texas Christian Horned Frogs here at home to win and cover 6.5 points. It's just the way Iowa State is playing. It's nothing's going well for them. Legitimately, everything for the Cyclones is going in a negative direction. And obviously there was, brutal injury that happened in their last game as well. I wasn't even talking about that or thinking about that when I said that statement, but I got to go TCU here. I think the Texas Christian offense is just too much for Iowa State, and I just don't think Rocco Beck just hasn't played well. I don't think they're going to be able to keep up. So I'm going to go TCU here at home to win and cover 6.5 points. Next up, we go on to the Southeastern Conference as we go to Nashville, Tennessee, to the Vanderbilt Commodores and the Auburn Tigers. Well, Diego Pavia. That's the thing here with this game. Who wins? Probably Vandy. I think Vandy probably gets their get back after their loss last week to Texas. And I get it. The final score, you only lose by 3 points. It kind of saves them in terms of the rankings and playoff possibilities. But let's not forget where this game was. It was 34-10 going into the fourth quarter. Vandy does go out and score 21 unanswered to make it look good. But that last touchdown came with 30 seconds left. And that game was out of hand and it was over. It was a blowout in the third quarter. Arch Manning plays, I believe, the best game. I think, nobody's going to really just, go at me for this. I know you can't really dispute this. It's the best game of Arch Manning's collegiate career. It is. 328 yards. Again, the Longhorns don't play this week, but 328 yards for Arch Manning on 25-33 passing and 3 touchdowns. That's unbelievable stuff, right? That's what Texas signed up for when they signed on the dotted line and gave Arch Manning all of that money to be the successor for Quinn Ewers. That's the type of games that they want him to play, and I think another year in college next year for Arch Manning will be huge, obviously back in Austin. But Vandy's going to ride on the fact that, hey, we only lost by 3 points to Texas. We go on the road, take on, the number 20 ranked team, which, you're ranked 9. But regardless, we took on a ranked squad. We covered the spread on the road. Sure. I'm not sold, guys. When the game actually mattered, Vanderbilt's defense gets cooked. First play of the game, Arch Manning, little, swing route to Ryan Wingo. Wingo takes it 75 yards. In the game, it's 17-0 at the end of the first quarter. Vandy at halftime does make it 24-10, but then Texas immediately comes out the gates in the third quarter, makes it 34-10. Again, the game is over very early. I just don't see how Vanderbilt in any way is a postseason contender. And also, Diego Pavia, again, puts up numbers. A lot of Diego Pavia's yards come at the end of that game. And when, again, like 365 yards, obviously he had to get some of those when it actually mattered. But I feel those are very overrated numbers in my opinion. I think Pavia is a good football player. I don't think he's a Heisman candidate. And obviously, he's not going to get real Heisman consideration compared to the front runners, obviously, in Mendoza, Sayin, and Simpson. But Vanderbilt's not for real when it comes to going to the playoffs, in my opinion. They might still get in because they play in the SEC, and there's a chance they continue to win, which I believe they're going to beat Auburn, okay? If there's ever a bounce-back spot that you want in the SEC right now, it's the Auburn Tigers. Will Auburn give you a difficult test defensively? Sure. Did they just fire Freeze? They did. Hugh Freeze? They did. Everyone's getting fired now in college football. I just don't think Auburn offers anything offensively. Look at the games that they play. The only game that they've won so far in the SEC this year is Arkansas. But you know what Arkansas's defense is. I mean, you can, again, anything gets by that Razorbacks defense. Everyone puts up big points against them. I mean, if you don't get into the 30s against Arkansas, there's something wrong. Auburn has played tight games so far in the SEC. They just haven't been able to close any of them. Oklahoma, A&M, Georgia, Missouri, Kentucky. Now, all these games except for the Oklahoma and A&M games have been at home for Auburn. And I know it might be shocking that I've kind of gone at Vanderbilt a little bit and I'm still saying they're going to cover 7.5 points. I just think Auburn's going to be in a weird spot for the Freeze firing. This offense is just really atrocious. They've gone to Ashton Daniels. Obviously, they sat down Jackson Arnold to go to the former Stanford Cardinal quarterback in Daniels, which at the time, I still think it's not a bad move. Obviously, though, there's not much to work with this offense. Jeremiah Cobb's a really good running back. Other than that, there's not much going for the Auburn Tigers. Vanderbilt is the type of team that's going to try to run this up, just because they are very aware of where they're at right now in terms of the playoffs. After a loss to Texas by 3 points and a Bama loss, sure, again, if they go and keep winning football games and they can ride on the fact, well, we lost 2, and they're both one-score games or competitive games. The Alabama game wasn't competitive, but we went on the road and lost 2 games to Texas and Bama, and you're not going to put us in the playoffs. Now, ultimately, that would come down if they can beat Rocky Top. They go to Rocky Top and win against Tennessee at the end of the year. I just feel like Vandy's going to try to run this thing up a little bit, especially in garbage time. And I don't think Auburn's going to score much. I think Vandy's defense is good enough for a team like this with Ashton Daniels and the Tigers. I'm going Vandy to win this game and cover 7.5. Would I bet it? Probably not. Again, just because of Auburn's cover ability. Is that a word? Definitely not a word. Just because of the ability for Auburn to cover throughout the course of the season. But I'm going to go Vandy minus 7.5 at home in Nashville. Next up, let's go back to the CUSA. Yep. Let's go to Las Cruces, New Mexico for the New Mexico State Aggies hosting the Kennesaw State Owls. It is crazy to say, but it is the absolute truth. Kennesaw State is the best team in the Conference USA. It's crazy. After they fired their head coach a couple years ago, or just last year after their first year at the FBS level, which was, again, a very unwarranted firing, but it is what it is. Kennesaw State has now found themselves seemingly at top of the Conference USA. Will this hold? I don't know. They are 4-0 though in the conference. They started the year 2-0, lost to Wake Forest and Indiana. They go to Winston-Salem and lose a 1-point game to Wake Forest. And then they went to Bloomington and obviously got destroyed because, join the list. Who doesn't go into Bloomington and lose big? But Kennesaw State, since those first two losses, they haven't lost a game. 0-2 to 6-2 wins over Merrimack, Arkansas State, Middle Tennessee, Louisiana Tech, Florida International, and then most recently the victory a week and a half ago basically against UTEP. They're now on the road at New Mexico State, and this should be light work for Kennesaw State, who is officially going bowling this year for the very first time in school history. Who the starting quarterback is this week, I don't know. Dexter Williams got to start last game against UTEP. He got injured. He was only starting because the actual starter, Amari Odom, came into that game injured, and they didn't want to get him hurt by playing UTEP. But unfortunately for them, Odom had to play anyways, and he was good. Had a big 44-yard completion to put them in a very good position to extend their lead and really put away the Miners back on October 28th. But I assume Odom's injury's healed. I don't know what's going on with Dexter Williams right now. The better quarterback is, though, Amari Odom. And shout out to Kennesaw State. Hey, their official, guys, the official Kennesaw State TikTok page did comment on my TikTok. So, I gotta hype up Kennesaw a little bit here. No, regardless of that, though, they're playing a bad football team this week. They are. Kennesaw has shown that, okay, they can score. They can consistently put up points. 33 points against UTEP, 45 points against Florida International, 35 against La Tech. They have been doing nothing but scoring as of late. For the New Mexico State Aggies, Logan Fife. Ooh, Logan Fife. It's to the point where I think you might need to think about a quarterback change if you're New Mexico State. You have lost 5 out your last 6 games. Your only victory is Sam Houston, who is, New Mexico State's bad. Sam Houston State might be on a whole nother level of horrible. They are very bottom of the barrel. They have not won a game yet this season, and don't worry, they're going to go play Oregon State later today, later in this video. Of course, that game's scheduled. Anyways, though, New Mexico State's only victories this year are Bryant, who, actually beat an FBS team this year, Bryant, Tulsa, and then losses to La Tech, New Mexico, Liberty, Missouri State, and WKU. Now, I thought they were going to beat Missouri State. They were at home in Las Cruces. It was a Wednesday night, and Logan Fife decided to go out there and throw 4 interceptions. And to make it even worse, how did that game end in overtime? A Logan Fife interception. Again, this is a man who's been playing college football since 2019, or he's been committed to play college football since 2019. And yeah, Daquan Finn has been around college football since 2019, like I mentioned earlier in the video. But at least Daquan Finn is actually contributing for a team and winning football games. Logan Fife is not winning football games. That's the thing. It's the difference with Logan Fife. His teams aren't winning. They're 3-5. He was horrible last week against WKU in Bowling Green. He throws for 110 yards. He goes 13 for 39 passing. That's a real stat. 13 for 39. Oh my goodness. 33%. I knew it was bad. I didn't remember it was this bad. Holy crap. And yeah, WKU's good, but at some point, when do you make a quarterback change? I mean, I don't know how much the school's paying Logan Fife. I can't imagine they're paying him that much money. But, I mean, come on. You have your starter last year, at least the guy you started the second half of last season. Parker Awad is on roster. He's the backup quarterback. He played quite a bit last season, had over 1,000 yards. At what point do you just give him a chance? He's probably going to be your starter next season because he's a junior, but really, it's questionable, man. What these teams do sometimes, I don't know. I'm going Kennesaw State, though, to blow out New Mexico State until and unless Logan Fife is not the starting quarterback of this football team. I am not even thinking about taking New Mexico State. Their offense is just horrible. Fife does not make plays downfield. He doesn't really have that great of an arm. He has very questionable decision-making with interceptions and whatnot. And it's a team that scored 16 and 17 points in back-to-back weeks, taking on the team that is probably going to win the Conference USA, at the very least go to this USA Championship game against Jack State. Again, that's the one. I don't know if they can beat the Gamecocks, but a 6-game winning streak riding into this one for Kennesaw State. It will only continue here. Give me the Owls to win and cover 7.5 points, getting now going on a 7-game win streak here in 2025 in the Conference USA. So good on Kennesaw State. I believe they go out here and beat up on a very bad Aggies team from Las Cruces at New Mexico State. Next up, we go on to a matchup between the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers and the Georgia State Panthers. Speaking of atrocious football teams that we have had to watch because they were on weeknight football games on ESPN, by the way, you can't watch on YouTube TV right now. It's okay. It's not. Thanks, Disney. Georgia State. Talking about atrocious football teams. The Georgia State Panthers. I feel like every week I say the same thing about them, but it's absolutely the truth. This team took TJ Finley after TJ Finley stole a Dodge Ram. I don't know what the truck was. I just guessed as a Dodge Ram. They took this guy. He got cut from Tulane. They said, oh, okay, get out of here. We got Reds left now. No. They cut Finley because of off-the-field issues. Georgia State said, you know what? We don't care that this is your 7th school or 6th school in 7 years. We don't care. Welcome on in. And Finley plays, again, the starter at the beginning of the season is Christian Velix. He gets benched after game 1 for TJ Finley. Finley plays awful. And in all fairness to Georgia State, they have made the right decision since going to starting quarterback now, Cameron Brown. Unfortunately for starter Cameron Brown, he has no help around him. It's just him. I mean, I've watched games with this team like the Georgia Southern game where Cameron Brown's got 280 yards passing and 120 yards rushing. He legitimately does everything for this team. Look at last week in South Alabama, 240 yards for Cameron Brown. Pretty efficient passing, kind of. 4 touchdowns. The completion rate's not great. They still lose the game by 7 points. And again, this team has been infuriating to watch all year long in Georgia State. Again, especially with TJ Finley, too, who was very good at Texas State a couple of seasons ago. I will not forget. I actually thought he was going to be somewhat of a player last year at Western Kentucky until he lost his job to Caden Vetcamp. Again, like you've heard my spiel if you've watched my channel before about TJ Finley, like all the talent in the world, got the frame, and never was really able to put together the pieces. But Georgia State goes on the road against Coastal Carolina here. It's going to be a lot for a team that, again, just features Cameron Brown because Coastal has started to put it together. A team that I thought was in the dumps this year. Starting quarterback gets injured in fall camp or in summer camp. He's never going to play college football ever again, likely. You have a rotation, not a rotation, but you start the season with MJ Morris at quarterback, then you go to Tad Hudson, and now they've decided on Samari Collier as their starter. And Collier's been good. Senior out of DeSoto, Texas, finally getting a shot at the FBS level, and he currently is 3-0 in games in which he has played. 2-0 as a starter, though, actually, no, he started the UL Monroe game, right? I think he did. Back-to-back victories for Collier, though, in the App State victory and the Marshall win, and those are good wins, man. Appalachian State puts up a bunch of points. They scored 37. Doesn't matter. The Chants score 45. Collier 118 yards passing, 74 yards rushing. Against Marshall on Thursday night, October 30th, Collier 196 yards through the air and a 44-27 victory for the Chants. They find ways to win, and they are scoring a bunch of points now because at the beginning of the year, man, it looked hopeless for Coastal Carolina. I mean, it is night and day what's going on with the offensive production here at Myrtle Beach. You look at, first game of the season, and I get it, Virginia's going to be a playoff contender this year. They probably will get in the postseason. They score 7 points at Virginia. And then go play an FCS gimme game against Charleston Southern, the Buccaneers of Charleston Southern. They score 13 points in a 13-0 victory. Great. They go play ECU in Myrtle Beach, 38-0 loss. Go to South Alabama, win because the Jaguars aren't very good. And then they go to ODU and lose 47-7. So again, that's the end of the Tad Hudson era. You had Morris at the beginning of the year. Again, it's all Samari Collier now, and they're winning football games. Defense is winning in spots, don't get me wrong. I'm telling you, that Marshall victory is absolutely massive. Again, Collier is not the best straight thrower of the football, but now you have a bunch of guys who can run it as well. It's Collier, you've got Dominic Knisley, I believe it is. Javon Simpkins. There are a bunch of running backs and a bunch of guys. Again, well, I mean, Collier obviously quarterback. There's just a bunch of guys who can run the football for this football team, and Georgia State just lacks, talent, I think. I don't know. Cameron Brown is a talent. The rest of the team, though, yeah, it needs some work. Defensively, they are not good. I mean, the amount of missed tackles you will watch Georgia State have is absurd. They air tackle everybody. Again, there are just so many problems, I believe, with Georgia State. They're a 1-7 football team for a reason. Coastal's 5-3. They're looking to become bowl eligible in a season that I thought was looking very bleak for them. And honestly, I didn't even think they were going to get here to bowl season. It looks like they will. So good on Coastal Carolina. The Chants will win this football game, and I believe they will cover 7.5 points at home against the Georgia State Panthers. On to our next game, and we move to the Big Ten. Here they are, the battle of the W's. Washington goes on the road to Madison, Wisconsin to take on the Wisconsin Badgers. Oh, Wisconsin. I mean, yeah, there's just like one team in every conference that are just absolutely horrible. I don't know who's worse, Wisconsin or Purdue. Both pretty bad. We're like right with the Big 12. Oh, it's Oklahoma State. They're just atrocious. The ACC's got a fair share of them now at Syracuse and Boston College. The Big Ten's obviously got Wisconsin and Purdue. And then, I mean, I guess you can say like in the AAC, it's Tulsa and it's Charlotte, right? There's always these bottom feeders. I mean, you need to have them, obviously, for every elite team and for every contender. There are the, not pretenders, because just straight bad squads. And that's what Wisconsin is, unfortunately. They're a gimme game for every team that they play. Coming off the heels of, this is just a brutal stretch. Coming off the heels of losing to Michigan, Iowa, Ohio State, Oregon. Now they get Washington this week, and then they have to go play the Indiana Hoosiers next week on the road in Bloomington. Oh my goodness, it doesn't get worse than that. And that's the run quarterback Hunter Simmons has had to play through. Right? Danny O'Neal, the San Diego State transfer, gets to play at the beginning of the season because of a Billy Edwards injury. He doesn't really play that well, so they sit him down for Billy Edwards. When they pull Edwards quickly back again, they say, you know what? We're going to try the senior at Hunter Simmons, who played FCS football last season and has played FCS football his entire career. Yeah, Hunter Simmons has thrown for 470 yards in 4 games, 469 yards, 2 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Oh boy. Oh boy. In all fairness to Simmons, what do you want him to do sometimes? He's playing legitimately the best teams in college football. To me, again, I'm not in the camp of Hunter Simmons. I don't know Hunter Simmons, and I don't know his story. But why are you going from SIU Edwardsville, I think that was the school he was at, to Wisconsin? I mean, if that's to pursue academics and whatnot, and also, just be on the team football-wise. And again, he found his way starting, so what do I know? But I just don't know how he went from that position to where he's at now, because it's not like he was an absolute monster over at the FCS level. He was good, but actually, no, he didn't even play much. I don't know how he got here. Like, Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss, dominated the D2 level, so it made sense for him to come up. I don't know how Simmons found his way here, and this has gone as well as you could think it could go. Arguably, okay, I don't know why Billy Edwards isn't playing. I don't know why Danny O'Neal's not playing, and I don't know why Wisconsin's hell-bent on playing Simmons. It's a matter of time before they switch this back, I believe. And again, though, in all fairness to Simmons, look at the teams he's had to play. This guy went from playing, having the South Dakota Coyotes as his toughest game, which, that can be difficult. But from going from USD to Michigan in the Big House, first ever career start, 100,000 people roaring at you. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that. Iowa, that stifling defense. Ohio State, at odds in against Oregon, where he went 7 for 21 passing. Washington now, and then in Bloomington, the best college football environment in the country, Memorial Stadium in Bloomington, Indiana. The run Hunter Simmons has unfortunately had to go through is horrendous. And it's not like there's much help around him. I mean, maybe Wisconsin's found something with their running back in Gideon Ituka, who's been running the ball quite a bit. He's a freshman out of Maryland. He's been getting quite a bit of snaps. Ran the ball 21 times against the Oregon Ducks. I mean, I guess that's a focal point of the offense right now. I can't trust Wisconsin to win a football game. I can't trust them to be close in a football game. Washington 2 weeks ago, a huge victory over Illinois. They've found themselves now back in the rankings. 42-25 victory, and Damon Williams has been very great this year. Obviously, Jonah Coleman came into the season with high expectations. He's been good, 13 touchdowns this year. Denzel Boston's been great as a wideout as well. The unfortunate part for Washington this season is that you don't play the toughest schedule, and sure, you have a chance to beat Oregon at the end of the year, but the 2 losses you already took to Michigan and Ohio State are going to come back and not really bite you in the ass, but you've never been in a position to make the playoffs, and you probably won't be. We'll see. They just lack a marquee win, which, again, could come against the Oregon Ducks, which eventually, as we, again, have to wait about 4 weeks here, we might say could be a winner is in type deal. For Washington, they just got to take care of business here. Yes, you got to go to Wisconsin for this game. Jump around, whatever. It doesn't matter. Washington will put belt to ass. Wisconsin's not even close to their level. It doesn't matter which of the 3 quarterbacks the Badgers start. Washington should blow them out the building. I'm going to go Washington Huskies money line, and that's not playable. I'm going to go Washington Huskies spread, minus 11.5 for Damon Williams and Jonah Coleman. They will make this look easy over in camp or at Camp Randall. On to our next game. Again, nothing screams Atlantic Coast football just like this. The Stanford Cardinal on the road in Chapel Hill to take on the North Carolina Tar Heels. On the CW network too, this is really Atlantic Coast Conference. Stanford makes yet another trip out to the East Coast. We've seen them go to Miami. They've gone to Virginia. They play, this is not East Coast, but they went to Texas to take on Southern Methodist. And now here they are back again to take on the North Carolina Tar Heels. This is just the beauty of having to play in the ACC as a team from California, obviously, with Stanford and Cal. Stanford last week did not cover against Pittsburgh. They had covered in every single game that they had played so far this season in Palo Alto at home. They don't cover against Pitt. They were 13.5-point dogs. They lost by 15. And again, don't look now, but Pittsburgh continues to win games with their freshman quarterback. They are kind of a problem. Stanford now gets to go on the road to take on North Carolina and Bill Belichick. Maybe North Carolina's figured it out a little bit, but I think partially that win against Syracuse was just how bad the Orange are. But at the same time, though, right, and in all fairness to Bill here, they've played 3 really good games back-to-back. If you look back at the California game on a Friday night over in Berkeley, that's a game that should be won by North Carolina, right? Gio Lopez puts it on his receiver on a slant route to win the football game, and he fumbles on the goal line. Cal scoops it up. It's a touchback. UNC doesn't touch the football again. They then play Virginia, a team that we're looking at as now, I would not say a lock to make the playoffs, but very close to that right now, considering their schedule and the fact that even if they lose the ACC title game, the Cavaliers will probably get in the playoffs. North Carolina lost to them by 1 point and went for 2 in overtime. Again, going for 2 in overtime at home, I don't love, but that's what Belichick and UNC tried. They fell short of that mark, but that's a team that's going to be in the playoffs this season, I believe, in the Virginia Cavaliers. North Carolina then last week again goes out and dominates Syracuse, a game that was tied at halftime, and it looked like actually Syracuse was going to win, even though they couldn't complete a pass. They had a whole fumble recovery touchdown, and there was quite a long time in this game against Syracuse, or with Syracuse and North Carolina, where the Orange had not completed a single pass, and yet they were still winning and looked like they were on a path to winning that game. Anyways, though, UNC comes back and wins. Gio Lopez, I can say, played his best game as a member of the Tar Heels. And how about Damon June, who really emerged and has emerged recently, but especially in that Syracuse game, he had 101 yards on the ground on 13 carries and a touchdown, and that big 72-yard dump-off, screen, swing route, whatever you want to call it, play, where again he ran for a 72-yard touchdown. A huge game for the freshman in Damon June, and I believe now Bill Belichick in North Carolina has found their starting running back. They had been using a plethora of guys earlier in the season with Benjamin Hall and Davian Gauss. I believe it is now Damon June's role every single game. Now, North Carolina is going to be taking on the Stanford Cardinal, a Stanford Cardinal team that they're still doing the Ben Branson thing, aren't they? They saw Elijah Brown play a little bit and have success against Florida State, but nope, Andrew Luck is adamant his guy is playing. No, they actually sat down Ben Branson in the second half of their game against Pittsburgh, and what do you know, Elijah Brown goes out there, and we can just go through a comparison real quick. Branson 17 for 30 passing for 230 yards, but a touchdown and 3 interceptions. Elijah Brown, the limited action that he gets, 10 for 14 passing for 108 yards and a touchdown. Now, when Elijah Brown does come in the game, though, it is basically garbage time. So who knows who the starting quarterback will be? Again, Stanford has been pretty adamant all year long at the beginning of the season, and even through injuries for Branson and poor performance, Stanford and Frank Reich and Andrew Luck have been pretty adamant on the fact that Ben Branson is their starting quarterback. And Branson has his nights, but I think it needs to be Elijah Brown's job at this point. I get it, it's Branson's last year, but Brown's a former modern-day quarterback. He came into college with high expectation out of high school, and I get it, right? The high school star system is stupid, and it doesn't entirely represent what a player actually is. Again, it's just a title and a label they get when they're, before they get into college and play college football. But at some point, you got to give Elijah Brown the chance. And maybe, again, I'm not there at practice. I don't see what goes on, but at least game-wise, Elijah Brown does look like the better guy. Now, it's a problem for Stanford when you don't run the ball and can't run the ball at all. They've had their nights this season where they've, seen a lot of success on the ground. They haven't the last 2 weeks against Miami and Pittsburgh. And ultimately, that's, I guess, one of the reasons why they lost to Pitt last week, 35-20. They're taking on UNC this week. I think Stanford covers. I've taken Stanford to cover quite a bit this year, and it hasn't always gone our way, don't get me wrong. Last week, again, didn't go our way against Pitt. I thought we had an automatic cover for Stanford against the Miami Hurricanes, only for Miami to call a timeout with 9 seconds left. Yep, to try to score another touchdown, because of course, it's fine. Again, teams know the spread. It's okay. But Stanford all year long has been pretty good for us on the spread. I know, again, back-to-back L's recently, but Florida State, they were good to us. Actually, they weren't good to us, San Jose State. They were good Boston College game. I didn't take them, though. I think, here's the thing, though. North Carolina's not that good. Like, yeah, they beat Syracuse. Okay, that is an injury-beaten Syracuse team. Depleted with guys out. And if Steve Angeli plays that football game, I know, again, Steve Angeli's not going to be on the defense and tackling Damon June, but I think there's a really good chance the Syracuse Orange outright win that football game if Steve Angeli's playing and if he's healthy. And obviously, he's not. Hell, Ricky Collins plays, maybe that game's tighter too. I don't know. Because at least Ricky Collins, might turn the ball over, but at least he's going to complete more than one pass in the first half of the football game. I don't know. North Carolina played literally like as bad as it gets right now for any team in college football. And that's not, again, Fran Brown's fault. That's an injury problem and whatnot. But in a schematic thing, I'll say, again, with their offensive coordinator. But I think Stanford's better than Syracuse right now. I think Stanford can play a really competitive game in North Carolina. Will they win? The question should be, I don't think so. But I think they can be close. And don't forget as well, right? Yes, North Carolina has now officially broken through. The old saying, they've now seen one go through the net. After a bunch of L's, right? After starting their ACC play 0-3, they finally get one against Syracuse. And technically, if they keep winning, they could get into a bowl game. And it's really not that crazy to say that they could. Stanford, Wake, UNC... Not UNC, NC State, maybe. I don't think they're going to beat NC State. Maybe they can get Wake, probably not on the road, but we shall see. It all starts with a win against Stanford, and I actually believe they're going to get that victory. Will they cover, though? No. I think Stanford should be fine here. I think, again, if Elijah Brown plays, Stanford's in a really good spot. This is a dynamic quarterback who can make plays in the run, has a better arm, in my opinion, than Branson. Maybe definitely lacks the experience and maybe lacks the leadership, but you have receivers on your team. Get them the football. I'm talking Sam Roush. I'm talking CJ Williams. These are two seniors who, when you give them the ball, have big games. They both had over 100 yards receiving last week against Pittsburgh, 7 catches for Williams, 8 catches for Roush. Get them the ball and let things happen. Hopefully it's Elijah Brown this week, but I'm going Stanford Cardinals spread on the road in Chapel Hill. Give me Stanford plus 8.5 against the North Carolina Tar Heels. On now to our next game. Let's go to the Sun Belt Fun Belt once more, as we've got the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns taking on the Texas State Bobcats. Two teams that have done nothing but losing recently. Texas State had somewhat of hype around them before the season, I thought. I still am very high on their quarterback, Brad Jackson. Jackson had a huge game a couple weeks ago against Marshall. Last time out against James Madison, not the same. But this is a dual threat guy who's fun to watch, and he's very young as well. But Texas State's going through some growing pains this season, only having wins over Eastern Michigan, UTSA, which is still very shocking, and FCS Nichols. However, they're taking on the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns with Lunch Winfield at the helm at quarterback. Winfield obviously taking over for Daniel Beal earlier on in the season and Walker Howard through the injury. The Ragin' Cajuns win one last week against South Alabama. Again, I keep saying that Jaguars team is atrocious with Bishop Davenport. It's not Davenport's fault entirely, but they're just really bad. Lunch Winfield finally picks up his first win as a starting quarterback again. Sorry, he got the Marshall game, but Winfield much better, obviously, since the quarterback change, at least better than Daniel Beal. Good win over South Alabama. What can I say, right? South Alabama never impressed me this season. Lunch Winfield is the definition of a dual threat guy. Big yards on the ground. He can get it done through the air as well. And Louisiana has featured a lot Shelton Sampson Jr. over the last 2 games. In just the last 2 games Sampson has played, he's had more yards in the last 2 games of the season in South Alabama and against Troy than he had in the entire year so far. So a big year so far for a big couple games at least for the sophomore and Shelton Sampson Jr. And now you get this matchup here with Louisiana and Texas State. Game is in Louisiana, but I think Texas State wins. And I get it, right? The Bobcats haven't been winning as of late, but look at the teams they're playing, right? Arkansas State, and this is all going to match up because you're looking at nothing but top teams in the Sun Belt, okay? And they play another top team in the Sun Belt next week. They go on the road to Southern Miss. But just listen to the names of the teams that they played so far and the results that they've had for Brad Jackson and the Bobcats. You lose to Arkansas State, but you lose by 1 point, 31-30 against an Arkansas State team that just beat Troy last weekend. Troy themselves, Texas State played. They lost 48-41 in overtime. Then they play Marshall on the road. Again, Carlos Del Rio Wilson and that high-scoring, exciting Marshall team. They lose in double overtime to the Bobcats, 40-37. And then obviously 2 weeks ago, JMU. I mean, what do you expect? James Madison is the likely winner of the Sun Belt and still getting talk, like you mentioned earlier, about a playoff bid. Texas State loses that game 52-20. No shame in that. I think, again, this is a big step down in competition. And sure, you are still going on the road. They're going to Lafayette to play this football game. They're going to Cajun Field. But I do think that they win this one. I think Brad Jackson's going to be the best player on the field. I like what Lunch Winfield does. I think Brad Jackson is better. I don't think Brad Jackson possesses the speed. It might not be the same athlete that Lunch Winfield is. But the all-around better quarterback is Brad Jackson. I think that's ultimately what's going to come. That's going to decide a winner in this football game. Not a fan of the Louisiana defense, nor am I a fan of the Texas State defense. I actually think Louisiana's defense is probably better. But I think Texas State's offense is better than Louisiana at the same time, too. So I'm going to go Texas State here. I think they can win this football game. Minus 140 seems fine to me. You can also go with minus 2.5, either or. I'm going with the Bobcats to get things done here in Lafayette over the Ragin' Cajuns. We go on now to our next game, and we go to a matchup in the Mountain West. From San Jose, California, we've got the San Jose State Spartans at home against the Air Force Falcons. Yeah, a disappointing result, I can say, last week for Air Force, right? I was very optimistic about the Falcons. I put a lot of faith in a football team that was 1-6 to go out and beat the Army Black Knights. I thought situationally it was a great spot for Air Force. They were at home. I'm still a big fan of Liam Zarka, and I think he's going to be a very good quarterback for a very long time here at Air Force. But just a disappointing outcome for the Falcons. They were trailing for most of that football game, or at least playing catch-up for most of that football game against the Army Black Knights. Eventually, they tie it up with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. Again, they tied it at the end of the third quarter, but Army scores again. Well, Air Force gets plus field positioning. Liam Zarka runs in for his second touchdown of the football game. However, to end the game, Army goes on an 8-play, 63-yard drive to get into chip shot range for Dawson Jones as he hits a 27-yard field goal to win the game for the night. So Air Force now falls to 2-6. They were 2-5 going into the game last week. And now you got to go on the road for 3 of your last 4 games this season. They have San Jose State this week. Next week, a 9 o'clock start time against UConn on the road. They host New Mexico for their final home game of the year. And then they go to Colorado State to take on a very banged up and just bad Colorado State team right now. San Jose State last week, oh man. What a win over the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. I'm telling you, you take that team off of the island and they are not the same. The numbers Walker Agette continues to put up, and sure, is he like a 50% completion rate passer some games? He is. That's what he did last week against Hawaii. Walker got 20 for 40 passing for 458 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's kind of an absurd line, but you know what? Who cares? Because Danny Scudero, still the leading receiver in college football. Scudero against Hawaii, 7 catches, 215 yards. He has now broken the 1,000-yard mark here in 2025. By far the leading receiver in the country. Next up is Skylar Bell from Connecticut or from UConn, and then KJ Duff from Rutgers. But Danny Scudero's got 90 yards on Skylar Bell. And Scudero was hurt and really didn't play much of the Utah State game at all. It's absurd. Again, the talent that San Jose State's getting right now, a receiver back-to-back seasons, Danny Scudero and Nick Nash. Obviously, Nash, I believe, still on the Atlanta Falcons practice squad. It is pretty cool, again, that San Jose State's just like wide receiver U right now. Air Force doesn't play defense, guys. And, the Army game, they only give up 20 points. Military games are just different. They are. It's a mirror match of sorts. It's who can out-trick the other, who can, get out of running their normal wing T / option wishbone. No one runs the wishbone anymore, but who can get out of our option stuff first and trick you by going over the top and breaking big runs before the other can. That's ultimately how those military games go. In games in which we've seen Air Force play non-military schools, except for that game against Wyoming, everyone puts 40 points on them. Utah State, 49-30 victory for the Aggies against Air Force. 49-37 victory for Boise State against Air Force. Hawaii, 44-35 victory. Navy, 34-31. Again, just a different vibe, a different game. UNLV, 51-48 victory against the Air Force Falcons. I'm telling you, teams just put up points against these guys. And I am a huge fan of Liam Zarka. Liam Zarka, he's the next Bryson Daly, kind of. 1,200 yards, 800 rushing yards this season. He's playing phenomenal football. He is literally everything for Air Force's team that he wasn't even starting on at the beginning of the season. It was actually Josh Johnson. The Air Force is playing extremely, what's the word for it? They're playing shootout football every week. I was gonna say they're playing fun football, which it is. I'm sure it's not fun to play on all the time, especially if you score every single time out and your team's still not getting stops defensively. It's like playing on the Cincinnati Bengals, right? My point with all this being, though, for this specific game, San Jose State is just going to be able to keep scoring, and Air Force won't. Like, eventually it's going to come a time where SJSU is going to figure them out. San Jose State, run defense has always been really good. Their pass defense is atrocious. As you saw last week, Micah Alejado for Hawaii throws for 367 yards and 3 touchdowns. Run game for Hawaii with Landon Sims and company kind of gets shut down. And San Jose State's always got a bunch of big dudes up front. They recruit heavily from Hawaii and from Samoa and whatnot, and they've just got a lot of talent at the defensive tackle and just on the front line in general. We know what San Jose State does offensively. They push the ball downfield. Walker gets not afraid to take chances. Again, 20 completions for 458 yards. Scudero with the 62-yard touchdown in this game. I mean, again, it's crazy what they're doing. Shout out to Leland Smith and Kyrie Scholes, who are also having big years this year and had big games against Hawaii. San Jose State's, fighting to get into a bowl game, and I hope they get there because this is a fun team that you want to see play in bowl season, and it's a very achievable path. It's just, I don't know how good Fresno State's going to be. Fresno State somehow beat Boise. I mean, San Jose State should get to 5 wins fairly easily. Air Force this week. Nevada's like the worst team by far in the Mountain West. And then you get STSU and Fresno State to close the year. You win one of those games, you're into a bowl game and potentially the famous Idaho Potato Bowl in Boise, right? Something like that. I'm going to go San Jose State, though, to beat up on Air Force. Air Force won't be able to get stops defensively, and ultimately that's what's going to cost them. Only 3.5 for San Jose State kind of feels insane. I know their defense isn't very good, but stylistically, their defense is kind of built to play a team like the Air Force Falcons, so I believe we're going to be fine here. I'm going with San Jose State here at home from CEFCU Stadium. San Jose State minus 3.5 against the Air Force Falcons. Next up, we go to the playoff team, potentially. They're the Virginia Cavaliers. I try to combine the and Virginia. Anyways, how about Virginia? If you were to tell me at the beginning of the season, the Virginia Cavaliers were going to go to the playoffs and be in this spot that they're in right now, I would have laughed. I would have said, is Bryce Perkins still playing? Because legitimately, like, Bryce Perkins was the best Virginia quarterback in the last 8 years, right? I mean, Calandrio is here, obviously. They had B.J. Armstrong, but now it's Chandler Morris. And Chandler Morris is winning them football games. So good on him, man. Morris, North Texas transfer. It's going to be a route that I believe Drew Mestamaker is going to take very shortly just because of all of the interest he's going to draw in the transfer portal because of how many big games he's had in the 600-yard games he's had this season, or the 600-yard game he had this year as well. But what a year for Chandler Morris so far, right? Goes to North Texas, and now he's going to lead Virginia potentially into their biggest year of all time. They're 8-1 with their only loss being a non-conference loss on the road at North Carolina State. The reasoning for that game got scheduled prior to both those teams, I believe, being in the ACC. So I guess that just got scheduled a very long time ago. I guess. I think that's the reason. That's what I was told once. Anyways, Virginia just finds ways to win. You know what? And that's what teams do. Again, will they get God eventually? And was the winner of the ACC this year always going to be a little bit fraudulent? Kind of, okay? For the longest time, everyone thought that was going to be Georgia Tech. Because in all fairness, they were playing great in the regular season. Haynes King was having huge football games. And why wouldn't you think, honestly, that Georgia Tech would be the favorite? Well, I thought eventually they'd always lose. But, I mean, I guess Georgia Tech could still get into. But regardless of that, right, Virginia kind of has to feel like the favorite. They will probably slip up eventually and lose a football game, but I don't think that's going to happen in the regular season. And the thing we've kept saying about Virginia as well is, okay, they go to the ACC title game. They are, let's say, well, they have to be 11-1 going to the ACC title game. They are 8-0 in the ACC, and they lose the ACC title game to likely at this point, it'd probably be Georgia Tech still. How do you approach that for the playoffs? Well, in that case, I think both ACC teams have to get in. And the way I'm approaching the playoffs here, by the way, Virginia is going to blow Wake Forest out this week. Games in Virginia. I don't know why it's only 6.5. I just witnessed Wake Forest lose 42-7 against a god-awful Florida State team, which was an absolute disgrace. I don't care who's playing at quarterback between Robbie Ashford and Deshaun Purdy. He should probably be Deshaun Purdy. He's better than Robbie Ashford, even though Ashford's better. You lose to Florida State 42-7. I don't care. It's in Tallahassee. You suck. Okay, I know I just went off right there about Wake Forest for no reason, but it's the absolute truth, okay? I don't know what they were doing last week. It was a punt-a-thon in the first quarter, and then it just continued to be a punt-a-thon and a turnover-thon for Wake Forest, while Florida State just pummeled them, and FSU just kept scoring. It's the first time FSU's been on a beatdown, on the other side of a beatdown in a while, and yeah, way to go, Wake Forest, right? You're a 2-3 ACC team. Somehow, how do you beat SMU then lose to Florida State? I don't get the ACC sometimes, man. It doesn't make sense. The conference legitimately does not make sense. The Virginia Cavaliers though should decimate Wake Forest. Okay, so I don't understand why the line is only 6.5 points. Virginia is at home. Yes, they played Washington State close. They played North Carolina close. Did we not just see what happened to Wake Forest last week? Did we not just see it? Anyways, I'm taking Virginia. The thing I will say real quickly about the playoffs, I know, again, we still got some games to finish up on this video, and we've been going for over 3 hours at this point, but I do think it's important to talk about the playoffs a little bit. There's probably going to be 2 teams in the ACC that get in, I think. I think you have to. Unless, because it's going to be Virginia, I think, because they're not losing to Duke, I don't think. Duke just gives up too many points. I know they score a lot, but I think Virginia's going to win that football game in a game in which we might get them at plus money, so that's going to be great. But it's either going to be Georgia Tech or Louisville who get in that game as well, and I think at that point in time, if Louisville and Georgia Tech are still winning, they'll probably be in the top 12, and the committee has said that they don't want to drop teams and punish teams for having to play in their conference championship games. So with that being said, it's probably a 2-bit ACC, similar to how it was last year with Southern Methodist and Clemson. But if you remember, we were only going to get one ACC team in last year if SMU had won the conference championship game, because Clemson only got in because they won the ACC. So we'll see. Again, I want as many different conferences to get multi-bids as possible. I want the Big Ten to probably get the 3 that they should get in Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. The SEC should get A&M, Bama, Georgia, and probably one other. But that puts you at 7. Big 12, I think, should get BYU and Tech, and maybe Utah. ACC 1, Group of 5 1. Oh wait, Notre Dame needs to get in. So someone gets squeezed out of that equation. Again, we still got a lot of college football to play. But I'm going to go Virginia Cavaliers minus 6.5. This is absolutely automatic this week for me. Wake Forest is not ready for prime time. I don't care who plays quarterback. That team's not good. Give me Virginia minus 6.5. Next up, and also if Virginia just put some points in that team, they're not going to be able to keep up, right? They won that defensive showdown against Southern Methodist. Next up, we go to Louisville, Kentucky for the Louisville Cardinals and the Cal Bears. So if you want to say like who the best team playing wise right now in the ACC, like who is acting like the best team and who is playing like the best team, I believe you have to point at the Louisville Cardinals. I believe so, right? I know Virginia beat them, and Virginia should be ranked higher than them, and they are. Virginia's 12, Louisville's 14. In a rematch, I believe Louisville will be heavily favored. I think so. They've won 3 consecutive games since losing to UVA. Miller Moss is learning, not learning, he's figuring it out, but he's not the reason they're winning right now. It's 100% that run game. It's the O-line, and it's Isaac Brown. The sophomore running back has had 3 consecutive monster games, and it all started with that game at the Hard Rock against Miami. Isaac Brown had 15 carries for 113 yards against the Hurricanes, 14 carries for 205 yards against Boston College, and 16 carries for 130 yards against VTech. Again, a touchdown apiece in both the Boston College and Virginia Tech games. And obviously, this is just rudimentary football. That run game now sets up Miller Moss, and it only makes Miller Moss a better quarterback, a more efficient quarterback, a more effective quarterback, and a more difficult quarterback to deal with. I know I just named the same thing over and over again, but hear me out here. That's going to help Louisville so much, and obviously the defense is playing great now too. This is a much better football team than we saw in the Virginia game. Now, credit to Virginia. They found a way to do it. And Virginia, well-deserved, is a higher-ranked team than Louisville. I just think if they play again, Louisville will probably get them. However, I don't know how the tiebreaker works, and I don't think Louisville's in line to get that rematch in the ACC title game. I believe it's either Pittsburgh or Georgia Tech who will get it. I think it's Georgia Tech who definitely will get it before them. And that could be a 2-loss Georgia Tech because they'll go into the ACC title game off a non-conference loss against Georgia. So that kind of shoots the ACC in the foot, but maybe it puts Louisville in because they don't have to play the ACC title game in the first place. And then if Georgia Tech wins that game, could the ACC get 3 with Tech, Virginia, and Louisville? I don't know. I think in that scenario, Louisville probably just gets pushed out. Again, that's still months in advance or weeks in advance. Louisville is going to hammer the California Golden Bears, okay? JKS, John Kawe Sagapolete, has come crashing down to earth after his very hot start to the season. California had won 3 consecutive games. They went to Corvallis and beat Oregon State. Now, we did not know what Oregon State was going to be in 2025 at the time of that football game, but it is what it is. They beat Texas Southern, who cares? Beat Minnesota, which, again, Big Ten win, huge. And it really all came crumbling down for Cal in that game against San Diego State. A game they were expected to win. Again, we didn't know how good SDSU really was, but SDSU had a game against Wazoo played early in the season where they got blown out on the road. And Cal goes on the road to San Diego State, and exactly what happened to SDSU against Wazoo happened to California. They got completely blown out against the Aztecs, losing the game 34-0. And sure, again, Cal has pieced together some victories since they went to Boston and beat Boston College, but anybody can do that. And they really lucked out in a victory over North Carolina. Again, North Carolina was playing, consistently horrible football, and yet California almost lost that football game if it's not for a fumble in the end zone at the very end of that football game. Cal's coming off back-to-back L's, overtime loss to Virginia Tech, which Virginia Tech, I know they're winning now and they're 3-6. They're playing a little bit better after the firing of their head coach, and Kyron Jones really isn't doing nothing differently. They still don't throw the ball, but they're winning at least now, so good on them. But losing that game for Cal is bad. You lose to Virginia last week at home, expected. Again, UVA is on paper right now and record-wise and, I guess strength of schedule-wise, they have to be considered the best team in the ACC. I don't know what Cal offers Louisville. Cross-country trip on the road against a team that's hot right now, a team that thinks they can make a postseason push, which their schedule shows they easily can. You beat Cal, you beat Clemson. The game I'm scared for them is in 3 weeks at SMU. We just saw Miami go to SMU and lose. Not an easy place to play, not an easy team to beat. And then obviously Louisville concludes with a home game over Kentucky. That'll be a win. That game against SMU, though, I'm telling you, that might get them. SMU is playing ultimate spoiler. They probably can't get in. They definitely can't get in themselves. So they're making it their mission to spoil it for every other ACC team since they were one of the representatives last season for the Atlantic Coast Conference. However, this game specifically, I'm going Miller Moss and the Louisville Cardinals. I think they quite easily cover the 18.5 points against Cal. It's just a cross-country trip for California. Louisville's playing hot football. They're playing great football. I don't have any faith in California pulling that one out or even making it close. Give me Louisville via a blowout. Next up, let's go to this game. Oh, Clemson at home against Florida State. What a game. What a game. Clemson losing to Duke last week. Undeserved loss? Yeah, kinda. In all fairness, an undeserved loss, in my opinion, for the Clemson Tigers. A very horrendous call. Commentators thought it was horrible when it happened. I was obviously rooting for Duke. I had money on Duke, and I'm watching that game live, and, I thought initially that pass interference call was an offensive pass interference. That's what it looked like. It looked like the receiver had tackled that DB, and yet, nope. I mean, that's what the commentators thought initially when the flag was thrown. They're like, oh, this is going to be a offensive pass interference. The game's over. Call made on the field. Defensive pass interference. Duke keeps the football and they win the football game. So now on to Dabo Swinney's comments. Dabo Swinney said in the post-game press conference that he felt like, well, he did not say that he feels like he should be fired, but he said he wouldn't be surprised and he probably would have fired himself if he was on the other side of things, or he was an athletic director or a general manager of a college football program, just because of Clemson's very obvious and clear struggles. How this is a 3-5 football team that's only victories are the Troy Trojans, before Tucker Kilcrease, that was Goose Crowder. UNC on the road and Boston College on the road. UNC and Boston College have a combined ACC record of 1-8 this season. Exactly. Clemson's losses: Syracuse, Georgia Tech, SMU, Duke. In all fairness to them, those are pretty decent teams. Those are teams that all share one thing in common. At least Syracuse did when Angeli was there. They could put up big nights offensively on you any given day. Like, defense, it is what it is. Like, some of those teams would struggle defensively. But those teams could all put a bunch of points up on you, and you knew when you played those squads, okay, we are in for it. We got to score a bunch just to stay in the game. And ultimately for Clemson, right, they lose 24-21 to Georgia Tech, 34-21 against Syracuse, 35-24 against SMU, and 46-45 against the Duke Blue Devils. Cade Klubnik played a good game last week. Obviously, there was a bunch of big plays on both sides for Duke and Clemson, multiple 70-plus yard touchdowns, blown coverages for Clemson, and just big plays for Clemson against Duke on the other side. Klubnik throws for 385 yards, and again, offense is not the problem in that game. The problem is, they didn't get the ball. Well, they did get the ball last, but not with enough time. Duke got bailed up by a penalty call. And the Blue Devils, and this is, again, the Clemson's defense fault, nobody else's. You let Duke, at the end of the football game, with, 1 or 2 timeouts, with 4 minutes to go, walk 95 yards down the field and win the game. I mean, I don't care how bad of a call it is. I don't care, again, they potentially got robbed. You can't let a team go 95 yards at the end of the game with limited time and limited timeouts and expect to win. I mean, yeah, they had their shot at the end of the game. There was some penalties on Clemson on that last drive that the fans were not happy about in Death Valley, but they took the L. Now, Clemson takes on Florida State. So the two biggest underachievers possible, I actually believe Clemson beats them. I think so, guys. Clemson scores, and they score a lot. Now, again, they scored 45 points last week against Duke, and they still could not come back with the victory, which is absolutely brutal. It's insane stuff. FSU scores 42 last week against Wake Forest, but look at every other game, right? They lose 46-38 to Virginia, 28-22 against Miami, 34-31 against Pittsburgh, 20-13 against Stanford. It is a very, off and on scoring effort, but really the defense gives up a bunch of points too. And you can say the same thing about Clemson, but you get a shootout, games at Death Valley, and now the added factor of this game is not just, Clemson, Florida State, it's 3-5 Clemson versus 4-4 FSU. An added factor in this game is Dabo Swinney. Dabo Swinney, I don't know, again, if that's just, that's just Dabo being Dabo and saying that, but partially I believe him saying, we'll see if I get fired in a second here, there is pressure now. He is someone on the hot seat. I don't think Clemson necessarily wants to fire Swinney, but if the season gets that bad to the point where they feel like they need to, and I think really the benchmark is, and I think maybe I overrate bowl games a little bit and just the emphasis of having a postseason game. But if Clemson can't go 6-6 and make a bowl game, I do believe Dabo's going to be in hot water. Will they actually fire him and pull the trigger? Probably not. There's probably going to be a very stern talk about him for going into 2026 and saying, hey, you need to pick things up. We need to actually optimize in the transfer portal like every other college football team in the country. But if you're Clemson, right, you need to beat Florida State. You probably don't beat Louisville next week on the road. You beat Furman, 5-5, 5-6 going into the last week of the year at South Carolina. I don't know if you win that game, but it's a winnable spot, right? So it's a very big game here for Clemson. And now, again, the added bonus and added factor of, hey, these guys are kind of playing for Dabo Swinney now. They kind of are. And Dabo, has recruited all of these guys. He's brought all these guys in himself. Again, these are not portal guys. These are Dabo Swinney football players. These guys should be playing for him, I think. FSU, huge victory. I'm telling you, though, Wake Forest was abysmal. They couldn't move the ball in offense. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen out of a team. It was punt, 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 punt. They had a really good first drive, and they couldn't do anything after. And they didn't pressure Thomas Castellanos. They didn't force him to stay in the pocket, and that's how you lose against FSU. I know Dabo's not having a great year, but I can count on Dabo to be smart. And I think that's what they're going to do this week. Clemson is going to pressure Tommy Castellanos, put him in bad spots, and I believe the Clemson Tigers are going to go out and pick up a victory, and I believe it's great value as well, getting the Tigers here at -125. FSU's by far the worst team in my opinion. Yeah, they have a Bama win. Don't care. Give me the Clemson Tigers here at home at Death Valley. Minus 125 for Clemson to go out and beat Florida State. Next up, we go to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Louisiana State on the road against number 4, Alabama Crimson Tide. Roll Tide, man. Alabama's playing great football, right? I mean, that SEC title game potentially between Alabama and Texas A&M is going to be a big one. And it's going to be a very exciting football game, right? Marcel Reed, Ty Simpson, 2 Heisman hopefuls, even though Simpson's probably way more of a hopeful than Marcel Reed is. But that has cinema written all over it between Alabama and A&M. The thing is, we just need to get there. And the pathway, of course, for A&M, we went over it earlier, is not too difficult. Bama's pathway, not that difficult either. Louisiana State this week, an underachieving LSU team, more on them in a second, with the first game being played without Brian Kelly, so more on that in a minute. Bama gets LSU, Oklahoma, East Illinois non-con, obviously, tune-up game, and then Auburn in the Iron Bowl to close things out. It's a very achievable, obviously, a perfect run in the SEC this year for Kalen DeBoer and Alabama after a bunch of talk at the beginning of the season when they went to Florida State and lost, and the controversy around him. I mean, do you keep this guy around anymore? DeBoer has definitely turned things around for Bama, so good on them. Anyways, Louisiana State, that's what happens when you don't win games, right? So what happened to Brian Kelly is what was going to happen to Kalen DeBoer if he kept losing and they lost to Vandy and lost to Missouri. But LSU, I mean, and that's also if Kalen DeBoer came into Bama and tried to do a Southern accent and said, me and my family, we're really excited to be down here in the South and Tuscaloosa. I can't do a Southern accent. I've never been to the South, actually, so maybe I should go so I can actually experience it. Anyways, though, Brian Kelly's time needed to end at Louisiana State. Again, do coaches in general usually get scapegoated? Yes, okay. The 2 positions in every operation, especially in football, well, obviously this is more specific to football, but the two spots in a football roster, or football, it's the quarterback and the coach. They always get the blame for everything. Now, sometimes it's fair, sometimes it's not. It is fair in the case of Brian Kelly. It is. I believe it is. I mean, he dug his own hole here at Louisiana State. His entry to Louisiana State was not ideal. They have never really won here. They had huge expectations going into the season, and obviously they have not resulted in anything this year. They go and they have the best start to the year possible. You go to Clemson, you win week 1. We saw that one coming from a mile away. I thought Louisiana State was the better team than Clemson, and they went to Death Valley and they won. And immediately, though, you knew something wasn't really the same. They played La Tech. They won by 16 points and scored 23 total. They played Florida, won the game by 10, won 20-10. They lost to Ole Miss 24-19 in a game where the offense couldn't move the ball. And again, that was their whole thing, like in the Florida game. Lagway throws 5 interceptions, and Brian Kelly, gets a very fair question about how bad your offense has been and the fact that you can't convert on 3rd down, and Brian Kelly completely dismisses it. I mean, Nussmeier, guys, going into the season was supposed to be the number 1 pick. Like, on FanDuel Sportsbook, the odds for the number 1 pick in the NFL draft was supposed to be Garrett Nussmeier to the New Orleans Saints. Obviously, that is nowhere near what we're going to get now. I mean, Nussmeier will eventually get drafted. What, is he a 3rd-day pick? Is he a late 2nd? I think he's a 3rd-day pick right now. Because Nussmeier's been horrible. And call it the system, say what you want. Say it's him. I don't know. He's been bad. And it sucks we don't have a run game either, really. They're trying to involve a run game right now, but yeah, it's been a rough year for Louisiana State. Defensively, they're great. Don't get me wrong. That's the only reason they're even 5-3. They'll be in a bowl game. They'll make the games above Sports Bowl or something, because they do get a game against Arkansas and Western Kentucky. They're going to have 7 wins this year, but that's disappointing. I mean, seriously, Louisiana State's going to finish 7-5. Alabama's going to completely dominate this team. Yeah, Bama's been playing close games, right? They beat South Carolina on the road by 7 points. They played Vandy and only beat them by 3, even though, Missouri, they blew out Vandy, beat them by 16. But the Missouri game, obviously Missouri scored in a garbage time touchdown at the end of the game. Bama, this is the type of offense that can crack a really good defense. It is, right? Louisiana State, great defensive unit. So many, again, studs on that team. You got even more weapons, though, in Alabama. And more guys, again, great offense can beat great defense. Ty Simpson, Jam Miller, Jeremy Bernard, Ryan Williams, Isaiah Horton, the Miami transfer. there are so many weapons. And Ty Simpson, again, I will sing this guy's praises. He has been phenomenal, right? I didn't know if Ty Simpson, especially coming off of that first loss as a starter against Florida State, I didn't know if Simpson was going to be that guy for Bama. He absolutely has been, and he's been even more. So I think Alabama wins this game against Simpson this season. 2,200 yards, 20 touchdowns, 1 interception. He has been phenomenal for the Crimson Tide. And I believe Alabama at home dominates Louisiana State. And this is, again, we talk about environments and night games. It doesn't get bigger than this. 7:30 local start time on prime time ABC. And you won't be able to watch the game if you have YouTube TV, but prime time spot in Tuscaloosa. It doesn't get bigger than this. Huge time spot. I don't think LSU's ready for this, especially first game without Brian Kelly. I mean, sure, that might motivate a team, but I don't care. Taking Alabama at home, minus 10.5 for the Tide. Roll Tide in Tuscaloosa. Next up, we go on to a game that, could have been really exciting, but unfortunately, Navy last week got against North Texas. I was very optimistic about Navy. I thought, they hadn't played really good teams yet, but I really think Blake Horvath is good. But immediately, as soon as that game started and you watch the first couple of drives, you can kind of tell where that game's headed, right? North Texas legitimately is getting anything whenever they wanted against the Navy midshipmen. And eventually, right, it is a victory for the Mean Green, right? North Texas goes up 14-0 in the first quarter. They then add on some more in the second. And, you're going into halftime 24-10. Navy does kick off the third quarter with the score. North Texas responds, and then there's no more scoring for the rest of the football game. So it is what it is. Navy last year had a very big spot against Notre Dame as well. If you remember, Navy was undefeated for a big portion of last year as well. They were 6-0, and they ran into Notre Dame and lost. I kind of thought the same exact thing was going to happen this year, yet now they lose the week prior. So Navy, again, was never ranked this season. They were undefeated. They were the last undefeated team that was not ranked. They were 7-0 last week going into North Texas, and again, the undefeated run is now over. Navy takes on Notre Dame here, and it will be an uphill climb, because if you remember last year, and Navy, here's the thing about Navy, the only guys who really leave Navy are graduates, or guys who, I guess, are graduating into the Naval Academy, I believe. Could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that's what the proper term is. I know that's what they're doing. Navy doesn't really get transfer outs, okay, and they don't obviously get transfers in. The only guy that I can think of who's transferred out of a military school is Kanye Udo, because he wanted to live the big life at Arizona State. No, I'm joking. Maybe I am. I don't know. Anyways, good for him, I guess. I don't know. It means I assume he has to go back and serve, right? And that's what you sign up for, unless you go to the pros. I don't know. Notre Dame played Navy last year, though. It's a lot of the same Navy team. It's not like, they lost their quarterback like Army did last year. No, Blake Horvath's still there. They played a neutral site last year. They played in East Rutherford, New Jersey at MetLife Stadium. This year, I believe the game's just in South Bend, right? Yes, it's just in South Bend. The same exact Navy team went out there, like that's still on the team now, and went into New Jersey and got blown out 51-14. That was a Navy team that was ranked at the time. It was 12 versus 24. Navy was ranked. They were thinking postseason. They were on the up and ups, and they went out there and completely got demolished. And sure, is Notre Dame as good of a team as they were last season? I don't think so. I think CJ Carr's doing a great job. I think Riley Leonard was better just because, obviously Riley Leonard was a senior who's now in the National Football League. CJ Carr is very young, still figuring it out. Jeremiah Love, obviously, you got Jadarian Price now, so the two-headed back's not there last season, but I don't know. I think Notre Dame's going to be just fine here. Regardless of if they're better or not, last year they were 35 points better than Navy. All they need to be tonight, and by the way, not a neutral site anymore, at home, they need to be 25 points better than the Navy midshipmen. I don't think Navy's going to be able to score, guys. Horvath struggles so much against the defense in North Texas, who got shredded by the Charlotte 49ers. Yep. The Charlotte 49ers shredded that North Texas defense, and Blake Horvath went out there and threw 2 picks, had his worst day statistically passing all year long, did run for 112 yards, but obviously that's part of the job description, being a Navy quarterback. It's a real uphill climb for Navy in this football game, especially against a talent-loaded Notre Dame football team. Yeah, I hate to say it, I'm going Notre Dame. And here's the thing, Notre Dame's going to the playoffs. We saw this right away after they lost to Miami and lost to A&M. I know Miami's losing, and obviously that doesn't help Notre Dame's case, but it really doesn't matter. You're Notre Dame, and I don't want to get into this side of things, but it's the truth, okay? Notre Dame's money, okay? What makes more money in the playoffs? Notre Dame on the road at, Texas Tech, Or, we have Georgia Tech at Texas Tech in the first round. Or we have Utah going to Texas Tech. Obviously, they rather have the Fighting Irish in there. And sure, again, for billboards and for cha-ching, ads, money, why wouldn't you? But their resume is not good. And yes, is Notre Dame a top 12 team in the country? I believe they are, okay? Their best win's USC. Borderline top 25 USC team. Lost to Miami, lost to A&M, Purdue, Arkansas, Boise, NC State, Boston College, Navy, Pitt, Syracuse, Stanford. I'm telling you, I've been saying this for a while. I don't know if they can beat Pitt, though. That's coming up next week. They have to go to Pittsburgh. That's the tough one. If they can get by Pitt, they're going to the playoffs. They might. I could see a world where they rank Pitt just to get Notre Dame that ranked win. They might. There are others receiving votes right now. They might rank Pitt going into next week. They don't play this week. I don't know. We'll see. That's the tough game for Notre Dame. They will blow out, though, Navy. Shout out to Blake Horvath, but it's not going to be enough this week. Notre Dame's the much better team, much more physical team. I don't know if I can say physical, but they're just the better football team. I'm going Notre Dame at home against the Navy midshipmen. On to the final SEC game of the week. Let's go to the SEC Network, as we have got the Florida Gators trying to pick up a victory on the road at Kroger Field against the Kentucky Wildcats. Huge win last week for the Kentucky Wildcats. It's late. I'm recording this video about 5 in the morning. Oh my goodness. Anyways, huge win last week for the Kentucky Wildcats, going on the road and beating Auburn. Cutter Boley picks up his first victory in the Southeastern Conference. First one as a starter in general, right? Because he didn't start the East Michigan game, right? That was still Calzada, was it? No, Boley did start the EMU game. Anyways, his first victory as an first SEC victory for Cutter Boley, beating the Auburn Tigers 10-3. Now, did Boley really do much? Not really. That was a defensive-minded game, obviously, as you can see from the score. Boley had a touchdown in the third quarter that pushed them over the top, and this, again, was part of my spiel about how Auburn is just not ready for prime time this year, regardless of who's at quarterback between Jackson Arnold and Ashton Daniels. That team just is not good offensively, and there's no weapons for that team. Anyways, Kentucky went out there and won the game 10-3. It's not entertaining. Don't go back and rewatch it. I guess watch the highlights, but there's not many lights to watch. It's just, it's like, it's not highlights, but it's not lowlights. It's just like mediocre lights between Kentucky and Auburn. Boley throws for 160 yards, throws for a touchdown and 2 picks. Okay, run game doesn't get established at all. It's just good on Kentucky, though, right? Defense really showed up. They picked off Ashton Daniels. He threw for under 50% completion rate. And it's a good win on the road. Like, winning on the road at any level of football is difficult, especially in the Southeastern Conference. And it's a huge third victory on the season for the Wildcats. And now you get to go back home, but you're taking on Florida, who has been, I don't want to call it an underachiever, but they've played tough game after tough game the entire year. They're 3-5, but look at the teams they've played all year long. South Florida, LSU, Miami, Texas, A&M, Mississippi State, Georgia. Oh my goodness, that is a gauntlet of the toughest possible teams you can play. I mean, you name them. Florida's gone up and taken them on. Through those, through all those tough games, you give them a game like they had against Mississippi State at home in Florida. Florida finds the way to win. They do have a win over Texas sandwich in there too, but you take a break from all these, barn burners every single week and marquee matchups on primetime ABC against the best teams in the country to, no disrespect, Kentucky. Florida comes through. And a lot's been made about Lagway this season. How Lagway's looked like he's regressed, and that's partially fair. He has not looked that good this year at all. The run game with Jaden Baugh has been okay. Recently, it's actually been pretty good. He had 150 yards against Mississippi State, and that's probably going to be a big reason in why they beat Kentucky this week. But Florida's just played so many difficult squads. It's tough to expect great results out of them. And sure, Florida wanted to be a team right up there with the A&Ms of the world, right up there with the Georgias and the LSUs. Well, back when they played them, right? They wanted to be in that spot of elite team, elite category this season. Unfortunately, they haven't. But all things considered, like, for just, I know Florida doesn't want to hear this, but being just another team in the SEC, like, being 3-5 right now is not a horrible spot. Being 2-3 in the SEC is not that horrible considering the teams you've played. They should get Kentucky this week. Kentucky's offense really lacks. Florida's defense is pretty solid, right? They held Miami to 26 points, Georgia to 24, could have been 31, but who cares? LSU to 20, that doesn't mean anything else. Whose offense sucks. South Florida's got a good offense. They held Byron Brown and those guys to 18 points, right? So this is a good Florida defense. Kentucky, already struggles offensively as it is. They did score 34 points against Tennessee, surprisingly enough, but I don't know. Volunteers some nights are just really odd too. Kentucky, though, we've seen throughout the course of the season struggle to score. 13 points against Texas, 14 points against the Georgia Bulldogs, 13 points against South Carolina. How they played Toledo, and I get it. That's when Calzada was still the quarterback, but they only scored 24 points in the victory over the Toledo Rockets earlier this season. I got to go here with the Florida Gators. I believe they are able to go out there and get it done. I think Lagway's going to have a pretty big night, but we'll see. I think it's going to be a big run game as well from Jaden Baugh, who has had multiple 100-plus yard games in his last couple outings. Obviously, in the past game, it is pretty much just two receivers. It is both Eugene Wilson III and Vernal Brown III. They've been going back and forth with 100-yard games. Again, give me the Florida Gators to get it done on the road at Kroger Field against the Kentucky Wildcats. Next up, we go to the Mountain West. Late night spot kind of here from Logan, Utah, as we've got the Utah State Aggies taking on the Nevada Wolfpack. So I've kind of said it a little bit, and I've thrown it out there some through this video. Nevada is very bad. I mean, it is as low level of a team as you can get. Now, they have improved quite a bit since they moved on from Chuba Purdy finally, and they went to their freshman in Carter Jones. But Jones is still very green. He's just a raw product who throws a lot of interceptions and makes quite a bit of mistakes. I mean, Nevada truly needs just a complete rehaul of their entire program. That's what they need. That's what they need more than anything. It's just you have a lack of talent. You can't really compete that much in the Mountain West. And don't get me wrong, they've shown some fight this season. Like the moments I can think of, the Fresno State game, they're down 17 points in the fourth quarter. They come rumbling back and score 14 unanswered points. Unfortunately, they just don't get the football back in Fresno to make another run or have another possession to score. Really, they play New Mexico really tight in Albuquerque, but they lose by 2. They kind of stay in the fight against Boise State, only lose by 21, but at the same time, like your defense just locked in and you lost 24-3. But now, how impressive is that game against Boise, considering, again, Fresno State just beat Boise on the Smurf turf? It still does not make sense to me. Nevada now gets the honor of going to Utah State and getting blown out by the Utah State Aggies. Bryson Barnes is approaching the end of his college football career. Obviously, a very long, not that long of a college football career, but a college football career that took him to multiple Utah schools. He was once backing up Cam Rising, and now he's playing at Utah State. And I still think Bryson Barnes is having a pretty solid season. 14 touchdowns to 3 interceptions and 1,800 yards. Braden Pagan's had a really good year too. He is their best receiver, if I had to say. Brady Boyd's not bad either, but Utah State scores points. We've seen it throughout the course of the season so far. We saw it in the San Jose State game and Logan, which they won. The Hawaii game in the first half, they scored a lot. Hell, the Vandy game, where they went to Nashville and scored 35 points, but ultimately fell short to Heisman hopeful Diego Pavia. Utah State, though, 2 weeks ago played the New Mexico Lobos, losing the game 33-14. We have not talked about New Mexico today, and they don't have a game this week, so I won't speak on them right now. I won't speak on them that much. I'm very impressed with what New Mexico's done this season, right? Last week, going to UNLV and winning, a team that, you have a better record this year than you did last year with all that talent. Eli Sanders, Luke Weissong, Devin Dampier, you have a better record now after those guys left. It is absurd. Bronco Mendenhall leaves, and your team gets better. What? I just didn't see it happening. Anyways, though, Utah State loses to New Mexico. Again, no shame in that. New Mexico's playing great football. Jack Lane is doing all right. Again, Lane's just doing enough for his team to win, and the Lobos are going to find themselves in a bowl game and going to find themselves at the top half of the Mountain West this season. Hell, they have a better record than the Aggies do right now, and I consider the Aggies to be pretty good. Again, they are an explosive offense when they want to be. In the New Mexico game, they only scored 14 points. Again, the SJSU game, many points on the board. The Hawaii game first half, they were great. This is, though, just a classic tune-up spot. It's a classic tune-up spot for Utah State, too, because you look at the rest of their schedule. If they want to, again, go bowling, you got to win 2 out these last 4. Nevada is going to be a win. We know it's going to be. Games in Utah or in Logan. Nevada, just they're not very good. Defense can give you trouble. Offensively, they just struggle. And I give credit to where credit is due with Carter Jones. He is trying out there. He is just very young. This is his first time playing, or first year starting as a collegiate quarterback. He's a freshman. That just needs time, and eventually, again, he will get there. But obviously, they couldn't sustain playing Chuba Purdy no more. Obviously, that just was not working. A game that this team should really be 0-8. They should have lost the Sacramento State game. Sacramento State found a way to lose that game more than, Nevada won it. and Nevada's, sitting at 1-7 right now. But Utah State should dominate this team. Again, the only pushback they're going to get from the Wolfpack is going to be defensively. But I don't really envision, and I get it, the Utah State defense isn't good in the first place. It isn't good either. But I don't envision Nevada scoring more than 10 points. I think 10's the max they score, and then you got to think, okay, can Utah State score 22? The answer to that question is undoubtedly yes. They've put up 22 points in every game that they've played so far this season, except for their last one against New Mexico. But you're back at home against the worst team in your conference, and now you need to get this victory in order to get ready for a road game at UNLV, which all of a sudden looks way more manageable considering how the Rebels played last week, at Fresno State in a game where I will be in attendance for, I'm just saying, and then a game against Boise State to close the year. So I'm going Utah State here on the spread. I believe the Aggies win it and cover the 11.5 points as well at home against the Nevada Wolfpack. Next up, we go to Pasadena, California, to the Rose Bowl for Nebraska and UCLA, the final Big Ten game of the day. And then we have nothing but Mountain West and Pac-2 action from there on out. But here we go, UCLA, Nebraska. Obviously, the big story coming out of the Nebraska camp this week is Dylan Royola's injury. Royola out for the season with a broken fibula. Brutal. Obviously, got that injury in the USC game. That was very competitive over in Lincoln, but ultimately won by the USC Trojans. And obviously, there's going to be no postseason for Nebraska this year. There is going to be a bowl game involved, and that was definitely a spot where Royola definitely would have played. Hell, in his freshman season last year, he did play and win in the Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl, but this year, obviously, it will be backup quarterback. We can assume it's probably just going to be, it's going to be TJ Lateef, I assume, who came in relief in the USC game, and he went 5 for 7 passing for 7 yards against the USC Trojans. Royola is overhated. I think the whole Mahomes gimmick is a little corny, don't get me wrong, but he's a guy who has consistently improved, and I think by the time he's back next season for his junior year, I think he's going to be one of the better quarterbacks in the Big Ten, at least upper half, I would assume. Now, Royola is not the biggest part of this team, though, in all fairness. It is that offensive line, and it's really the push they get on run block, and it's Emmett Johnson. Emmett Johnson, their lead back, consistently putting up big numbers every single week for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Last week against USC, 29 carries for 165 yards and a touchdown. Obviously, right, Nebraska comes up short against Southern California as USC wins the game with a King Miller touchdown with 10 minutes to go. There was no scoring from there on out. Nebraska's a 6-3 team at this point now, but they're going cross-country on the road to take on UCLA. A UCLA team which was the hottest team in college football. They had all the momentum behind them. Everyone was so big on UCLA. And what happened? They ran into Indiana is what happened. Yep. Nico Amaliva. Oh, Nico's fixed now. Oh, look at UCLA. They're hot. And no, you know what? I agree with that. UCLA is playing great. It's just different when you play Indiana. Just is. I mean, they go on their big run, right? You fire your head coach. You go full clean house, obviously, except for Nico. You got to keep Nico around. I know, talking about him like he's a staff member. He's a quarterback. But you beat Penn State. It's the game that, shifted the entire operation at home. You beat Penn State, your first win of the year. You beat Michigan State on the road. Well, anyone can beat Michigan State. Then you beat Maryland. And then, obviously, going into Indiana, two of the hottest teams in the country on CBS, 9 o'clock start time. Indiana won 56-6. They beat by 50 points. Yep. And now UCLA against Nebraska. Guys, I'm telling you, that's just Indiana. That's nothing about UCLA. And UCLA here is going to beat the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And sure, it's no Raiola, and it's going to be a quarterback in Lateef making his first start this season for the Huskers. And again, he's not going to be Raiola. Raiola's been getting first-team snaps, obviously, since he came here. Lateef is a freshman out of Compton who has only seen limited action in both the Houston Christian game and the Akron game. Not a horrible first start, though, right? Back in Southern California, obviously, Pasadena, about 45 minutes away, I'd say, from Compton. But I think UCLA cleans up here in Nebraska. It's all about that run game, obviously, right? Emmett Johnson back-to-back huge weeks on the ground for the Cornhuskers, 124 yards in that game against Northwestern, 165 in the game against USC. That is the primary source of offense, really the only source of offense for USC, and I can't expect Lateef to be all that great in his first career start. Again, he carved up the Akron Zips and the Houston Christian, my goodness, Huskies in the limited action he got against those squads, but that's against, second and third string units over on those two teams that obviously the Cornhuskers are going to roll right through. UCLA had been playing really good football prior to the Indiana game. You saw Nico Amaliva look like himself, I guess if you can say. Oh, he looked like he did in the one Outback Bowl performance he had back in 2023. Is that what Nico's prime is? I don't want to hate on Nico, but I'm still not a fan of what he did to Tennessee. Okay, you could have been the guy over there, but nope, they're stuck losing games to Oklahoma right now. But not like the end result would have been different. Anyways, UCLA a 3-5 team, but that 3-game winning streak was massive. They have still not lost at home this season since the coaching switch. Obviously, they lost early in the year, and they got blown out against Devin Dampier in Utah. They lost to New Mexico, who, again, very quietly is putting together an insane run this season without Devin Dampier and with Jack Lane at the helm. But since the coaching shift, obviously, right, UCLA won a shootout against Penn State when Penn State was still ranked 7th. They beat Maryland 20-17. I think we should see more of the same success this week against Nebraska, especially with Nebraska playing with the backup quarterback. UCLA is a 2.5-point favorite, which surprises me a little bit, but I think it's partially right that, Nebraska makes that one trip over to California or the one trip over to the West Coast. It's this one right now, and backup quarterback making his first start against UCLA, a defense that has been good recently other than just the Indiana game. I mean, holding Michigan State to 13, holding Maryland to 17. I believe the Bruins get this one done and cover the 2.5 points as well. Give me UCLA here at home, minus 2.5 against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. On to our next game, and we go to the Mountain West. UNLV. Oh, man. A real surprising outcome last week. Again, we'll keep bringing up New Mexico because they keep applying to these situations, but it's the absolute truth. UNLV starts the season 6-0. They look like the last hope for the Mountain West into the college football playoffs this season. That actually turned out to be the San Diego State Aztecs, who would have thought Jaden Denigal and the guys are still alive. But UNLV came into the season, right? Anthony Calandria, the quarterback from Virginia. They start off 6-0. And I knew they weren't I knew the run was going to end eventually, obviously, when they played Air Force, or we could see it coming after the Air Force game where they gave up 48 points and still found a victory. But they go to the Smurf turf, they go to Boise, they don't win that game because, not everyone can go on to Boise and win like the Fresno State Bulldogs. UNLV then goes and plays New Mexico last week at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas, and they lose. 40-35. Anthony Calandria had 382 yards passing in an unsuccessful effort. Calandria leads the team in both passing and rushing with 41 yards on the ground. Again, 382 through the air. But he gets outdueled by Jack Lane, who throws for 342 yards. Again, it was just big play Lane all night long for the Lobos. It was big pass after big pass. Keegan Johnson, 80-yard touchdowns. I mean, again, Damon Bankston, 84-yard touchdown. That's absurd. Jack Lane had an 84-yard and an 80-yard touchdown in the same half. UNLV tried to find their way back in the football game, but ultimately they fell short. They actually took the lead at the end, but what happened? Yeah, an 8-play, 75-yard drive from Jack Lane in New Mexico. And again, all the credit needs to be put on Jack Lane and that football team. 532 yards of total offense. And sure, UNLV has seen that before this season. I mean, look at the Air Force game. Air Force put up about that same exact number on them with around 500 yards. Regardless of all of that, though, New Mexico's performance is unbelievable at UNLV. And now the Lobos obviously go to the bye week this week, and the Rebels have to respond by going to Colorado. Now, Colorado State, I think, is on that Nevada level right now, just because, I mean, you're on a third-string quarterback. So Jackson Brousseau is named the starter for Braden Fowler Nicolosi, who gets benched. I don't know if the benching was all that deserved. I mean, I know Nicolosi wasn't playing all that well, but after watching Jackson Brousseau, I don't know if he was much better than Fowler Nicolosi. Anyways, Colorado State now finds themselves with a third-string quarterback, at least so it appears, in Darius Curry. Curry didn't play that poorly when he came into the Wyoming game. Jackson Brousseau, I believe, was dealing with some injuries, and I know, again, he eventually just got benched. I believe Brousseau, again, was playing hurt, but officially, again, did get benched. Here's a CSU stat page. CSU's offense has been held scoreless in 13 of the 20 quarters played with Jackson Brousseau at quarterback. So yes, that's why Darius Curry is the starting quarterback, the freshman out of Long Beach. He's 5'10", so very short for the quarterback position, but again, who cares? Bryce Young, Drew Brees, that doesn't matter. He came in relief for the Wyoming game, goes 9 of 16 passing for 112 yards. We can expect to probably see him this week, but first start, it's going to be some trouble. Now, there's probably not a better first start that you can get than this one, in all fairness. I mean, this is the optimal first start for a quarterback. get to scout and you get to look at an defense that just gave up 500 plus yards of total offense the week before. I mean, that's, again, there's not a better spot for Darius Curry, and that's I think what Colorado State at least is hoping is his launching pad into being obviously a successful collegiate quarterback. It's getting to play this Charmin soft defense from UNLV. The problem though with Colorado State in this game is that you have to keep scoring. Because if you can say anything about UNLV is that, yeah, their defense sucks, but at the same time, their offense will score, right? In the Boise game, I mean, guys, scoring 31 points isn't that horrible. You just, you're not expecting your defense to give up 56 points, but that's what happens to UNLV when they go to Boise State. They play New Mexico, their offense scores 35. Well, no, their defense gives up 40. Air Force, you win because you score 51, but at the same time, your defense gives up 48 points. They play Miami of Ohio and Daquan Finn early in the season, 141-38. It has been shootout after shootout after shootout. Hell, look at their first game of the season, week 0, against Idaho State, FCS Idaho State. They win the game 38-31, but again, an FCS school was winning in that game at one point in time in the first half, and UNLV only wins it by 7 in a back-and-forth affair. The UNLV defense has just been so horrible all year long. Calandria is doing his thing, honestly. I mean, the offense is nowhere near the problem. It's just those stops are far and few in between. So something's got to give here, right? And by the way, the run game's really been limited out of UNLV. It's fine. They just throw the ball even more now. Jaden Thomas has been really bottled up the last 2 games. But anyways, something's got to give here. A bad UNLV offense versus a first game starting, or against a freshman quarterback making his first start. I tend to side here with UNLV. Not just because, I don't think Darius Curry is going to perform. I think he's going to do all right. It's just, you have to be perfect in a game like this, in a shootout. And sure, again, you're playing a defense that should be easier to read. You're playing guys who have obviously given up big yards and big explosive plays like they did last week to Jack Lane in New Mexico. But you just have to score so many times if you're Colorado State. And for Darius Curry, who's a freshman making his first ever start in this spot, I think it's going to be difficult. UNLV, I know, is going to put up points regardless of the game. It's just a matter of if their defense comes through or not. I'm going UNLV with the victory and covering at 5.5 points as well on the road in Colorado against the Rams. Next up, we go on to, the mighty Oregon State Beavers. Yes, the Beavs finally won a football game against an FBS program. You got to give it up. Got to give it up for them. They're on a 2-game winning streak. Watch out now. But what if they go 5-7 and find their way into a bowl game through academics, right? That could still happen. Just saying. Anyways, no. Oregon State finally won a game against an FBS program. They beat their Pac-2, Pac-12, whatever you want to call it, rival in the Washington State Cougars, which I don't know what happened to Wazoo. Oh my goodness. Guys, Oregon State's quarterback, Jabari Johnson, threw for 33 yards, and they won. He was 10 for 15 for 33 yards, and they won. Hankerson had 25 carries for 134 yards. But oh my goodness, I don't know how Wazoo lost that football game. They were up 7-3, and then Oregon State ripped a big run, touchdown, game over. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, again, as bad as a football game as you will watch, but Wazoo, again, could not capitalize after playing competitive games at Virginia, playing a competitive game on the road at Ole Miss, beating Toledo the week before. Again, they can play competitive games at Virginia and at Ole Miss, but they can't go to Corvallis and play a competitive game. I was just like, really? What are we doing here? So Oregon State still can't move the ball that well. They're not a very effective scoring team, but they get Sam Houston this week. And I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm going to take Oregon State to cover. Would I bet it? Absolutely not. But you potentially now get the legitimate worst FBS team in the country right now in Sam Houston. They are playing in the worst conference. No offense to the CUSA. I love CUSA football. Kennesaw, Jack State, Western Kentucky. There's some fun teams, Delaware, Liberty. Some good teams and fun teams. But the bottom of the CUSA is by far the worst in FBS college football. Them in Middle Tennessee, New Mexico State, UTEP. That's what I immediately point at when I say the worst teams. Again, Nevada's horrible. I get that. I point at them quite a bit, but this is as bad as it gets with Sam Houston. They have not won a game in the season. They're 0-8. They have not really gotten close, other than, oddly enough, a Jacksonville State game at home. They only lost by 2 points to the Gamecocks, who are likely going to go to the CUSA championship game against Kennesaw State. But It's just been tough sledding all year long for Sam Houston. They have reverted back into what they were in 2023, which was a new program in the FBS ranks that struggled. They started 0-8, they finished 3-9, and obviously 2024 was a huge turnaround for them. They went 9-3, same quarterback all 3 years, Hunter Watson. They won the New Orleans Bowl last season. I'm thinking Sam Houston's completely turned it around. Actually, no, Watson came in last year, didn't play in 23. Regardless, I'm thinking they've turned it around, and now they're 0-8. It's really weird how Sam Houston's just turned like that. Not thinking I didn't think they were going to be a powerhouse or whatnot, but they're just awful. They don't move the ball. Their defense is even worse than their offense. It's bad, man. And they're going to Corvallis. This is part of, obviously, Oregon State's, pretty much non-con schedule the entire year. They have 2 conference games against Wazoo back-to-back, or home and home, as we'll see later in the season. Don't forget, again, right, we will have Oregon State and Washington State again. Don't you worry. In Pullman this time around. But Oregon State should dominate Sam Houston State. Yeah, they should. I mean, I don't think this game's going to be close. I know Oregon State's been bad all year long, but I'm telling you, this is going to be the difference between a bad Pac-2 team and the worst team in the FBS. We clown on Oregon State for being awful. They have played competitive games against Houston, App State. They beat Wazoo. They were very competitive against Fresno State. Sam Houston would not be competitive against any of those teams. So that's why Oregon State does get all this respect with the line, and it is actually for good reason. Oregon State minus 18.5 points, and they're at home too. Sam Houston got to go, pretty far flight up to the Pacific Northwest. In Corvallis, Oregon State gets it done at minus 18.5 for the Beavs at home against the Sam Houston Bearcats. On to our final game of the week. We have done it to Hawaii. Honolulu to be exact, as the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors take on the San Diego State Aztecs. Okay, guys, we never do this, but we're doing it right now. Give me Hawaii. I think San Diego State wins, and I actually really want San Diego State to win. I just want Hawaii to cover because we're betting on it. But I think San Diego State, and it's really important that SDSU covers because it allows the Mountain West an opportunity to make the playoffs. And I think it's important that, the Mountain West at least are considered for this alongside the Sun Belt's representative and the Americans' 4 representatives potentially. Right? Because if the Mountain West lose and San Diego State loses, that means the Mountain West is eliminated, and it's really just a 2-conference bid, essentially, in terms of who's battling it out to get into the postseason. It just makes it more interesting if San Diego State keeps winning. That's what I'm getting to. SDSU, have they been competitive? Have they been competitive in their wins? Not really. Have they been all that impressive in their wins? Not really. They win these low-scoring games with their offense and Jane Denigal and Lucky Sutton, mainly Lucky Sutton, just do enough. Like, Sutton will have big games like he did against Wyoming in their last game. 28 carries, 158 yards. Denigal, 1 touchdown, 2 picks, 194 yards passing, 11 for 22. 50% completion rate, not great. But their defense is so shut down, man. 7 points against Wyoming. 0 points against Fresno State. Now, they were playing against Carson Conklin in Carson Conklin's first ever start, where he was just absolutely atrocious. He wasn't very good in the Boise game either, but, Fresno's weird. Again, we won't get too deep into Fresno right now, but Fresno beat Boise State with Carson Conklin throwing for 35 yards. Yep, he was not the reason they won. It was that run game. You're telling me EJ Warner can't take a snap and hand a ball off? Like, seriously? I mean, like, come on. Like, you got to start EJ Warner again, right? Regardless of that, though. San Diego State shuts down Fresno State, who goes on to beat Boise, so there's that. But every team SDSU plays, it's low scoring because of how good their defense is. Look at Northern Illinois, 6-3 victory for SDSU. My thing with this is, though, it's always a tough game going to the islands. It is. You have to play in that environment, in front of that kind of ruckus crowd, with those referees who I know, they're just Mountain West referees. They're always favoring Hawaii, man. Like, again, maybe they went to the luau before, but, like, they are all on Hawaii all the time, okay? So, we get an officiating bump. We get the time advantage bump, too. Game starts at 11 o'clock Hawaii time, which is, 5 o'clock Hawaii time, which is 8 o'clock out here. It's not that late, but again, you get that bump in the travel that SDSU has to endure as well. It makes for an overall difficult game. And it's not like SDSU's blowing teams out, and you can contain Fresno State's offense with a backup quarterback in Carson Conklin. You can stop Caden Anderson in Wyoming. You can beat up on a bad Northern Illinois offense. Can you do that to Hawaii? Their entire thing is we air it out. We let Micah Alejado rip it as many times as possible. Guys, Alejado, look at these stat lines. Last 4 games, Alejado, 457 yards against Air Force, 413 yards against Utah State, 301 yards against Colorado State, and 367 yards in a loss to San Jose State. It's nothing but yardage every single game, and they score 44, 44, 31, 38 points. That's all they do. The only team to shut them down was actually on the island. That was Fresno State. But that was because they picked off Alejado. They sent pressure on Alejado. He made some bad mistakes with the football, threw balls late. How about Kevon Thunderbird with the pick 6 in that one? I think SDSU is going to send pressure, but again, you're going to the island. Hawaii puts up nothing but points, coming off a loss that they still scored 38 points in. I think Hawaii is really competitive here. I think the Rainbow Warriors cover. It's just hard to pick against them in this environment. Game against Fresno State, they don't win, but they cover this pretty easily. They only lose by 2 points. Yes, San Diego State right now is playing like the best team in the Mountain West. There's also a factor, too. Next week, they got to play Boise. Like, I don't know. There's a potential overlooking here, but it's really hard to overlook a team that you have to fly over the Pacific Ocean to play. Regardless, I'm going to take Hawaii plus 5.5, guys. What Alejado's been doing, it's been hard for any team to contain other than the Bulldogs this season, and I think, again, on that island, I think Hawaii sees a lot of success against an SDSU team that hasn't really had to play a competitive game in about a month and a half. They've not played a tight Mountain West game just yet so far. This will be that type of game on the island. I think Hawaii's competitive. I think SDSU eventually wins it, but I think Hawaii quite easily, I wouldn't say easily, but I think Hawaii does find a way to cover. It can be plus 6.5, for the Rainbow Warriors at home to end the week against the San Diego State Aztecs. Folks, that does it for our Week 11 college football predictions. If you have not yet, though, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy the video. Make sure to comment if you disagree with any of the picks. We'll be back next week for our full Week 12 college football predictions as well. Again, every single week on the channel, over 4 hours of college football predictions. Again, you're not going to want to miss that next week, folks, on Monday, same time. College football best bets come out on Friday as well at noon, so don't miss that video either. Folks, thank y'all for watching. I appreciate you guys watching the full 4 hours if you've gotten to this point. Folks, thank y'all for watching, and Mamba forever.